have to blink first. Obviously, the BS competition car will have to, but also, if you remember, the AGA Sim Racing Gaddy car, they came in very, very early, did that 110. It helped them before the rain came down, and had the weather held, it would have been a good news for them. But here you go, BS competition have finally, they had the run over the top of Eau Rouge Radion just a little bit, but G2 are going to fight it around the outside, and actually Robbie Stapleford's still there. There's a bit of contact door to door coming through down to Bruxelles, and it's going to be G2 who muscles themselves back out in front. Robbie Stapleford is not having any of it from the BS competition car.
Oh, loving it. Absolutely loving it. Young Robbie Stapleford squaring up toe-to-toe with the might that is BS Plus competition. Niles Noyox put in his place by Robbie Stapleford. This is a cracking little battle here. Very, very... you've got to say, to be fair, a lot of respect as well between these two cars here. They're fighting hard. They're a little bit of trading pain, but for the most part they're fighting very, very fairly indeed here, and Robbie Stapleford's going to be absolutely loving this, less so probably from Niles Noyox there, but just settling in. He obviously feels that he needs to get past that car now, and Robbie Stapleford is pushing things as much as he possibly can. A very good afternoon as well or good morning even still, to Carl Stapleford, who is always, and I mean always, watching the streams of Robbie Stapleford. That's another bit that I love, Ryan, is the fact that, families can get involved and friends can get involved and support and send well wishes, and passing on all the love and support for all of these drivers.
I don't know if I'd be chewing my fingernails off or cheering Robbie on. Probably a bit of both, because it is a very, very intense battle with a very, very experienced driver as Nils Niox. Is not a driver that you can very easily go toe to toe with. Nils has got very quite a lot of experience, especially with the BMW brand. You know what I mean? It's one of the drivers. I was talking a little bit earlier in the night stint how there's certain drivers you can always pin down to a car. Nils Niox and BMW, that is the only combination I've ever seen that driver in, and they're doing this. They're going these toe-to-toe battles in these conditions, absolutely treacherous. They've already done it in the dry, which was already quite incredible, and then you take away all the grip and the vision, and they can still do it. And here comes the BS competition car again with a bit of a better run, bit of a slipstream, but I don't think it's going to be within striking range. Looks to the outside, just trying to fill the mirrors with the blue and white BMW, but it's around about here where the BS competition car comes into its own, but they can't do anything with that extra wing that they're running.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see that as well. Just on the rear view mirrors, we've got this fantastic side-by-side shot here, looking from the front of Niles Noyox onto the rear view camera of Robbie Stapleford. You can also see the drivers at the top there in their webcams. Now, right, again, both drivers, very unlike myself here, looking very cool and just easy-ozy. This is fine for them. I'd be absolutely sawing at the wheels, swearing, sweating profusely. I mean, they just take it in their stride for these drivers.
Very much so, and also if I had someone this close, I would be looking at the mirror a lot more. I caught Robbie looking at the mirror, once or twice. You just that's kind of what you need to do as a pro driver. Nothing gets under you, nothing gets heated. You check the mirror maybe once or twice just to see where they are, what are they doing, and then you go back to focusing at the race at hand. And Nils we saw him earlier, having a talk and having a laugh. You can see him now. The brief straights that you have, you can talk to the teams, but then it's back to full focus every single time for the corners, because you just have to. You can't really take your eye off the prize.
Yeah, certainly is. And I was watching Nils' stream earlier on when he got that drive-through penalty, so he's obviously talking to the team, talking to his stream community as well as focusing on this race. But another lap goes down here, and the gap between these two, just 0.8 of a second, that gets brought right down to 0.4 of a second. So Robbie Stapleford still ahead of Niles Noyox here. I wonder if Noyox is maybe just taking that one lap back there just to ease off a little bit and recharge himself. down this run down through Eau Rouge and then up through Radion, because what we've seen here, Ryan, is all of the moves that go into Lecumbe always start out here, but I think he's maybe just a little bit too far back.
Yeah, well, you can see at the first half of Eau Rouge Radion that the BS competition car, they can carry quite a lot more speed over G2, but then you get into the straight line, and even without any kind of slipstream, the G2 car still can hold its own. If BS competition are a little bit closer, they do start to pull with the added slipstream, but it's not enough to just completely slingshot by them. It's not enough to get the move fully done by Lecombe. And then, as we've just seen, Robbie Stapleford is not is not afraid to get his elbows out where needed, and they ended up putting BS competition back behind. And looking back a little bit further down the field, the virtual drivers by TX3, piloted by Vedi, one of the Aston Martins, got back up to the back of Simonini in the 63. That's the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. The lesser spotted Lamborghini, which I can imagine is not having too much fun in the rain. I don't think Italian cars that used to bright sunshine and nice sticky tracks really enjoy being, at a wet Belgium.
I'm sure there's a bold statement in there somewhere, but I ain't going to be making it certainly today. Look, the Lamborghini, we spoke about how it isn't or presumably the best performing car, but the fact that nobody else is choosing it in the Pro class here, and certainly I think it would prefer, is what you're trying to say, drier conditions, although to be fair still holding its own with Giorgio Simonini behind the wheel in P20, but Maximilian Vidi for virtual drivers by TX3 hunting that car very, very closely indeed in that 333 car. Beautiful looking livery on that Thrustmaster sponsored machine. Again, it was something we were talking about with Lewis there earlier on, is the effort that goes into the liveries on these cars, a lot of real life branding and real life sponsors on these cars now. And again, Brian, it just shows how far that sim racing has come on in the past 5 years, where 10 years ago you'd maybe have brands that you liked or brands that you wish you would sponsor you, but it was nothing more than a speculative thing, putting them on your design just to make it look a little bit more legitimate, like the real life thing. Whereas now, proper real life partnerships with real life brands and some very lucrative offers on the table as well.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started, you didn't even have a lot. The games I used to play, they didn't even have any branding in them. For race teams, you just had a certain shade. You knew that the dark purple was all of of XD Racing or anything, or GC was a light hue of blue. You just knew it by those colours. And then as things have progressed on more and more, and now these cars, a lot of these liveries realistically will not look out of place at all on a real life car, especially the teams that have heavily invested in it, BS competition, G2, etc. These look almost identical to some of what the real teams run anyway in real life, as a lot of the teams have come over to this kind of abstract style liveries, a lot of high contrast liveries, but they do look very good, I find.
Yes, it is, and the thing is that obviously I got a little bit distracted. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You've got a big fan in chat there, Ryan. Nathan McConnell is wanting to pass on his love, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a public service and pass on his love to you. Great to see more than a little bit of support. But you mentioned there about your when you were started doing sim racing and liveries went around. I have to ask this question because we have to go back in time a little bit then. What sim got you started into this rabbit hole that is sim racing?
I guess proper quote-unquote sim that you could actually call. I played obviously a lot of arcade races, but my first actual sim that I set up a wheel and actually started to learn racing for was Live for Speed. And that was a
good man. There we go. That's what we're wanting. I'll come back to that in just a second, because Niles Noyock's trying to make a way past Robbie Stapleford here, and Robbie Stapleford just putting that car exactly where it needs to be, gets a better exit out of the final chicane there, and I can see that frustration is going to be building very, very quickly indeed. In fact, to be fair, again, still Niles is, he's looking very cool, calm, collected. Right, we've got about 5 seconds as Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Bentley. That's going to be a drive-through penalty. I get the feeling that might be for track limits for Williams Esports, and you hate to see it. Williams Esports, Chill Blast SRO. That is going to be an absolute F moment. Right, very quickly while the cars are going down through Eau Rouge and up through Radion before they go toe-to-toe. Live for Speeds. I'm delighted to see that another driver after my own heart, that's where I started as well, mouse and keyboard, was the order of the day. Then I got my very first budget wheel and spent many, many laps on the Blackwood GP, through what's the city course and through the ovals as well. The FOX at the ovals, that was, I'm pretty sure I spent like 6 to 8 hours a day doing races on there, an inordinate amount of time. Great fun. But again, you'll be able to, Ryan, to appreciate it's just madness to see where we were then, and what doesn't feel like too long ago to where we are now.
Well, I didn't even know until recently, until a few friends told me. The Live for Speed still exists. There is a community over there.
Oh, yep.
That still kept it going, and I was incredibly shocked. And when you look back and think of that was some of my first league racing and online racing back when I had to actually ask to use the internet to be able to go league racing with people, doing the front wheel drive leagues, because I couldn't get a hang of rear wheel drive cars back when I was young. So I had the little front wheel drive hatchbacks and kind of drove them like a touring car. But yeah, that was, if you'd have told me back then, and even told many people, like parents, my family, friends, that sim racing would evolve into this thing that we broadcast, with real sponsors and big named drivers and real drivers having to take part of it, in the SRO Pro series, everything, that they would have just completely laughed at you if I'd have told them that don't worry, there'll be a car sponsored by Curry's, for the Rugby Monster racing, and they will be racing around. Just everyone would have said that's just complete madness. It won't happen. But here we are, and still got 4 hours left of this race.
Right, that's killed about 5 minutes of time here. I think we're probably going to have to move on from it, because we could get lost for many, many hours talking about nostalgia. Great to see YouTube chat has been thoroughly stimulated. Yes, LFS is still a thing, and yes, we need to get everybody back onto it for like a big 60-car race. All of the SRO teams, get them on board for just a mad XFG race back round Blackwood. That would just be absolutely hilarious, and probably end up with also remembering how easy it was to tip those cars onto the roof as well. Anyway, back to the racing, because look at how much Nils Doyox is trying to get past this car in front. It's just not happening, and he needs to put the hammer down, because remember, he is pitting earlier than everyone else. Now, we presume that he didn't go in for fuel during the last stop when he took the tyres on as well. If that is the case, he is going to have to be in very, very soon. Right, which would explain why he's trying so hard to get past Robbie Stapleford right now. But, I mean, listen, we have to take our hats off right now to Robbie. This is an exemplary defensive drive. He's not, overly blocking or anything like that. He's just putting the car where it needs to be and making that BMW's life behind him absolute abject hell right now.
Yeah, well, the sands of time are starting to run out for BS Competition, and they know that they're going to have to make a strategy call soon. They would have very much liked to have got round G2 a lot easier, because when that car's in clean air, BS Competition can pull out a bit of a lead. But when they're stuck here, they haven't got enough of an advantage to just blast past, and all of it is just time, being lost. And as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, this car is the only car that could take any kind of a championship battle to the McLaren Veloce GT team, the 66, piloted by James Baldwin. All of this is kind of music to their ears, apart from how the strategy is going to fall. It's going to be difficult. BS Competition might look once again up the inside just to try and fill the mirrors a little bit more, but once again, Robbie Stapleford is now no stranger to this pressure. He knows what he has to do lap after lap, and you kind of get into that flow as a driver. Once you know what you have to do to keep that driver behind you, you can keep them there as number one dives up the inside. Does the BS competition car? They are actually side by side coming down into Les Combes, and now it's going to be a drag race. But the 62 with the outside line, look at the drive off the corner, and G2 stay ahead again.
Oh man, this is going to end in tears, is it? You just get the feeling that one of these two drivers is going to be ended up facing the wrong way right now. But Robbie Stapleford, I mean, doing everything that he needs to do to stay ahead right now. 4.5 hours left to go in this race. Tobias Pfeffer still out in front ahead of James Baldwin. Everyone, and I mean everyone on the field is a lap down to the dominance, to the absolute dominance of Unicorns of Love in that Mercedes. As we said earlier, last year proves that we are not going to be taking any chances. We have to wait until that final lap before we start getting excited about this, but it's a very good position to be in. Robbie Stapleford in P3 in the BMW G2 Esports ahead of the BS Plus BMW competition machine in 4th place as well. That is James Baldwin for McLaren Veloci GT in the 2nd place there, and Niles Noyox. They are the two cars fighting it out for the Pro Championship. As it stands right now, though, it would be McLaren Veloci GT taking that championship by, I would imagine, probably about 23 or 24 points from that car behind him. Over to the silver class as well. FFS Racing of Jan Willem van Omen currently down in P9 overall, ahead of Louis Roters in that 110. Now the 110 is again the silver class car that they are fighting for the championship. They're currently down in P3, and again I believe that that is pretty much everything that needed to be done with that car, because Louis Roters in that 110 has to be said though, recovering from that pit stop bug, so to get back up in the P3, that is a remarkable effort. Right, coming through Blanchimont again then, and still Niles Noyox on to the back end of Robbie Stapleford. What can he do? Absolutely nothing coming into the final chicane here. It's possibly going to be a run down into La Source here. But again, it just feels like every lap with these two is a carbon copy. It's the same places where they're overtaking, or rather attacking and blocking the move. Yeah,
well, you have to. The Nils is having to start to try, you know, alternate things, because we've tried La Source. Tried it into La Source, it didn't work, and he's tried it into Les Combes a few times, and it also hasn't necessarily worked. It's just one of those where you have to, as a driver, start formulating other plans. Like, what is the other strategy that we can do in this situation? Because we're not going to get by them just sat as it is. It's going to be close coming into La Source. Robbie actually deciding to go defensive, as realised that the BS competition car is a little bit too close. Around the outside, he's going to try the switchback maneuver, is Nils Noyox, but the G2 Esports car is parked firmly on the apex and shuts the door. Is it going to be a run down to Brussels? The BS competition car is just alongside, pushed onto the grass almost.
Wow, side by side, incredible stuff. Another clatter there from that one BS Plus competition car. The BMW takes that 3rd place there. This isn't over. Robbie Stapleford will absolutely be lining up a move to get that position back here as they come down through No Name on the run down to Pouon as well, that double left-hander here. And the thing is that the BS Plus competition car did have the better of Robbie Stapleford through the majority of the lap here. But again, as you're going to come through Blanchimont, are we going to see another move here? That is going to be the big question here from that 62. And again, I think possibly lighter fuel loads helping that number 1 car as we cut away to see Hugo Asaki for HPD Pro Yaz, and just ahead of one of the Bentleys there. Is that Tarek Gamal? I believe it is, the number 6 that he's just taken that position from there. Right, back to Robbie Stapleford then for BMW G2 Esports then. Again, looks to be about 0.8 of a second behind, if not a full second behind Niles Noyox here, and Noyox streaking away. But is it too little too late for Noyox? Because Ryan, he's going to surely have to come into pits very, very soon.
Yeah, it's looking at the time. They're gonna have to start making that strategy call and really be looking at the weather and what can they do in this moment. If it's holding station, they kind of got no choice but to put some some wet tires on, or if it's gonna start drying off, they might try and do what they did earlier, where keep these quite worn out but keep the wet tires on, just a splash and dash up until the weather clears up. But as of looking in the sky right now, I can't see it relenting, but you can see the BS competition car, given the sections where they can use that extra aerodynamics, they can run away. And it seems that G2 have got the faster car and BS have got the better handling car.
That's a great observation, actually. And what I was seeing as well is that pace-wise, I mean, you see that Niles Noyox, they're having to get defensive. They're having to move over to break the toe there. And I am seeing that the rain looks like it's getting a little bit lighter here. Again, that might be something in my imagination there, but it definitely doesn't look like it's falling down as hard as it was. It looks like it's still a steady flow of rain, but certainly not absolutely heaving it down like it was about 25 minutes ago. So we'll have to keep an eye on that weather there and see exactly how changeable. But certainly for me and my time on commentary, this has been the longest period of wet weather, and that's late out, wide out of no name corner for Niles Noyox. That is an unforced error there for that car in front there, and that is going to allow Robbie Stapleford to catch up just a little bit more to that little battle there as we go back to Louis Rotors onto the back end of that is the number 77, so that's the Prime E racing machine that's just in front of him. That is Manuel Pop that is just in front here. So this is the battle on track for P11 right now, Ryan.
Yeah, it's P11 on track, and it's McLaren on McLaren once again. The 110 though has shown what they what they can do with the pace in that car, the AJA Sim Racing team by Gaddy. They just ended up once again getting unlucky with the weather. That put them back, and then they had to do that extra stop to take wet tires. They were one of the teams that had to blink first, came in, and they just had no choice but to go onto the dries and have to do another stop, which just put them way back out of contention. A lot of people starting to dive down into the pits as well. The 14, the 66, the 149 and the 23, the leader of the silver class, the FFS racing team, have come down pit lane. And what we've been told as well by the meteorologist, rain is stopping in around about 10 minutes, give or take, which is going to be a very difficult strategy call for all these people now diving into pit lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Almost out to the outside goes Louis Rotors for AJA Sim Racing team by Gaddy. Isn't able to make the move, but into pit lane then comes Manuel Pop, and we're also seeing Tobias Pfeffer into pit lane. We've got James Baldwin into pit lane, Robbie Stapleford into pit lane, and Bastian Richter into pit lane. Now here's the question, are they going on the slicks? That could be absolutely huge. Has Niles Noyox been caught out here with the fact that if that track is going to be dry, that could be, but that also means that Niles Noyox has taken fuel then when he went into the pits to get those wet weather tyres.
Must have done. The number one continuing on the burst to put a fair amount of fuel in the car, and they're just hopefully going to run out the stint time of what's left. And there goes the Wackos flip table racing car. You can see the 23, that is your silver class leader, and there is McLaren Veloce GT sat in the pit box as well as Robbie Stapleford brings the BMW in, and it'll be very, very interesting to see who leaves on what tyres. A lot of people have been sat for quite a while. There's the number 4, the HRT car, also in the pit lane.
It certainly is here. So great to see that it's a very, very busy pit lane right now. Of course, Michi Tauscher now out of the pits. He's done his tyre change and is out, as well as James Baldwin. I'm presuming that they've done tyre change. We don't actually know if they have, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And who is that? That's Eamon Murphy going very, very slow out of pit lane. That is McLaren Veloce GT, and this is absolutely huge. That car is recovering. I wonder if he's had a moment coming out of pit lane. There's huge damage on your championship leading car. This is huge drama. 4 hours 20 to go. My God almighty, this is horrendous to see. That car has been into the wall. and this blows the championship wide open, Ryan.
That must have been coming out of pit lane. You know, I mentioned it earlier, the water that runs across the track. As much as when it stops raining, there might be quite a few sections of the track where, yeah, maybe slicks might work, but not at that section. I think they've come out of pit lane with the foot, you know, planted through the firewall because they know they need to make it work because BS Competition have stayed out, and that car, heavy damage. You can see, you know, Eamon Murphy having to steer hard right, and here's a replay of coming out of pit lane is Veloce GT. And coming up here is around about the puddle, and there you go, car snaps hard into the wall.
Oh my god, oh, straight into another car as well. That is not only front end damage, that's going to be rear end damage. Oh my goodness me. And again, the reason I'm getting so overly excited there is that is absolutely monumental championship potential implications right there, back into the Honda. And oh, you have to feel for that poor HPD Pro Yaz Honda there, Ryan, because look, they've just had no luck. In fact, Yugo Osaki, that car is about as much use as a broken tin opener right now, trying to fight his car back. I feel so gutted for that team there. Oh, wow. Right, what we need to do then is we need to give this a couple of minutes here, because we need to get that car back into pit lane to find what on earth has happened to that car of the 66 right now. They're limping their way back into the final chicane just now, but that is going to be massive damage for Eamon Murphy, the Irishman in McLaren Veloce GT. And you can hear the shouting, the swearing. He's obviously really annoyed, and you can understand why. I mean, look, it's a freak accident that's happened as he comes out of pit lane. But the only thing that I can say is that these other cars are so far behind. That's the only you know, thing of this, is that the points wise was 15 points. Now I need to go and work out and figure out exactly how many points are on offer for the different order of the field here, but given that all of these cars were on about 2 laps back here, I am going to say potentially that this has now swapped things and put the title in the hands of BS Plus Competition. I will have to get confirmation of that, because obviously it's still an ongoing race, but this could put Niles Noyox and BS Plus Competition in the lead of the championship. That is how devastating that contact is. Ryan, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that happen. I'm just stunned.
Like you said, that poor HPD Yas car was just the worst place at the worst time, and the poor 94 cannot catch a break at all this entire race. But this is what we mentioned earlier when they said about you know, it's not over until it's over. Someone said you know, a while ago in chat, well, you know, so Veloce GT have got it unless something big happens. Well, this is what can happen at Spa and in sim racing. You know, things can turn in the blink of an eye, and that car, that McLaren, is now heavily damaged. You'll have to work on it, you know, to get it back out there. The car will be able to rejoin the race, but they're going to lose probably a lap, if not more, because how heavily damaged that car was. And we can see on the left side of the screen, there's Nils Niox for the BS Competition car. Basically, made the best of it. They'll be now looking at the McLaren Veloce GT car as they passed, probably one thinking, what happened to you guys? And two, that's great news for us.
Wow, I mean, like I say, I'm almost in, and this is so rare for me. I usually can talk the hind legs off a donkey. I just don't know what to say. I mean, wait, what? That McLaren Veloce GT is apparently repaired and back out already. That's only taken about, what, a minute and 45 seconds, if not 2 minutes, to get repaired. So if that is the case, I mean, that might not actually be all that bad there for Eamon Murphy. You can bet your bottom dollar he's being a little bit more careful around that corner there, but, well, it might not actually be all that more dramatic then. So we'll have to figure out and see, because I believe that also means that Niles Noyox is just out of the pits. But that means that Eamon Murphy is just ahead of him on track. So this is now 4th position, and as it stands, then surely Eamon Murphy. Well, he's going to go 2 laps down then. So Eamon Murphy just about to go for the 2nd lap behind Niles Noyot. So P5, I still don't think that's going to be enough for BS Plus competition.
So it's P5 at the current time for McLaren Veloci GT. And I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, when we worked out earlier, this was basically the lowest that they could potentially finish and still retain the championship, all it being by a few points. So I have to say, we'll have to work out as it stands right now. What this does do, though, what they might not necessarily want, is it puts them a lot closer to that number 4 HRT car. Now, that has been on a charge as the Mercedes AMG Esports HRT from, you know, their early issues in the race. They have been clawing back slowly, and now there's nothing standing between them and the 4, which is not exactly what you want when your championship hinges on it.
Well, my goodness me. Right, again, we're going to have to give it a couple of minutes to figure out exactly what is going on here. But, I mean, do you remember 15 minutes ago, Ryan, when I was saying that it all rests in the hands of McLaren Veloci GT? They are the masters of their own destiny. That's not quite what I meant. I wasn't meaning that they could go and mess it up for themselves. And, well, yeah, wow. Right, Robbie Stapleford is right back onto the tail end of Arthur Camera, and I think that he's going to be trying to make a move here. So, again, as it stands, there's just way too much to figure out what is going on here. But 4 hours, 14 minutes left to go. I can't believe I've only got an hour left on commentary before I go away for a break. I'm kind of like, I don't want to go right now, Ryan. There is just too much at stake here.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible race. We thought that the night stints and the rain was, you know, the most exciting part. Well, now with the more that the sands of time tick away, the more that these teams, you know, that we mentioned before, have to kind of thinking about the end race. But that means that people are pushing harder now. If there is a position, they need to get it. If you're in a position, you want to retain it. You know, like for example, FFS Racing. They'll know that the 110 is still on that charge. They want to retain P1, but even with the gap that they've currently got, it's not all said and done because of exactly what can happen. If we will remind you as well that during that crash that happened, that the HBD Yas car ended up being collected. It was this car who was next to them. It was the 23 FFS Racing piloted by James Parker, who will have seen the carnage unfold, and you know, sort of have a big sigh of relief and touch wood that he was very lucky that he didn't get collected up in that, because that could have also turned the silver class completely upside down.
It really, really could have, and it's just absolutely frightening to see how this is unfolding. As it stands, though, Eamon Murphy and the 66 McLaren Veloci GT team still in the lead of the championship, and I'm using my monkey brain here to look at the points that are on offer. As it stands, that number 1 of BS Plus competition would get 29 points from being second place. As it stands with the 66 Veloci GT car, they would get 18 points for getting 5th position, so that would be a net gain of 11 points for the BS Plus competition team, and that would mean that the Veloci McLaren GT team would take the championship by 4 points as it stands right now. Obviously, that's excluding any points for fastest lap or anything or whatever. However, so as it stands, it would probably have to be down to, I believe, P7 for McLaren Veloci GT, as where BS Plus competition are on the road right now in P2 for the championship to head over. I honestly thought that's where we were going to go, with the fact that there was such heavy damage on that car here. But of course, we've got no idea what the weather is going to do, and as if you couldn't script this, because Ryan, who is that behind Eamon Murphy right now?
Well, here come the two BMWs to put McLaren Veloce GT a lap down, but obviously Eamon Murphy will not want to let that happen. If anything, he needs to try and, scuttle away and keep themselves in contention, at least, or at least further away from the 4 HRT that is also, ever present there. The gap has kind of stabilized at the minute, but they now cannot afford to make any mistakes, whereas before they had a bit of wiggle room for a small mistake, and it turned out that it ended up being quite a big mistake for McLaren Veloce. But head back down, and that the McLaren is picking back up the pace slowly. And as he says, I want to know what mechanics they have working on in the McLaren camp, because if they can fix that car that fast, then maybe you can do an engine swap on my car for in 5 seconds.
No, just get all that damage repaired very, very quickly indeed. And just a correction, huge thank you to Malcolm Hutchin. Only the one name that I've butchered on stream so far just now, and that has been our very own Nils Noyox. It's Nils, not Niles, or Niles, apparently. So very tempted still to call him Niles, but I'm not that type of person, so we'll call him Nils from now on. But anyway, look at this. Robbie Stapleford onto the back of Arthur Camera. Camera has a look up the inside. Is he going to make the move? And yeah, a little bit disappointing from Eamon Murphy that he just lets the two cars go, but that is the right thing to do. They are a lap up and they're not fighting in the same fight just now. But again, it just shows how different things can be. But is Robbie Stapleford going to have a look up into the inside of the source? But no, he's not. He's going to be around again with just 4 hours and 9 minutes left to go here. Again, if we said about an hour ago, we've got no idea about what on earth is going to happen here. I definitely don't have any idea now.
No, any idea that we had about the top few has kind of been, thrown out of the window, apart from the fact that Unicorns of Love are still a full lap up. But here come BMW G2 Esports. I said that they had the faster car. Now that the rain has gone away, they can kind of use that. And look at the speed of that. Actually cleared BS competition before they even got to Les Combes, and it's going to be another elbows out maneuver. Nils is going to try that switchback that worked so well in the wet, but Robbie's kind of prepared for it, expects the cutback, parks the car on the apex, and BMW G2 Esports are back in front once again, probably much to the annoyance of Arthur Camera in the number 1 now, driving that BMW.
Yeah, certainly is. He's away, isn't he? He's like, bye, see you later, and off he goes. Now, in the dry, Robbie Stapleford for BMW G2 Esports shines like a beacon. He is away with the pace here, and that window wiper still going on furiously. I think that's probably PTSD for Robbie right now. Either that or he's forgotten what button that he has got mapped to that window wiper, because it is just not going off at all, and certainly it looks nice and clear. And again, the track very much dry completely on this circuit here. Let's have a look then. So Michi Tauscher still in the lead then as we hit 480 laps here at Spa for Unicorns of Love. Everyone is a lap down right now. Robbie Stapleford in P2 for BMW Team G2 Esports. Arthur Camera in P3. Wojtek Fiala in P4. And Eamon Murphy, after that wild accident coming out on the pits there for McLaren Veloce GT, down in 5th position. In silver class, James Parker in the lead for FFS Racing in the 23 Aston Martin. Then it's Yuri Petrochenko for the 110 machine outfit, down in 2nd place. That is, of course, the AJA sim racing team powered by Gadi. Then in 3rd position, Sven Hettich in that silver class number 77 of Prime E Racing. The 33 of Andrea McClare is in for West Competition Racing in P4, and then P5 is the 72 of Renfell and Esports Orange, and that's Leon Berndt behind the wheel of that car just now as well. Igor Ogorodnikov, we were talking about earlier on, up into P10 there. We were seeing him a little bit further up as we're currently watching Dominic Blyer. Now, Blyer is one of those drivers that tends to fly under the radar unless he's getting himself involved in other people's accidents, which unfortunately tends to happen with Triton Racing, because they have a really, fairly uneventful race. They just plough away, do the laps, and unfortunately get caught up in other people's incidents. But it's been a relatively calm and collected race for Dominic Blyer right now. He's chasing down Lars Kisser, who is some way up the road in front of him in that number 4 AMG, that Mercedes AMG Team HRT, excuse me. But again, that top 10, it's been fairly stable here, Ryan, for the past 2 hours or so.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be kind of holding station at the minute, and I think as well with the unpredictability that the teams are faced with the weather, and the track will, when the rain comes, it will wash any rubber that's on the track away. So then you have to you have to re-rubber it in, relearn it, and you think you've just got everything settled and good, and then the rain happens again. So I think a lot of teams, as of right now anyway, they're just holding station. They're putting in the laps that they know that they can do. We don't need to take any crazy risks right now. They're just kind of almost observing what everyone else is doing, because there's a few teams up and down that will be on the odd strategies, and they might be waiting for them to blink, because you want to know who's doing what before you can really formulate your end plan and start thinking about what are we going to do for the next 3 pit stops right up until we see that checkered flag.
And that checkered flag is just over 4 hours away. We've nearly got 20 hours here at Spa, 4 hours left to go on the cards, and what a thrilling race we have had. We've had everything. We've had rain, we've had sunshine, we've had tears, we've had tantrums, we've had mostly very good driving from this entire field of drivers, and very few questionable moments from the field, thankfully. A couple that I can think of, mostly with Lewis McGlade earlier on. I can remember the Porsche who was tagged off, and I'm trying to just cast my mind back to exactly who that was that got taken out at Lake Coombe. There was a little bit of contact, they ran wide, tried to rejoin and went straight into the path of I'm pretty sure that was exactly the same HPD Pro Jazz Honda that got taken out there by the McLaren Veloce GT. So Ryan, that should say to you exactly what a horrific run of luck that Honda has had today.
We can definitely give a pat on the back to the HPD Yas team in that Honda, as he says they've just not had the race to remember, really, being, as he says, caught up in some people's accidents. That big crash just now with that happened with the McLaren Veloce GT car, and they've had a few doings of their own, and it's just not been a happy day for the Hondas. But the fact that they're going to hopefully see the checkered flag of that team, you've got to give them a round of applause for that, for managing to actually stick it all out and finish the race.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure, actually, just now that I've thought about it, I'm sure it was a 977 Kramer Racing Esports machine that was involved in that one. So that was a bit of a wild incident there. Now, not to be the forebringer of doom, and I hate to say this again, but is it just me, Ryan, or the sky's starting to get quite dark again here at Spa?
Oh, here we go again with the weather.
We're
gonna have to look. I think some of the broadcast cameras might show it off, but I mean, you can see. Look in the sky. I mean, I can't see any happy blue. I see a lot of grey and a lot of miserable, but no kind of happy blue yet. The windscreen wiper's still going on at Robbie Stapleton. Maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe that's the BMW G2 Esports' rain dance.
Yeah, the grey miserable skies reflecting their resident photographer Gary Aravani's mood right now, with the fact that he can't get any of his iconically beautiful shots. It all just ends up being these overly dramatic shots. You want a little bit of sunshine, you want a little bit of bright blue skies to show the amazing action here, and we're just not getting any of that right now. I've got no doubt that we are very much due to get a little bit more rain I would say probably very, very shortly. But again, our resident meteorologist will be able to give us all of those updates. Let's have a look at some of the stats as well, because as I said, it's been a while since we've had some ham stats on the go here. So looking at the total time in pits so far, and it's been the number 66 McLaren of McLaren Veloci GT that have spent the least amount of time in pit lane. 36 minutes and 9 seconds so far, followed then by that championship chasing number 1 BS Plus competition BMW, 36 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, bearing in mind that that was written a couple of hours ago, I get the feeling that the 66 McLaren may have fallen to the bottom of that table after that early accident that they had. So yeah, it's not been the best here. Watching though this battle with the BMWs, however, this is not going away. We're still watching Sven Hettich here in the 77 Prime E Racing, but I'm watching the time screens here to see that Robbie Stapleford and Arthur Kammerer are still neck and neck here at the circuit. And Arthur Kammerer, I wonder if he's got a little second wind here in that BS Plus competition car. 0.3 of a second behind Robbie Stapleford, and this BMW battle isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ryan. I was just waiting to say.
Well, it's finally started to hot back up. I think for the BS competition car, they actually, the more the track rubbers in, the more the track progresses, it's more a favour for them. You know, as I mentioned, they seem to have the more of a handling focused setup. Well, the pace difference, if you have a straight line speed car when the track is not optimum, is greater because you don't need grip to go fast in a straight line. But the more that the BS competition car can push the envelope in the corners, the more that they start to get back into G2 Esports. And we can see that, Sector 1, they're not as far back as they used to be in, going back 15-20 minutes.
Well, that is what we're going to have to watch how it all unfolds, because we've got just 4 hours left as the clock ticks over to the start of a new hour here at the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. A very warm welcome, good afternoon to everyone watching out on the stream, and welcome along to the 24 hours of Spa here for the season finale. I've got to say yet again, like our very own Mike Yao and Steve Proudley doing the whole 24 hours in the broadcast booth there, a huge thank you to Omaris Boumariadi as well in the YouTube chat for doing such a wonderful job keeping that YouTube chat in order. A huge thank you to them, and hope that he has at least got a supply of tea and biscuits and all that sort of good stuff that you need to keep you raucous bunch out there in order. Certainly you have been very, very well behaved, so a huge thank you to all of you out there for watching so far. As I said, it's David Christie here with Ryan Mawson. I'm on my final hour just now. I'll be taking a break for an hour as well, but as I mentioned, if you have got any comments, any questions, any queries about the race, about the sim or anything like that, send them in through the YouTube chat and we'll do our very best to answer them on stream as well. So, as we said then, if you have just joined us, very warm welcome. This is what you have missed so far. It has been a race of ups and downs, of thrills and spills, ills and chills through the Belgium circuit here over the past 20 hours. It's still Michi Tauscher for Unicorns of Love, who have done an amazing job at absolutely dominating this field so far. That on the screen there is not for position, that's Dominic Blair going up the inside of one of the other cars there, so that is for a lap down there. However, what we did see in the past hour, the huge drama, was Eamon Murphy, as the rain was starting to ease off here at Spa-Francorchamps. Some of the teams decided to get a little bit brave and jump onto slick tyres. The McLaren Veloci GT was one of those teams that decided to brave it out, and immediately, as soon as he came out of the pit lane, he got caught out by that puddle on the right-hander along the Kemmel Straight there, and was sent violently into the wall, and then bounced off into the path of the HPD Pro Jazz number 43 car. That left them with 2.5 minutes left of damage to be repaired, and that sent them down into P5 from P3. at the moment. So that now still means that they are in the league of the championship, but they are in a very, very precarious position right now. Lars Kisser chasing them down in the number 4 Mercedes Ecoris machine, and the pace that Mercedes has got right now, I think that McLaren could be very, very vulnerable indeed. But as it stands then, and that's Wojtek Fiala into the wall. That is a huge incident for Wojtek Fiala there. So that is 4th place is off, and that is not what you want to see. That's on the final chicane. So Wojtek Fiala stranded and is going to try and get back going again. I think that might be have gone. So Wojtek Fiala has gone back to pits. They're gone from the race, and that means that the number 88 is out of the race. They have retired from the race there, Ryan. So that means then that the Ecoris Mercedes AMG that I said was going to be threatening Eamon Murphy now out of the race.
Well, that is just such terrible bad luck for the 88. We thought, like I said, it looked like it was an accident, but the disconnection has happened and the cars rejoined, but they've ended up with there is a bug that we've mentioned before, about the pit stop bugs and such. You can end up with your car number one wrong, and then that completely breaks everything. So for the 88 team, that is just... It's heartbreaking when they've done so well all up to this point, and it will leave another bittersweet taste in the mouth of another Mercedes team. It's kind of like what happened last year. Something has once again happened to this year to a Mercedes team.
Oh man, you hate to see it. You really, really do hate to see it. So again, just proof that it really isn't over until you get to that checker flag here, and getting to the checker flag is the biggest thing altogether. Right, let's see what happened to Wojtek Fiala onto the brakes then, into the final corner then. Oh, that is bizarre. That car's just gone as he leaves there. So you saw it there, you saw a little twitch, a little click of the car there, and that car was already disconnected. So that looks like a game crash for Wojtek Fiala there. Ryan, that is absolutely heartbreaking to see.
It was definitely, you could see the moment that the car was, relinquished of control, and it just very slowly rolled into the wall and to a stop, and then disappeared. And that's the end of the 88's race, which is such a shame, because they had their early race dramas. They were in the battles. They ended up in the wall. They were fighting back in a very, very good position, and they were leading the race earlier on. In the as we're being told that we earlier on also counts as yesterday, but that team was going great guns and looking at a really strong recovery drive. Still had quite a lot of time to get it done with 3 hours and 50 left on the clock, but now they won't get any chance for that. So it's very much commiserations to the 88 Mercedes Ecoris team Esports.
Do you know what? You've just broken my brain with that comment there about it being yesterday, because of course 24 hours, it started yesterday afternoon around about 4 o'clock my time, and it feels like it's been about a week that we've been racing with all the action that we've had here, Ryan. But again, you're definitely the common factor here with this BMW battle, because when you're not here, the gap opens up. When you come back, they're toe-to-toe for the entirety of your stint.
Pretty much so. Apparently, this is my commentary superpower. I shall use my BMW magnet and bring all BMWs closer together. There's a couple of other though on the field. The 33 and the 127. If we can get all of them onto track, then the BMW magnet shall be its strongest. And there's a little fun fact for you from the ham stats. So far this race, the stewards have issued 5 racing incidents, 7 warnings, 22 time penalties, and 12 drive-throughs. But considering that, we're over the 20-hour mark now, when you take all that into account, and 486 laps later, how close everyone's been and how up and down the weather has been, that is actually not a lot of incidents.
It really, really isn't. And this goes into what I was saying here, a remarkably respectful and well driven 24 hours of Spa here by all of the drivers. And again, Wojtek Fiala is showing as in the pit lane there, but when they rejoined, they were given a new car number, so it'll have to be Wojtek Fiala that joins back before they can relinquish control to that. So as in all intents and purposes, that car is absolutely toast for the remainder of the race. They're certainly not going to be able to recover the damage, I don't believe, from that one. I'll have to get that clarified by our production team, but yeah, that's absolute heartbreak. Anyway, back to the race that's unfolding just now. It's still Robbie Stapleford that's holding the toes of the BS Plus competition car at bay just now, and they are just what 0.5 of a second behind there. What that also means now is that Eamon Murphy now moves directly behind, certainly on the standings table, maybe not on track, behind Arthur Kammerer and that BS Plus competition car. And what that means now is that there's even less chance that this is going to happen now, because remember, as it stood, Kammerer had to be in second place, and it had to be 7th place for Eamon Murphy for them to have a mathematical chance at this championship, Ryan.
Yeah, so BS competition will be having a bit of a sigh, thinking that, you know, it once again was looking quite good for them, a position in front that would get them some more points, make it harder for McLaren Veloce GT to, you know, to win this championship. But with that disconnect, the points battle has once again shifted back to Veloce GT, and it will take a little bit of stress back off the McLaren team's shoulders, because now, even if that 4 finds that incredible pace and pulls that 3.7 seconds right into them, they can still lose that position and end up basically where they were, you know, when we talked about the points, when they talked about the points position a little bit ago. So it takes a little bit of weight off the shoulders, but it's still not over, because, you know, every single time we've said that, something big has happened. You know, in the dying hours of the race, it's kind of starting to get quite a lot more mad.
Quite a lot more mad. That is about the best sum up of this race that I think we can possibly use for the remaining 3 hours and 50 minutes right now. Also, I've got to say there, Ryan, chat is quite liking your little comment about commentary superpower there. I think they really appreciated that. What would that be then? Is that the ability, did you say, to bring the BMWs back together, a power of unity?
Apparently so, or it must be a power between only BS competition and G2, because at the minute the other BMWs, it's not working on. I'm waving the magnet out the window, but it's not really working. I think I did catch an eye of the. Oh, there we go. Look, Mobileye, they're there. Quickly, get them with the magnet.
I've just got visions of you just waving your arm out a window with a magnet there. Right, anyway, back to serious stuff. Igor Ogorodnikov onto the back there of Yuri Petrochenko. It's the battle for P9, and great battle unfold between Eamon Murphy, I believe, and Lars Kissers in the number 4 Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT. So that could be a little bit of a saving grace there. There's going to be a battle coming out of that one very, very shortly. But what can Igor Ogorodnikov do in the Caber's engineering Simulator.pro number 41 Bentley comes out of that first corner there onto the back end of the McLaren notoriously fast in a straight line here, but a bit of an ominous figure of Igor Ogorodnikov coming up through Eau Rouge and over the hill at Radion, then over the crest and onto the Kemmel Straight here. And again, you get the feeling that you want to play that ominous shark themed film music just now, because Igor wants to take that position and he is not going to settle until he does it. So we've got 3 out of many battles going on right now. We've got Robbie Stapleford and Arthur Kammerer for P2 and P3, Eamon Murphy away to fight Lars Kisser for P4 and P5, and then Yuri Petrochenko and Igor Ogorodnikov for P9 and P10.
Very much so, and that's also not a car that I would want in the filling my rear view mirror, or the driver of that car. You know, seeing the big Bentley bear down on you, it's quite scary to see how some of the broadcast cameras really show it off. How small the McLaren is versus the mighty brute of the Bentley. It's a massive car, and even when I saw one in the real world before they stopped racing. It makes the McLarens and the Lamborghinis and such look like a go-kart to this massive car. I mean, you would never have thought in a million years that, you know, let's take a massive, heavy, designed for luxury GT car, GT cruiser, and go racing with it.
Are you body shaming the Bentley? It is beautiful the way that it is.
It's beautiful, but he is a chunky monkey, as they would say. I would say I still think the M. Well, in fact, no, tell a lie. I was going to say the M6 wins, but here's a random fact for you. Did you know that the M4 is actually longer than the M6? Only by a tiny bit, but it is longer.
Listen, big boys, it's the M8 GTE every day of the week. That is the original one.
That's the original large GT car.
Actually dying here of laughter in the virtual commentary box. Right, we need to calm things down because I'm getting giddy and overly excited, and there's still 3 3/4 hours to go. I need to pace myself, otherwise I'm going to need to lie down in a dark room, and I fear that is exactly what's going to have to come on anyway, because Robbie Stapleford still trying to hold on to that fight there ahead of Arthur Camera in the BS Plus competition. Robbie Stapleford doing a grand job, although it feels like, if I'm honest here, Ryan, Robbie Stapleford has driven like 18 hours of this 24-hour race.
Very much so. And for about 16.5 of those hours has been spent fighting some form on some member of the BS competition car, backwards and forwards, whether it being behind them, whether it being in front of them. You know, it's just, they've not relented this entire time. By now as well, you would at least say that Robbie Stapleford will be well versed in all of the BS competition's drivers and who he needs to necessarily defend from, you know, hard, or can just not look in the mirror and continue driving, because he's raced against almost everyone from that team.
Oh, YouTube chat is just keeping me thoroughly entertained. This is one of the great things. Obviously, doing real life motorsport commentary and doing esports commentary as well, it's just completely different, because you don't get chat keeping you company in the esports, in the real life motorsport events as well. And I've got to say, I absolutely adore you guys. You guys are just the best out there. But it's when they come out with all the internet slang as well, and it keeps me so amused. But I hope we're doing the same thing in return as well. I hope we are keeping you guys amused and entertained, and I was going to say educated there, but that's probably not one of the adjectives that I think has ever been used to describe one of my commentating stints here. However, if you do want education, that is going to come up in about 35 minutes time, when we have some proper commentators back on with you, well, at least back on with you, Ryan, because I'll be making way for a bit of an hour's break and then coming back for the final couple of laps. Right, let's get back to what's going on though, because Stapleford, right, we've seen this battle, it's 3/10 of a second. Camera looks fairly comfortable. I don't think he's going to be making a move here. However, we need to turn our attention to Eamon Murphy in that 66 in P4, because that gap to Lars Kisser now, 1 second. Kisser is absolutely hustling that Mercedes, and we know that the Mercs are devastatingly fast right now here, so that is going to be a fight for position very shortly. And again, we're going to be looking into pit stops in about half an hour's time here, and I believe, touch wood, given the chaos that we had in the rain here, I'm delighted to see we're getting a bit of dry running at this track here at Spa.
Yeah, they might have finally been able to put down enough rubber to actually see the pace of some of the cars, which is why I think that number 4 HRT, Mercedes team AMG Esports car has come back alive, because it really didn't appear to be happy in the wet, and it didn't really appear to be happy even after the track had dried. You know, just in that time where you don't have any rubber, you don't have any help to get you around. Now that the track has improved, the HRT team is really flying along, and look at in front as well, Robbie Stapleford having to come this way, that way, and I think that's the Legion of Racers 889, I believe it is, as now where Arthur Camera has to navigate them. That might put just a little bit more of a gap between them. You can see the lights ablaze as Arthur Camera flashes the Triple A out of the way, and it's going to be up the inside into La Source. But we briefly as well, look, we had 3 BMWs on screen. It's briefly, it's going well. There's just the 127 of Wackos missing from this picture.
Yeah, but thankfully I think their desync issue has sorted themselves, because if you remember when we caught up with Wacko's Flip Table Racing earlier on this morning, the desync issue, which to explain for those who are new to ACC, is an issue between the broadcast PC and or the race server and the actual gaming the competitor's PC, where the damage appears visually on the car. For us as Louis Moreno, that is definitely a car that has a lot of damage, and ow, that is, what do you say to that? That is a hefty hit that car has taken on the front there. And what worries me is that was directly after it was overtaken by the BS Plus competition car, the BMW that was just in front of it. That has been a hard hit, and I get the feeling that's going to be a very high speed off the top of Radion.
So the Legion of Racers Mercedes having to once again lit another car that's limping back to pits. It is quite slow, and look at the understeer that it's facing. It's sort of, I think, with how that damage has come about, I think they went nose first into the wall, because normally you have to hit at an angle to damage the steering, like what we saw what happened to Veloce GT. You know, they had the wheel at 90 degrees to keep the car in a straight line. When we had the onboard there, Moreno still managed to keep the car in a straight line, but obviously the front end's completely destroyed. It must have happened coming over the top Eau Rouge Radion, and another lap where it bites them.
Hang on, I've never noticed that with the damage model before on that Mercedes. If you looked at the front end of it closely, you could see that it was so damaged that the star on the front of the car was actually moved upwards, and you can see the plastic where it's supposed to be, but yet the silver has actually moved up, so there's almost 2 stars on the front of the car. I've never noticed that before. That was absolutely absurd, but some heavy damage for that Mercedes here. So again, the BMW is well out of range here. Is he just going to clip the curb at the top here and try and push a little bit too far? Yeah, sort of tries to hold it, and well, and grand scheme of things, that's a little bit scary. As did that car actually get hit there? Oh no, wait, that's not all of the damage, is it? Yeah, it is. So that was, I mean, we've seen worse, haven't we?
We've seen worse. That will have been an absolutely terrifying moment for the Mobileye blue BMW that came screaming through, obviously having an out-of-control Mercedes, and then very nearly were the Renwell and 71 Ferrari. They nearly got taken out in that as well. It was a few inches here or there, but this track as well, that kind of shows what can happen at the such dangerous parts of the track. Eau Rouge Radion, not only is it a issue for cars if you get it wrong, that we've seen countless times this race, it's completely blind, and you have to be committed once you go in. You can very easily find yourself coming over the crest and finding an out of control car, a lot like here is the onboard from the Renwell car. There's the Mercedes. There was a gap, but you had to believe that it was still going to be there when you got there.
Change of underwear, please. That is a horrendous sight coming over the top of that hill there, but that car will get its way back into pit lane and get its way back out there as well. Lars Kisser then right on to the back of our 4th place car of Eamon Murphy. Meanwhile, Tinko van der Velde here in P12 is having to fight off Andrea McClare just behind him there in that BMW. That is one of the BMWs down there in silver class. That's the number 33. So that is the sorry, not the FFS Racing. That's the West Competition Racing, excuse me, that is just behind it just now. So brutal battle for P12, but also not too far away from that is going to be Sven Hetic as well. He's a little bit further up. He's already coming along the Kemmel Straight, so he'll be wanting to get away from this just now, but the 33 thinks about it. It's not quite there, but now essentially what looks like it's going to be a three-car battle very, very shortly, as Tinko van der Velde is pretty much already going through towards Blanchimont right now.
Yeah, very much so, and I believe that in front as well is that's the Wacos Flip Table Racing BMW. You can kind of tell by the livery, so I think that car will be one to go a lap down versus Tinko van der Velde. So it's not a car for this battle, but as you says, the 33 very much in this battle. And there you go, pulls over to the side, lets the Williams Esports Chill Blast car through, and flicking back up to the front of the grid, Lars Kisser has made the move on Eamon Murphy in that 66. The HRT Mercedes powering past the McLaren in a straight line.
Yeah, I think the McLaren just letting that move happen there purely because it doesn't need to fight. Thinks about the championship, it's fine where it is as long as it's ahead of P6 and P7. They've done everything that they need to do right now, because Arthur Kammerer gets even less points in that third position with 3.5 hours left to go. And to be honest with you, looks like Robbie Stapleforth is starting to get the run of that car as well now. In P2, that gap, remember, was very, very close to 0.3 of a second, now up to nearly a second, as we are just about 15 to 20 minutes away from our next bout of pit stops here at the 24 Hours of Spa. And again, I think the key thing is here that we didn't really take into account now is that number one BS Plus competition car is on exactly the same strategy as that 66 McLaren Veloce GT.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to make things, a little bit more interesting come the end of the race anyway. And I don't think we're really going to see that until maybe, the 1 hour mark left to go. A lot of people kind of holding their strategies up their sleeve at the minute. Whatever they've got left in the tank, I think they're hiding from a lot of the teams, because now that the weather, touch wood once again, at least right now, it isn't going to immediately rain and is kind of stabilized for the moment. You kind of go back to what would be a normal race.
I'm just watching the pace of Eamon Murphy there, and this is interesting. That last lap there, granted that he lost a bit of time as that number 4 Mercedes of Lars Kisser got past him there, but that was a 2:20.6. And both the McLarens actually doing that last time round. Jaroslav Honzig and Eamon Murphy, 2:20. And I'm wondering if the pace is starting to fall away from that McLaren as we go into the tail end of this stint here. The issue with that is the fact that he's got to watch for Dominic Blyer, who is about, 25 seconds, I believe that is. No, 15 seconds behind that car there. And then further down, 40 seconds is Jaroslav Honzig. So at the moment, the cars that he is at risk for would put him in a very, very dangerous position, because if that BS Plus competition can get back into P2 here, Ryan, it opens up a whole world of complex possibilities here.
Very much so, and it's definitely a position that I don't envy being a Veloce GT at the minute with their strategists, because like you said, there's now 1,000,001 possibilities that that they can end up in if. And as you says earlier, I think that's why right now, anyway, the smart thing has been to let the Mercedes go. They know that they don't need to fight them, and they know that they just need to keep this pace up. Maybe it is a bit of a McLaren trait. A lot of times, coming to the end of the stint, we used to theorize, what were the cars doing, but you could never tell, because for most of the stints that I've been in, the end of the stint has been when the rain comes and everybody's pace obviously falls off. Everyone dives down to the pits, tries to get to the wets. We haven't had a long, clear section of dry running, and that's kind of now what a lot of teams are finding out, is who's got the longer, the longer enduring car. Well, for the McLarens, for both Eamon Murphy and Jaroslav Honzik, it might be that that they are they're falling off, and that is really not going to help things.
Yeah, it's really not. But again, it's how many times have we spoken about this, that it's just so unpredictable. And Eamon Murphy get a 15-second time penalty. That throws a massive spanner into the works. What is going on right now? That's going to be, I would imagine, for some sort of collision. So let's have a look here. Incident involving car 66, that's Eamon Murphy, and car 93 on lap 461. That is I'm presuming that is a 10-second time penalty then going to be to car 66 for failing to hold the brakes, and saying a stop-go for car 93 for causing a collision. Well, I'm a little bit confused by that one. We'll clarify with our race control team exactly what has happened there. But my goodness me, Ryan, 15 seconds coming into the next bits of pit stops. That puts them down to P6.
And the championship is slowly, it's getting a looser and looser grip on it right now, because, as he says, that will put, in the next pit stops, that will put the number 10 ahead.
Just hearing that as well, that obviously it's going to put them into 6th position, but they're not going to obviously swap places, but P6 will be potentially where it's going to fall into issue. The issue that I've got with that on that one, Ryan, is the fact that that still puts them within problematic issues with that position that they're in. Because yes, they would still be ahead in the championship, but you're just leaving way too much too close to possibility. The number one needs to get into second, and even it would still win by just 1 point. But again, it's just leaving that a little bit way too close to call on that one.
It's going to be one of those where the 66, they've still got it, as you mentioned, but there's close for comfort, then there is way too close for comfort, and there is 1 point too close for comfort. It's going to be, once again, it's going to be an uphill struggle now for Veloci. They now need to do absolutely everything right. I mentioned earlier that they had a bit of wiggle room, and then that was kind of taken away with that accident, and now the wiggle room has been completely and utterly taken away. They now need to run the next 3 hours and 29 minutes absolutely perfectly, and if they do that, if everything goes Veloci's way and they don't get involved in anything else, the weather holds out, and they stay where they are after these penalties and this battle that we're currently watching, they will still win by 1 point. But you add all those together, and in a race at Spa where the race has already been quite crazy, it's definitely going to be a nail-biting 3 hours.
Yeah, and this is the issue for me, is the fact that if for whatever reason that one gets back up into second place, yes, that as it stands, that they're still going to win the championship, but I mean, that's still 3 hours you've got left to go, and you cannot then afford to lose any positions whatsoever. And we saw immediately how quickly that race can go, absolutely tail happy very, very quickly. The next car we've then got to worry about is Parker, James Parker, down in P8 as well. So it's still far, far too close for me to even consider thinking about the championship now for at least another 2.5 hours here, and certainly not before I'm going to be back onto the microphone here. But Ryan, I mean, in the course of the time that we've been together here on commentary, I cannot get over just how much turbulence, I think is the best word to use, that we've seen in this race.
Oh yeah, it's not settled down at all. Whether it be the two BMWs battling, we've had calamity, we've had a heavy rain shower come through, we've had calamities in the rain, we had calamities just coming out of the rain from people being caught out, and then there was people who had their own crash, even in the dry. And now championship contenders are having issues, and it just throws everything up into the mix. The only constant that we've had so far throughout the entire time that I've been on is that this team with Michael Tausch and the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love have still been putting in, you know, some amazing pace in that car. That has been basically the only constant throughout this stint. Everything else has just been up, down, left and right, and potentially upside down.
I'm sure there's another song in there somewhere, but look, they've just been dominant. They've just had everything that they needed to do today. They've made it look so easy as well, and it's really not been for the Unicorns of Love. They've not had much to deal with in terms of drama or chaos in front of them. They've just kept it cool, steady, and fairly organised as well. So, you know, massive shout out to that team there of Tobias Grunwald, Michael Tauscher, Dennis Schoeninger, who I believe we've yet to see. Actually, I don't think we've seen Dennis Schoeninger behind the wheel just yet. But Tobias Pfeffer we definitely have. And that brings actually another question up here, Ryan. With 3 hours to go in 25 minutes here, we're going to be doing pit stops in about 10 minutes time or so, but that's not going to be enough to do, you know, 3 hours left of racing, given that it's a 65-minute maximum stint timer. So we're going to have to try and whittle that down to, I would imagine, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Are we then going to see one driver take that 3 hour 15 slot for the remainder of the race?
It's going to be a difficult one to call for some teams when we've seen that same driver in, you know, multiple times. It's another thing with endurance racing is you've got to juggle your driver time, and not only the stint time, but how much each driver can drive. You know, the 3 driver teams will have more driver time between them, but for the 4 and the 5 teams, they're kind of they're a bit limited. They might have to change drivers. What I'm wondering as well is how many people are going to try and, you know, go the absolute maximum and whittle the time remaining down so much that they can just do a quick put fuel in the car and continue on, make it so that, you know, it will be a long stint on the tyres but a doable stint, because going down the Spa pit lane and stopping, you know, versus just almost a drive through, it could net you that one position that you're trying to gain when everyone is still so close.
I'm trying to get my head around this, Ryan. Now, either the McLaren is trying to fuel save, or it's just ridiculously slow compared to the other cars around it. But that McLaren Veloci GT car has consistently done 220 lap times, and the car behind it has done 218s consistently. Dominic Blyer in that Bentley. That gap is coming down by 1.2 seconds every single lap. It's now under 10 seconds to Dominic Blyer. I get the feeling that this is a little bit too close for comfort, as we see Michael Tauscher putting another lap down. That's the 164 of Luke Addison that goes another lap down there. But yeah, the pace from the McLarens, and the thing is Jaroslav Honzig as well is on a kind of similar pace here. I'm trying to figure out, you know, why the pace is that at that level, you know, so consistently, because there's no other traffic around Eamon Murphy right now. Is he just taking it easy, do you think?
It's a difficult one to call. Had that been the only McLaren with the pace issue, I would have said that maybe there was some residual damage, you know, from how hard that hit was onto them and the HBD, you know, the HBD Honda. But with the other McLaren also showing similar signs of pace dropping off, I'm wondering if it's either just a trait of the McLaren, or both of those teams had to set up the car to be more wet bias, you know, lean it more towards the wet, because the car was just too dangerous if you went out in the wet on a dry setup, and maybe that's what's hurting them now that we've got enough of a dry running. But that being said, though, the best lap for that car was a 2:17, so the car can do it. It's just something has gone on with the 66, and they, as he says, they're dropping pace quite rapidly.
Yeah, they certainly are then, as we've got 25 minutes left to go in the hour. I'll be handing the reins over to Lewis McGlade, who'll be joining us for the final 3 hours, and Ryan, you'll be on for your final hour of the race here. But just thinking back to what we've seen so far in this 24-hour race. It really has had it all for us. It's had drama, intrigue, it's had changeable weather conditions, it's had drivers managing to make mistakes, it's had drivers managing to make mistakes and affect other cars as well. The title championship that we thought was going to be kind of done and dusted, both championships I think are still way too close to call, given that one mistake, one error with the cars that are in the leads of the championships could be enough to turn it all around.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, like what we saw, we had that whole, you know, head-scratching moments of people who were pitting early. What is the one going to do? What has the 110 done now that it's started to rain? What is anyone doing in this field? Because at the minute, nobody, not even us, knows what's going on. And we've kind of come out the other end of it. Everyone's shaking themselves up, definitely. But it's still amazing that can happen. Such different strategies, such different ways, you know, they parted ways and did their complete different strategies, and they're still that close on the track. And like you said, mentioned with the, you know, both championships in contention, well, the 110 is only, I think it's 20 odd seconds behind FFS Racing with James Parker. There you go, actually, as they've crossed the timing beam now. 31.8 is what the gap is. It might seem like a long time, but look how much time, you know, Veloce GT have lost in just that one incident. If that happens to FFS, the silver class is very close.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, 8 points I think between the silver class right now, and that is 2 positions, so that could literally turn on its head just by sort of P1 and P3. So say the 23 were to drop down to where Sven Hettich is in that 77 Prime Esport into third place there, that would be 8 points of a difference, but then it would be joint on points, and then it would be a case of who's had the better performance through the season, i.e. who's had the most wins. So for any championship to come down to that, I mean, that is absolutely brutal. But nonetheless, 500 laps have been chalked up here at Spa-Francorchamps for the season finale here. And what a season finale we have had here so far at the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. It's David Christie and Ryan Mawson here with you for another little bit before I step away and bring Lewis McGlade to bring some sort of sense back to this commentary box, because I think, Ryan, we're getting a little bit giddy with the amount of time that we've been on the commentary here. But listen, we've been spoiled for all the action here, and a huge thank you to all of you out there on YouTube watching all of this action as Mishy Tauscher, Michael Tauscher into pit lane for Unicorns of Love. And yet again, this has been almost a massive class from the Unicorns of Love in the Mercedes AMG. Now, I'm looking to the sky. I can't see anything happening here, but again, I'm very curious to what these drivers are going to be doing for this pit stop here, Ryan.
Yeah, very much so. Also, Jaroslav Honzikin in the 149. That's your Yas Heat yellow car. Also, Hugo Calot bringing the 144. That is the full motorsport race esports team down the pit lane. So these are the people who have kind of blinked first and have decided to lock it in their strategy. It'll be interesting to see if McLaren Veloce GT come in on this lap, or if they're going to try and extend it. I would imagine that they would have to extend it to try and make up some of the time that they've lost with that big accident. If you've gone back down pit lane and you're having to fix the car for 2+ minutes, you may as well fill it back up again. So we'll see what happens when they come to the line, and actually a lot of cars in now, as well as Robbie Stapleford.
Well, that is exactly the case here, and just working out what is going to happen here. Eamon Murphy stays out, then Stapleford into the pits, Lars Kisser into the pits. You've got James Parker from the lead of silver into the pits as well, and it actually gets to the point where it's almost easier to say who isn't into pit lane just now. But again, it's keeping an eye on the pace, and Eamon Murphy again getting caught hand over fist. That is still 220s. I have no doubt that Murphy is driving to a set delta. He is driving to a set time of 2 minutes 20. That's what he is doing for whatever reason. We'll find out that very shortly. But Dominic Blyer still firing in these 2:18.7s right now and catching up with Eamon Murphy hand over fist. That gap now 6.5 seconds, but pit stops might really sort of cut that little charge down very short indeed. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what on earth is going to go, if we're going to have driver changes during the pit stops. Jäger on the club jumping up into P8 there, of course. All this will change about quite dramatically because of the pit stops and the drivers that have still to come in just now. But again, no update on the weather here, so you've only got to presume here that it's going to stay dry.
You would hope so, especially for a lot of the teams. You know, the early pitters who are coming in now. You've just got to hope that the weather will be kind and hold out to them. Obviously, the teams will have the half an hour window into the future with the weather, as it were, and you've got to kind of make that decision, because obviously that is not a full stint. But if you're looking at the sky and you're looking at what the patterns have been in the past, you might have to think, right, well, we need to go for this strategy, because there is no other option really. So it's going to be interesting to see. If anything, Veloce kind of have the nicer part of that, because they had that damage and have had to fuel up, more and continue going, as we see Eamon Murphy still, pounding around in the McLaren. They will get a tiny bit more notice about the weather before they pit, which might play into them if the Arden Forest decides that once again we're going to have a bit of a yo-yo.
Here's an interesting little fact for you, Ryan. Let's imagine that the rain does stay away and it doesn't actually fall again for the remainder of the race and it stays dry, right? And we get another lap out of this. Eamon Murphy is going to be one of those cars that hasn't pitted, like Dennis Schoeninger, Arthur Kammerer and Isaac Price. That means that he could potentially do 3 more pit stops to the end. All of the other drivers cannot do the rest of this race on 3 pit stops, because remember, the maximum driver stint time is 65 minutes. So as far as I make it out, all of the drivers that are yet to pit after that 3:15 mark, they could technically do it with 1 driver and 3 pit stops. In fact, they could do, with 1 driver and, am I right in saying 3 pit stops, 2 pits? 3 pit stops going through. So that all could work out.
It could work out, and I'm wondering if maybe that's why the Eamon Murphy is kind of driving to that set delta. Maybe it is a bit of save the tires, save some fuel, go as long as we physically can, and do this now, to right to the end 2, 3, 4 times. Because even though we're losing time in the delta, if you've got someone who has got a much bigger brain than me and has worked out that during the strategy and the mathematics of it, it might still be better. It seems backwards in a race. You'd think you always want to go as fast as possible, but it might just work out for McLaren Veloce GT.
2 pit stops, I have to clarify. Just literally, as soon as I said that, I started doing the maths in my head. 2 pit stops is what I should have said there, because of course the next pit stop, if they come in this lap, the next pit stop would be on 2 hours and 10 minutes, and then the final pit stop would be 1 hour and 5 minutes. So Dominic Blyer into the pit. So Dominic blinks first, Arthur Kammerer blinks first. So that could be huge for the race lead as well, but also crucially with Eamon Murphy as well. I imagine he's going to be into the pits. But here is Yuri Petrochenko up on the inside. Is he going to make a move on that 4th place car? No, he's not. Is it going to be into the pits then for Murphy? Yes, it is. So does Yuri Petrochenko right now as well. Remember, they're going to have that 15-second pit stop, 15-second stop-go penalty added on to their pit stop as well. And again, it's just I've been on very, very long. Of course, it's not a stop-go penalty. It's just 15 seconds added on to their pit stop time. That is what I was trying to say, and that's finally what I've been able to get across there. Right. Wow, what a race we've had so far, Ryan. I mean, look, again, you're going to be on your own with Lewis McGlade for the next hour here. What do you think you're going to see out of that hour then?
I would have, had this been any more normal race, I probably could have given you at least a vague idea, but you just do not know with this race. This 24 hours of Spa Esports by SRO has just been so up and down all over the place. The only thing that I'm fairly certain we're still going to have is the battling BMWs, because these two cannot seem to, G2 can't ditch BS competition, and BS competition can't really get around G2. That's about all that I know is current at the minute. The silver class battle is still, fairly on edge. It's not a million miles away between those guys for FFS. They've got to keep their eyes on the prize. And speaking of FFS, here is the Remwell Esports car actually chasing down the 23 FFS racing car. So it's definitely an interesting race. I have no idea what's going to go to the end, but I will find out as soon as the checkered flag waves.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as much as we want that to be a get out of jail free card, I think that is literally what we are going to see transpire here. What I think is very likely is Dominic Blyer is likely to get the jump on Eamon Murphy coming out of pit lane, certainly down to 5th place, and that is going to be Dominic Blyer just coming through Eau Rouge and Radion just now, and that McLaren is still in pit lane as we speak, but then it's going to be Yuri Petrochenko that is a further lap down there. So let's see how this all unfolds, because that McLaren's still in pit lane. It just comes out just now. So what we need to do is figure out where on earth that car has come down. I believe that is going to put Eamon Murphy down into to P6 just now. So George Boothby getting out into the car then, 10 seconds behind Dominic Blyer. And as I said, this leaves a little bit things close for comfort for George Boothby behind the wheel of that car there. Grantas Caracas, this is huge for the championship. That is the first of the 3 silver class cars out of contention now. That's a stop-go 30 for Grantas Caracas in the Race Anywhere Sport Green machine there. In the 67, it's Fabian Piffet it's just changed over to now, and that is going to be a pit stop, speeding in the pit lane, stop go 30, goodbye any outside chance of taking that silver class championship. Gutting to see, and again you've got to feel like, Ryan, that is one of those mistakes that could have so easily been avoided.
So it can easily be avoided, but also when you've been running around, for over 20 hours, a lot of the teams are tired, the drivers are tired, and it just all you need to do is the slightest bit too fast into pit lane, and you will get that SG30. So as he says, that's one down for FFS Racing, that they don't need to worry about any for that car for the championship, but they still have to keep their eyes forward, because there is quite an angry pack of McLarens and BMWs behind them that would very like to take that winning position away from them in the Silver Champ.
Wouldn't they just, my goodness me. Right, that is going to be definitely one to keep our eye on that. But with the time rapidly approaching the top of the in-game hour, I guess it's time to bring in our good buddy Lewis McGlade into the commentary box for a little bit of a welcome, because he's going to be on till the end of the session as well. So he's going to be on for the remaining 3 hours. He'll be on for the next hour with yourself, Ryan. And I am very, very curious to see what he has made of this his previous hour, if he actually saw any of it, because I know he was away getting some food as well. So, Lewis, if you're there, buddy, what on earth did you make of that last hour?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Of course, Eamon Murphy with a very costly mistake, but they kind of just need to keep morale high in the camp, however that is, whether it's just support from each other or whatever, and eyes focused on the next 3 hours, because the job's not done, and I think they've had a big wake-up call that it can slip through your fingers very, very quickly. I think that's the big talking point. And I was away for a little while. I left and it was dry. I came back and it was dry, and I just assumed it was dry. And nope, there was a rain shower in there somewhere. Classic Spa.
Yeah, very, very heavy rain shower, and that is exactly what caught out Eamon Murphy. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was his very first lap behind the wheel of the car came out of the pit lane, hooked it into that puddle on the right hand side, unstabilised the car, and it went straight into the wall. As we see as well, the 67 Race Anywhere Sim Sport machine, Fabien Pefet, they get a stop go 30. That takes them out of any mathematical possibility of getting that silver championship as well. And as we stand in, it's still going to be the 66 McLaren Veloce GT car that is in the lead of the championship as the points stand just now, and the 23 of Jan Willem van Ommen in the lead of that championship as well. For the silver class, they've done a fantastic job, have the FFS Racing silver team. But I'm going to hand things over to Lewis McGlade. He's going to be here with us for the remainder of the race. And Ryan, I'm going to let you enjoy your final hour with us. So take it away, guys.
Yeah, indeed. Well, see you, David. He'll be back for the final couple of hours. We get to enjoy the final. Well, yeah, the start of the final three, the final part of this race, the final part of this championship. Let's not beat around the bush there. It's been an incredible run, but both championships still hanging in the balance. Silver's a bit more sorted. And I would say in the pro category, there are certain things that mean it should still go to the 66, but both have had their fair share of drama in the last final half of this race. I don't think we're done with that word. I don't think we're done with drama yet.
No, definitely not. Every single time we think we're done with drama, or we think the track's drying up, everything will be okay, and we're going to go back to a normal racing. Something happens, or strategies are going around. We've theorized about people who's going to come down pits. Is it going to be now that it will help Veloce for having to do that early pit stop? Because they can now run to the end. It's all still so much in the air that, as I said earlier, and as David kind of mentioned, it's a bit of a get out of jail free card. You don't know until the checkered flag, and that's kind of the truth of this race. We really don't know what is going to happen until that checkered flag waves. Yeah, and with it being 3 hours and 6 minutes left to go, anyone who's watched any form of endurance racing, be it in sim or real, knows that, like I say, even drama can happen in the final minute or so. I mean, that's happened around here in the real world not too long ago. It's a circuit which can deliver those last minute bits of heartbreak. Battles that are still close on circuit, or still fairly close. Like you were pointing out earlier, the 62 and the 1 aren't a million miles away. They're kind of still fairly close. There's 2.5 seconds between them at the moment. But Isaac Price just ahead of Niels Nyox. Nyox, though, importantly, closing in. And I'm pretty sure over the entire 21 hours that we've had this race, I genuinely feel that those two have not been separated by any more than 10 seconds outside of the pit window sequence, which is just utterly ridiculous. It never feels like it. It always feels like BS competition. Even no matter where they end up, they will always claw all the way back up, and then we just end up with a monumental race. All stint. It just ends up where there's one little mistake, and even when BS competition get ahead, you think, oh, that's that done. Then BS competition will definitely be up the road. It's not. G2 can hang with them very, very easily, so neither of them can ditch one another. They've got very similar pace, but the way they get that pace is very, very different.
To give you the pace update, by the way, on George Boothby, of course, is the important one to discuss. Boothby at the moment setting 2:19.8. Now, this could still be a bit of traffic. It could still be the damage, whether they've repaired it or not on the previous stop. I believe they potentially have not. Now, when it comes to the points, again, it's 34 points through a victory. The important ones that we need to speak of, though, because obviously at this point, realistically, the 14 is in position to take that victory. Obviously 3 hours left to go. I'm not trying to jinx or anything, so knock on wood and all that. 29 points per second. That's what the number one can get in this race right now. That's the realistic position which they're after, which would be 29 points for that spot, which means for them to win the championship, they're 15 points behind our championship leaders in, of course, the McLaren Veloce car. Now, the gap that would make that points difference come true would be 7th. Now, of course, George Boothby is presently running in 6th. Stutsenko is closing in, but that Yas Heat car is run by what team? Veloce. So would they really allow the Yas Heat car to battle with the Veloce, or would they just say, look, the championship's bigger, even if that gap does come down, Boothby can hang on. The next two cars behind that, Willem van Oomen and Rotters, even if they were able to catch up, if they were to get through, it doesn't matter because they're in the silver category, not the pro category. So it doesn't matter to Boothby's, or rather the McLaren Veloce GT's championship. So from that point of view, this is why I'm saying that still the 66 is in a really, really good spot, thankfully, because the next car behind them is essentially their sister teammate.
Yeah, for that point, while everything was kind of settling out, we didn't know who was necessarily going to be behind them. But yeah, as you mentioned, a very good team, but it's going to be a bit of a minefield, when they're going to have to go over and tell the Yas Heat team to just cool the jets off a little bit.
To be fair, the first ever championship I ever won in sim racing, it was at the final round was at Bathurst. And I remember trying to navigate some lap traffic. I was under pressure for second spot, and I was trying to navigate some lap traffic, and I completely minced it and went straight into a barrier, classic Bathurst. And I was so lucky that the car behind was my teammate, because if it wasn't, and they would just to get off, they would have passed me pretty easily, and then that was it. That would have been the championship in the bin. But it was because my teammate was behind and was willing to sacrifice a better result to kind of hold people back and then allow me to finish that spot. Kind of a similar spot that Boothby will be in. It will rather, again, the McLaren Veloce, I don't know if Boothby's going to do the end of the race, might be a return for James Baldwin for that final stint. It's going to be a very tense 3 hours for them, though. I'm going to take a wild assumption they've not had that damage repaired. Although, to be fair, pace was all right on that lap. It was an 18.4, so they might not even need team orders to come into it. Like, so there is 38 seconds between the two of them, so they might not even need that to be even remotely on the cards. But it is also kind of nice to have that safety blanket to not need to take the risk, and just be able to be like, right, let's just bring it to the checker flag and we'll go from there.
Yeah, very much so. And then as well, they've got definitely enough of a buffer between even Statsenko and the two silver champ cars that it doesn't really matter even if they slow down a little bit, because they're too far behind that even with the two silver cars going at full race pace, it would be a long old time before they catch up to them. And speaking of being able to catch up to anybody, this team, the Mercedes AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love, still putting in and showing exactly what they can do with an AMG. It's just been incredible. All the drama has happened around them. Their fellow AMGs have had issues. The 88 disconnected and subsequently had those drop off. But the number 4, that Mercedes, has been strong this entire time.
Well, I've got to say with him, with obviously Dennis Schillinger at the moment, who's leading the race, he's not only leading the race by a lap, which is pretty impressive. He's come up towards Blanchimont now. Second place, Isaac Price, a lap down, plus an extra 50 seconds, basically, because whilst Dennis Schillinger comes up to the final corner, Isaac Price is just navigating Pouhon, plus a lap. That is how far ahead that Unicorns of Love is right now. They are absolutely on fire. And to be fair, the lap times aren't that much faster, kind of lapping around 2-3 tenths faster maybe, but it's not that where they've gained the big time. It's through very good strategy calls, it's through minimizing risk, it's through going longer, it's through basically taking things to their own hand. The only issue I think that they will have is they will probably have to pit once more than not everyone else, but than quite a few of them, because they, from my numbers, they pitted with 3 hours and 18 minutes left to go, meaning they will most likely have to do a splash and dash. There is possibility that they might be able to stretch to the right point, because essentially the way it works is it's pit entry to pit exit, or pit exit rather to pit entry, is when the 65-minute driver stint limit is in effect. And obviously you're in the pit lane for 2 minutes. So you can kind of see where I'm going, is that 3 hours and 18, if you account for 2 pit stops, 2 minutes in the pit lane each time, 2 and a bit minutes in the pit lane each time, theoretically they might just be able to do it, but I probably would say they'll probably take a splash, or at least to drive through the pit lane to reset that timer, because realistically it still won't stop them from winning the race, that one extra trip down pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. And stretching fuel in an AMG is quite difficult, considering how big and thirsty that V8 really is. You know, around Spa, when you've got your foot welded to the floor for a lot of the lap, you know, you can really start to drink some fuel. And the other thing as well that has gifted them, well, not gifted them, but has given them this incredible lead as well, is how much faster the 14 has been down pit lane versus anybody else. And it's quite scary to think, you know, when you're looking at the stats throughout, from the start of the race, from the green flag right to now, a lot of the teams have spent almost 3/4 of an hour in the pit lane. That is just how long it is. But the 14 has been 48 seconds faster than the next fastest car, which is the 23 AMR of FFS Racing.
Yeah, which is again impressive to shrink the car timing. Again, how you win endurance races isn't necessarily by being the absolute fastest on track, because again, the Unicorns Love car really kind of isn't the fastest car on circuit on a fair few laps, but it's through minimising time in pit lane. That's one big way to move yourself into a good position in the race, is just minimising the amount of time you have to come to the pit lane and your total time on it. If you can if you could minimise those things, maximise your time out on the racetrack, maximise your time setting lap times, then that's where you get the good results. What we're looking at here, by the way, is a battle for 14th overall, but it is a battle for 5th in class. One Renwelton car against the other, of course, Ferrari versus Aston Martin. I have always said with the Renwelton squad, the idea of running two different cars, is that not like a bit tricky inside the camp? Because as I've said time and time again, when it comes to this kind of stuff, when you're running different cars, you can't help each other, because as I said before when commentating around here, is that if you're in the Ferrari right now and then you go the rear wing, if I lowered it by 2 clicks and it made it brilliant, balance was absolutely spot on, you're in the Aston Martin thinking that is completely useless to me, because I can't, like, if I lower my wing by 2 clicks and it completely changes the balance in a totally different way than on your car. So as a team, you have to treat it as two completely separate entities.
It's definitely an interesting one, but it's not. They're not the only team that do that as well. I think Race Anywhere Simsport, their pro car was a Honda, and their silver car was a Ferrari. As the Renwelton Esports red car has a bit of a slide through there, catches it. But they're both mid-engined, yes, but the Honda and the Ferrari are still chalk and cheese cars.
Yeah, I guess that's also the other thing, because if you're going to pick two cars, potentially go for two cars that might be a little bit more similar. These aren't similar in a sense, but follow my logic. An Aston Martin with a Bentley or a BMW M4, basically a front-engine car, right? Rather than picking one that's a front-engine, one that's a mid-engine. Although, to be fair, maybe it gives you a full spectrum, and that's what they're going for, is so that normally on one round, at least one of them should be going pretty well. By the way, the gap between these two slightly gone up over the last couple of laps. Isaac Price, second position at the moment, 3.3 seconds clear of BS competition. Last lap time came out by about 0.3 of a second. So G2 Esports starting to pull the gap out, but it's kind of one of those ones. It's as if it's on an elastic band. It's going out, it's coming back in, it's going out, it's coming back in, it's going out. Eventually, you're kind of expecting it to get close enough where they will just go back to fighting again.
Yeah, and you've still got a couple of pit stops left to go, really, and with the one having had that little bit of an off sequence as well, that'll sort of make things a little bit more interesting towards the end of the race. But it does appear that once Nils kind of gets into the flow of the BS competition car, that it does start to pull in. Whether it will be fast enough to catch by the end of this stint is still yet to be seen. But the G2 appears to have the speed on the straights, and BS have the speed in the corners.
And also BS, at least by my reckoning, again, not a strategist, they're in the better position strategically, which is the bit where it is slightly more of a concern to the likes of the 66 McLaren Veloce team battling them in the championship, because realistically G2, they pitted on the same lap that our race leaders in the Unicorns of Love pitted. So they're in that same kind of ballpark where it's kind of a little bit close, a little bit risky with them seeing the checkered flag on just 2 more stops, meeting the 65-minute stint limits. Meanwhile, this car went 2 laps longer, which obviously, with it being a 2-minute lap around here, meant they were pitting around 3 hours 14, 3 hours 13 left to go in the race, which obviously 65 minutes times by 3 is 3 hours and 15. So that's 3 full stints. Realistically, they're nicely in that window. If they do 65-minute stints to the end of the race, then they should be in a decent spot to kind of do that without taking any major risk in doing so. Although I will say the big determining factor in all of that is the wet weather, which we still don't know if we're going to get any before the end of the race.
And we don't know, and I'm sure a lot of the teams at the minute are sat looking at the skies almost expecting it, because it has been kind of like clockwork for a lot of the stints, you know, a wet stint, a dry stint, a wet stint, a dry stint. And now, because the weather hasn't done anything, I can imagine a lot of people just sat in the pit thinking, it hasn't rained, what do we do now? We don't know what to do now, because it hasn't done what it's done for the past, 20 hours.
You've got to kind of, like I say, just almost not worry about it, right? Which sounds almost impossible, but when you're a driver in the car and whatever, it is very important to kind of keep telling yourself, don't worry about it. There's nothing you can do about it now. You can't predict the future, and you've got to make the most of now on track. There's no point in trying to be like, but if it rains and if we go back and we hold it, and then if we go with 2, it's like pointless. There's no point in trying to run all that strategy stuff in your head. Just focus on track. The track is presently dry, right? Focus on that. You're kind of just on the edge of the window, but you might need to save a little bit of fuel. Focus on that. Don't try and focus on too much of the bigger picture right now. You've kind of that thing of like you've made your bed, now you're lying.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see how it all starts to play out, really, because it's now that we've got some dry running as well. As I was mentioning to David, you can kind of see the cars that are much happier in the dry running, or people who kind of splayed their setup way more towards the wet side, expecting it to continue to be quite moist, because there's a lot of cars that have really picked up the pace, and there's some are just holding station.
Well, obviously, wet setups, dry setups, cars that work better in the wet, cars that work better in the dry generally, as not as part of balance of performance, but just as part of how they tend to drive. Here's Leonard Tocchi at the moment, who is, I was going to say, a fair shot behind Niels Nyaks. Now it's absolutely the case, but is becoming a bit pressured on the rear by Dominic Bly's been just creeping his way up to the rear end of Leonard Tocchi. Dominic Bly at the moment, about 2-3 tenths a lap faster. Could be a bit of pressure on the shoulders of the Haupt Racing team come the end of the race from that big menacing Bentley behind, because I mean, if there is a team that knows how to wrestle the absolute most out of the Bentley, I think was it Racing Line Motorsport last year really did, and then Triton. Those two, similar to Probo Vides, but they also do fair enough. But in this scenario, they are absolute masters in that Bentley of getting the most out of it, and also coming good late in the race.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Triton Triton get better the longer the race goes on. Once everything's been settled and said and done, and that's definitely not someone that I would want on my relative or in the rearview mirror is Dominic Blyer in a Bentley at Spa. When you're already focused on enough, you've got your eyes ahead because you're not that far away from Niels Nyaks, and you might, if you don't keep an eye on that, find that you get to Niels Nyaks, but then there's a bright blue Bentley also right behind you.
Yeah, it's kind of like, keep your eyes ahead, and then wait, no, I've got to keep my eyes behind because we're in trouble. I mean, like I say, Dominic Bly is an incredible talent. For the Triton Racing team's an absolutely incredible team when it comes to their pace and consistency, and they are endurance racing experts. Whilst being fast is one thing, but having multiple drivers that are associated is why when obviously Florian Hasper from BS Competition, when they eyed up taking a couple of drivers from G2, talking about Niels Nyaks, who we're on board with right now, rather than just getting Niels Nyaks, the three, which is Niels Nyox, Gregor Schill and Arthur Camera, whatever speed you kind of think that they're at, I mean, the fact is that they are an incredibly strong team that are used to working with each other and understand how to get the most out of each other, and it's where that team dynamic comes into it, and it's why they are proper endurance experts, because they've got that vibe. You could take two of the best endurance drivers in sim racing and put them in the same team and they just don't click, because they don't know how to work with each other so well. But this team, this group, when you get that vibe, it's really important to kind of keep it together. It's why it was important for BS competition to have taken all three drivers and kept them in one group.
Yeah, very much so. It's just, like you said, you can't really break up certain teams. You can't imagine really, Nils without Arthur Camera, or the vice versa. That it's just works so well. It's the same way in part. I know that some of the McLaren Veloce GT team, for example, George Boothby often drives, with some other people. But that group between Veloce and Yas He, you can't really imagine those lot either driving, with someone else. It's just that group, but they do so well together, and they do so well in the McLaren, and that's kind of how I imagine. Even after that big setback that they had, you just have to turn around and say, yep, it happened. As he says, it will keep us chin up, and we've still got plenty of time. We've still got a good shot, and the only danger behind us is our own teammate.
Yeah, there is an onboard look with Isaac Price, triple screens. You can kind of just see there out of the corner shot there on the left, starting to feel the pressure. The onboards left and right. Left, of course, is on board with Isaac Price. Right is on board with Niels Nyox, where you can see Isaac Price on the last stint. By the way, we're being told in our ear, on the last stint, it was a silver car that was the fastest over the full stint. Now, they do have the fastest lap of the race in the form of the 110, but they are going very, very quickly, consistently, not just the random one-off lap here and there. They are looking super fast. Interesting to see the first time today that a McLaren has been fastest over stint in these kind of conditions, and it not being Yas Heat or the McLaren Veloce, and it being a car in the silver category, all things as well. So great effort from them at the moment.
Yeah, and the two Veloce cars, Yassi and the McLaren Veloce GT as well, running very similar times. And you kind of mentioned about if you have a team, you have two similar cars, you can share the setups and the sort of the information that you get from races. I'm wondering if that's why those two are very similar paced at the minute. It might just be that these cars are very similar setup, and that is what they're running to, and that's what they have worked out is the better strategy. Whereas the 110, obviously different team, they're on their own. They might have found the bit of the secret, but they haven't been quite there when it's been wet.
No, I mean, they did on the last lap set an 18.4 at the 110. The AJA race, sim racing by Gardi, set an 18.4, which was 0.3 faster than George Boothby, 0.4 faster than Senko. Now, obviously, there's no risk of them catching, but it's more the fact that they are going faster than that grouping ahead. Speaking of grouping ahead, thinking of going faster, once again, Niels Nyox closing in, and now it really is target fixation. It took him a little while to get into that rhythm to actually close in, but this is the battle for second spot. We can see the onboard, we can see the difference, the dynamic difference between each of the cars. They do have a little bit of lap traffic ahead in the Wacko's flip table car that will be coming through Lecom now, directly on the nose of Isaac Price, but there is a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's running a little bit too deep into Lecom, and now Niels Nyox is right there knocking at the door, and I get the feeling that as soon as there is even the hint, the lightest hint of an opportunity, bam, Niels Nyox will be there.
Which is what has basically happened, and these two have been in this position almost the entire race. From the lights down, it's been a constant battle, and for almost my entire commentary stint, these two have been locked together. The pit stops always shake them up a little bit, lose some time here and there, but then it comes right back to this after halfway into the stint. It's BS competition on G2 Esports again. and I'm sure that all of the drivers now know how each one of them drives. So Nils will you know, he'll have to start trying some things. He was last racing Robbie Stapleford, so he's now he now has to turn his attention to Price.
Yeah, Isaac Price being the most experienced driver within the G2 Esports camp now, and I think most importantly is that Niels Nyox has raced with Isaac Price directly. He's not. I don't think he's raced directly with Crossland or Stapleford, but this time he knows Isaac Price. He knows him like the inside of his hand. Oh my goodness! Nearly getting down the inside of Blanchimont. It will slow down Isaac Price on the exit. Niels Nyox will get to the outside as we head down towards the bus stop, right up the hill into that heavy braking zone. Still the Wacko's flip table car hanging on ahead of them. Still, obviously, a couple of laps down on this group. But still, Niels Nyox looking to find his opportunity. I think he's even done some managing of Isaac Price when Isaac Price was originally with G2. Of course, he's rejoined the camp this year in 2022, but had raced with the G2 Esports camp when G2 first joined sim racing. Of course, back then it used to be FA G2 Esports, which was back in 2018. Was a part of the camp then for a couple of years, left the camp, has now returned to G2 Esports. But in that time, I think Niels Nyox has worked with Isaac Price, and he does some even more, understands the mentality, understands what's going on, and trust me, Niels Nyox, when he gets inside someone's head, he is absolutely ruthless when it comes to making a move, and I'm pretty sure the opportunity will be there very, very soon.
Well, obviously you can tell that that Nils knows the mentality, you know, to even put the car there, to poke the nose up the inside, knowing that the driver won't just turn down on you and, you know, you end up in an accident. And it's, as he says, it's all these mental games, getting as close as you can in the corners, poking your nose here and there to try and get G2 offline to then open up that spot. The Wacko's flip table car then actually moves over, coming down into Pouon, who will release the Isaac Price with the G2 car, and this battle will continue on. It's going to be interesting because the BS competition car does appear to be a lot better after sector 2 and 3, but G2 appear to have sector 1 locked down, and a quick look up the inside from Nils.
Yeah, now he'll try and get that exit right from Stavelo up towards Curve Paul Frere and Blanchimont. Absolutely perfect once again. Had it nailed on the previous lap, and this time there is no slipstream advantage being handed out to Isaac Price, of course, from the Wacko's flip table car. Clean air straight ahead means that he can actually nail Stavelo this time, so it does at least assist on that front. We can see as we again ride on board. Left hand side of your screen is on board with Isaac Price, right hand side of your screen is Niels Nyox, not close enough this time to get down the inside of Blanchimont, but a smoother ride through the corner. And Niels Nyox, it'd have to be a big send, but he'll be close enough to at least have a look. He is going to look, he is going to commit, he's going to send it all in there into the bus stop, but not quite alongside enough. Isaac Price read that one coming, has a slow exit, and might well have a move going down to La Source.
Well, there was a room for a few more coats of paint there between the cars, but Niels Nyox couldn't be later on the brakes. A little bit of a look into La Source, but once again, just a little bit too far behind. Actually, it looks like he's poked the nose up the inside. It's going to be a bit of a drag race. You can see on the left side of your screen there, the mirror being completely filled with the BS competition car, and that is a very scary sight in the mirror, but I'm sure G2 will be quite common to see that. But then you get back to the straight. Does Nils in the BS competition car have enough? He's close enough. He's got the slipstream. Isaac Price is going to have to defend this one.
Yeah, it's got to be a big defensive move from Isaac Price. You can see he was a little bit slow coming through the camel curve, right up the camel straight into Lecom, but much better on the brakes with the inside line. Isaac Price sends it in, the up and under from Niels Nyox. He's going to go around the outside of Lecom. He's got the inside of Malmedy. The battle for second position for BS competition up and over the curve. The two still remain side by side through Malmedy. Super racing between them. Isaac Price potentially with the advantage when it comes down to speed as we head down into Ravage, almost into the side of him. Niels Nyox using all of his experience to try and remain alongside, down to the corner with no name, all the way around the outside from Isaac Price, all the way around the outside from Niels Nyox as well. Pooh on the next corner. What a battle this is for second spot, and still somehow Isaac Price comes out on top in all of that and remains in second position.
That was some incredible racing. It was very, very close there. Nils almost had to take to the grass and, like I said, almost into the side of the G2 Esports car. But that was very incredibly respectful racing to go side by side that long, that fast. and still come out the other side with only a few scuffs of paint there. And you can tell, looking at the body language of that car, Nils really wants that position. That BS competition car is all over the back of the G2 Esports car, looking left, looking right now, not quite content to just sit there anymore.
Yeah, he's feeling the speed right now as Niels Nyx. That lap, well, this lap will be very slow for the pair of them, because obviously all that side by side through the middle, probably somewhere in the 21s, to be perfectly honest. Last lap time they were in the 19s, but Niels Nyx is definitely feeling a lot faster. There's the defensive move from from Isaac Price. Niels Nyx trying to get to the inside, wasn't sure which way to go, inside or outside, ended up having to brake a little bit earlier, and Isaac Price, so much pressure on his shoulders. They're not fighting for a championship in all this, they're just literally fighting to hang on to second spot. That's all they're focused on, is a runner-up position in the 24 hours of Spa here. And I mean, the amount of work he's putting in to try and hang on. I think if the Eau Rouge and Radion is nailed this time, I think this time Niels Nyx might just be through.
Well, we'll see what comes of here. Is Eau Rouge Radion, as you see, going up the hill, which is incredibly steep. The first time I went to Spa, real life, I didn't realise how steep it was. Isaac Price, are they going to defend it? And yes, he is, once again, all the way to the bottom of the track, leaving no room for the BS competition car. You have to shut the door hard. He's going to be squeezed to the outside of the track, and it's going to be maybe another over from Nils. But this time, can't get the undercut done. There's body contact again.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a brush. Niels Nyx getting into the side of Isaac Price, now getting all over the rear end of Isaac Price. He's struggling to find his way through that Lamborghini, joining as Simonini, who's joining the rear end of the fight. That was a late chop over from Isaac Price coming down into Rivage. I've got to say, though, the defence from Isaac Price is very, very impressive. And most importantly, what I'm really liking is it's proactive. He is defending and basically saying, look, Niels, you go wherever you want to go. I'm going to go here. And that is how you defend a position. That is how you do it safely, securely, and predictably, which sometimes you'd say with racing, you don't want to be predictable sometimes. Sometimes you want to be a little bit wild, a little bit crazy. But in this sense, no, absolutely not. You want to be predictable, because if you are unpredictable, you're probably going to cause a crash, especially if that defensive move is reactionary.
I mean, also then with the fact that G2 are not having to reactive defend, you don't lose as much pace, and if you're not having to go very right down to the inside of the track, you're having to brake early. That is when you can find yourself over defending and actually make it easier for the car that's attacking you to just blast by. And for Isaac Price at G2, very, very very professional, just saying, like you said, I'm going to go here. This is my racing line. You can try where you want. If it works out for you, well, we'll see what happens.
I think professional is a very good way of putting it. It really is the right way. It's, like I say, it's clean, it's tidy, it's how defence should be done thus far. Like this is a really good example to those younger ones coming up in the world of sim racing as to how to hang on to a position and how to do it predictably and basically not irritate the driver that's trying to battle with you, and also, to be fair in this case, more importantly, race control. You don't want to be irritating them. We'll see this time, though. You could see a bit of a snap. You could even see it in the arms of Niels Nyx, but this time he might have the overspeed. They come through the camel curve. Once again, the defensive line's being taken by Isaac Price. Niels Nyx closing in and trying to pull out quite late. This time he gets over the left-hand side. It's still super tight, but he does have the overspeed. He's going to send it in deep onto the brakes up towards Lake Com. Sends it all the way around the outside of the first part, inside for the second, but still Isaac Price has the brakes, has the control, has the grip, has the speed to hang on for second. He's a little bit slow on the exit of Malmedy. Niels Nyx will get to the outside as they hit Rivage. And remember that Isaac Price did go around the outside of Niels Nyx at Rivage a few laps ago. This time Niels Nyx is trying to do the same thing. And by the time they get down towards No Name, Isaac Price is still ahead. Now this will be very frustrating for Niels Nyx, but he's doing everything he can. The problem is the guy ahead is just defending brilliantly.
And also, you can see in the background Simonini flashing the lights and also being all over this battle because of the time that these two are losing. That Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, they want to get up the road. They don't want to be held up with this, but that is also going to be another thing that Nils has to keep his eye on, but he don't necessarily want to at the minute. You almost need like four eyes to keep, two onto the front, two onto the back. What is going on in this battle?
It's basically touring car racing. The only difference is these aren't touring cars and this isn't a sprint race. So they've just been putting on that level of combat. This kind of battling, though, this kind of defending, this attacking, it does absolutely belong in a touring car race, and I am okay with it. To have this so frequently, to be honest, in this race between these two. They were battling again 20 hours ago in the same level, and they continue that trend. Niels Nyox looks to the outside, but again, defensive perfection from Isaac Price for now. 2.5 hours left to go in this race. Still plenty of opportunities for Nyox to try and get his way through, and if he has any aspirations of the title, second place at a bare minimum is absolutely needed. He must get up. That's a little bit too deep from Isaac Price. Could be the up and under from Niels Nyox. There, he's had to back out coming into Eau Rouge once already today, and this time they are going to be side by side down the hill. Niels Nyox on the left hand side, Isaac Price on the right. What does Nyox do? He does back out. Did not feel confident to try and leave it around the outside, and at 110% was the right decision.
Yeah, once again, just having to back out. You've got to make that decision when you're having the drag race down to Eau Rouge Radion, and most times the outside line is not where you want to be. You just can't really make it work without a bit of an accident. And once again, decides that the race is not worth this, backs out, knows that you're going to lose the run onto the Kemmel Straight. But with how strong the BS competition car has been through the rest of the circuit, all it is for them is just a minor setback, and here you go, we're right back on the back of the G2 again.
It's just so incredible seeing them fight like this again. But we're not in pit stop window just yet. But in 20 minutes' time, we will expect to see this car, Isaac Price, into the pit lane. So realistically, the fuel game, I think between these two, has basically been thrown out the window. They're not thinking of like, oh, well, what if I shrink the pit stop? What if I, none of that. It's literally just all like, right, I've got to get ahead of the car ahead. Yeah, I can't sit here any longer for BS competition, and G2 are desperate to hang on, which, I mean, is putting on an absolutely sensational show towards the front end of our field. And for me, I'm almost hoping that G2 hang on for now. There is an incident between the two of these under investigation from race control a few laps ago. It's about 5 laps ago. But so race control are looking at something. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to think back as to what it was. We're getting word now that it's a no NFA, no further action from race control. I don't know what it was.
So the claim was that car 62 was pushing the BS competition car off the road at turn 11. So obviously race control have looked at that, decided that it was a NFA. So the race continues on, and the battling and the defending will continue on, because now that they know that that was an NFA.
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I say, very... It's tense, right? And so when you have any of those things where you feel pretty disgruntled, you want at least race control to keep an eye on. And trust me, race control are keeping an eye on this battle, because I'm sure they're at the edge of their seat as much as we are watching on. Niels Nyox again closes in. G2 Esports taking that defensive line. Isaac Price hangs onto it again, really getting the measure of the brakes up there. I mean, the control, the control from the G2 Esports car on the brakes is absolutely spot on. Now, we are just getting word now in, and the drivers will also know this as well. Rain's making a return in 30 minutes, which could actually be it's going to be an awkward time for both of these regardless, because it's going to be basically bang on 2 hours to go. So realistically, it might mean that slight advantage that BS competition have on the strategy when they're going to pit, which would be slightly later, and how they might actually minimise themselves the pit stop later on, might be nullified.
Yes, because it would put everyone else, if it falls when it's forecast and it falls on that 2 hour mark, that means that everyone would have to come in, for the wet, and it would then put everyone on the same strategy to do just 2 stops to the end. So that, as he says, the strategy that maybe a few teams had has been completely shredded, and now we go back to the rain racing, where we've already seen some major incidents in the rain.
It's I think when it comes to when that rain comes down. We do know that no one can make it up to that 2-hour period. Basically, we'll see Niels Narks though trying to make a move. Once again, he looks down the inside. He's going to send it in. There's almost contact once again between the two. There is no defence coming into the bus stop from Isaac Price. Niels Narks is trying to take advantage of it. He's never getting fully alongside, and he's just trying to hang on. Isaac Price still trying to hold on somehow, but the only place where he's struggling on the brakes at the moment is coming down into La Source, coming down into T1. It's struggling to keep it, and the problem is it's dragging him offline on the run down the hill.
Yeah, and then that every single time puts BS Competition right in the striking zone. If G2 nail La Source and they nail up this run, and look how close BS Competition are this go around, this is a lot closer. They're almost bumper to bumper coming out of the kink. It's going to be once again alongside for 62. BS Competition have a nose ahead. Will it finally be the moment when Nils Niox gets around into Lecom? It's going to be another side-by-side run around the outside again. It's going to be an advantage for Isaac Price coming into Brussels, though. He's still got the inside line. Still side-by-side these cars run. You can go around the outside. It is a long old way around, though, and I don't think that BS Competition car has quite got the legs this go.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like I said, a bit rough for Niels Niox to have tried to make. I was thinking a little bit of contact between himself and Isaac Price at Malmedy, which is what slowed him down ever so slightly before they got to Rivage. And Isaac Price, who is still, hang on a second, I get the feeling the car behind in Niels Niox will be getting more desperate to get through, knowing that rain is on the horizon. Wants to take advantage of the switch over period. Wants to take advantage of that extra lap or two, a couple of laps that he's going to have to drag it out towards that pit window. Again, we know that what I was trying to get to before that big send down to the bus stop is that with it being the rain roughly coming down with 2 hours left to go, we expect everyone to basically be forced to pit with around 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go, maybe 2 hours and 5 for some, meaning no one can really get to the start of the rain sequence, which we're expecting in roughly sort of 25 minutes. No one can really stretch it out that far, which means the strategy is going to be reset. We are going to be sent back on, and that rain could essentially put us in the window where we'll be in one stop from that point, depending on what happens with that wet weather before the end of the race. This time, no attempt from Niels Niox to get to the inside of Isaac Price. Still, the opportunity awaits coming into Les Combes, and every time I'm feeling this is the one. This is the one when Niels Niox is getting through, and still Isaac Price defence just enough.
Every time it looks like it is, the one. If you'd have played back these as a replay to me and paused it at the exact moment and said, did the BS Competition car get ahead? Every single time they would have showed me that picture, I would have said, yes, that surely the move is on by now, but it's not. G2 just know exactly how to defend, and once again, it's another time where the BS Competition car is close. It's another time where they're going to get the slipstream. But is it going to be enough? They're going to be alongside once again. But Isaac Price knows now that all you have to do is hang on through Les Combes. But Nils Niox throws the car in on the brakes, and that actually is too deep for Les Combes.
Yeah, and now you might have to worry about some of the lap traffic coming through. Obviously, you've got the 71 directly behind Rem Welton. Lap traffic, obviously, got Simonini closing in once again. All of this lap traffic getting kind of held up by these two, who consistently are going to the shock of absolutely no one, quite slow. Their last lap times were in the 2 minutes 20s, playing most of the people that are in the low 19s or late to mid 18s. They're going quite a bit slow because they're battling so hard. Now, it's costing them a lot of time. It doesn't really matter, though, between two of them, because they're only focused on each other. They are plenty clear of Leon Atoki, who's in fourth position, so not really going to be back involved in this fight. And they're not going to be able to catch Dennis Schuniger, which means that they can essentially not care about how much time they're losing. The only thing is that it might frustrate some of those back markers that are trying to bring their way back into their own fight. That's where the issues might lie.
Yeah, well, we've already seen the flashing of the lights from Simonini and the Rem Welton car. I'm sure once they catch back up and they realise that they start to get a little bit held up, we're going to see the flashing of the lights from them. But as he says, for BS Competition, all they're caring about at the minute is that P2 nets us a higher chance of the championship than P3. It doesn't matter who's in the mirror. Are they back markers? Are they part of our battle? We do not really care, because the actual goal is right in front of us.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to kind of like justify when you're second in the train, because there are no blue flags in this, right? It's what makes it frustrating when you're in that fries. You know that as soon as you get through, you're going to have blue flags, and you kind of have to let the other guys. You've got to make both moves pretty quickly, right? If it was just one car that was on the lead lap or a lap above you, but if it was just one that was going quite slow, then it's quite easy, because just get past them and then just drive off into the distance. Then you don't have to worry about blue flags. It's fine. In this scenario, where there is two of them, and the only reason they're going slow is because they're battling, when you get up to them, it's kind of like, can you go for a move? You just have to kind of hope your pit stop falls in a nice place, which means with the rain on the horizon, I'd almost be tempted if I was one of them to accept that I'm probably going to have to, this is a risky strategy, by the way, to accept that I'm going to have to come back into the pit lane for the wets anyway, which pretty much everyone's going to have to do, because they've all got to pit in about 15 minutes time, roughly. 10 minutes time, if that, roughly. They're all going to have to come back in when that rain hits. Accept that, come in now, and then try and take advantage of potentially a slightly lighter tank, and then fresh tyres or something, or even just coming in, keeping the tyres on and not losing more time from switching tyres, and just putting in a little bit extra fuel, and basically try and get yourself back into some clean air. Get away from this battle. Get away from these two slowing you down.
Yeah, I think that is as well what I would probably end up doing, is knowing that my delta, it's never going to be good when you're behind, a pair that is battling this hard. You don't want to get in the middle of them. That would just be a death sentence, really. And as he says, if you know that you're already going to have to change the strategy and go on a bit of an odd one, you may as well come down pit lane, just put maybe a splash of fuel in right up until the rain starts to hit, and then come back down the pits for those fresh wet tyres. Because it seems as well that that's kind of the strategy now in ACC. It used to be that you could run around on slicks for a while the rain fell, but nowadays is rain comes down and in you come. And Nils Nyx is going to look deep on the brakes once again into the bus stop chicane. Not deep enough though. Isaac Price parks it on the apex, and that really stifles the exit of the BS competition car coming up to La Source.
He's going to have to defend though coming into La Source, because Nils Nyx is very, very close. There's that slight move over into the middle of the circuit, giving Nils Nyx the opportunity to get around the outside in a little bit too deep. Once again, I've seen that a few too many times from Isaac Price. Like I said before, the only place that Isaac Price is really struggling to bring the car down to the apex is into turn one, is into the source, which is irritating, because there is basically a completely flat out run from La Source all the way up to Les Combes, and that is 2 kilometers of running. That is an incredible distance. If you're messing up the corner leading onto it, well, it leaves you in a very bad spot. And this time Nils Nyx could manage to get his way through. He gets to the outside once again. We've seen this a few attempts from the BS competition man. He sent it in very, very deep, potentially a little bit too deep, but this time it might just be enough. A little bit of elbows between the two of them. Isaac Price with the inside line through Malmedy, but Nils Nyx has got all the way around the outside. This is the one. Finally, Nils Nyx has made his way through. He's up in a second spot for BS competition, and Ren Welton come through. A little bit of dual banging between themselves and G2 Esports, who are going to get shuffled down the back here. These two that will separate the two of them are not for position. They are a lap, or a bare minimum a lap down on the two between G2 Esports and BS competition, but it's going to cost them a lot of time. I get it what the Ren Welton car did. I think it might be a touch naughty, but I also don't see it being too rogues. It's kind of one of those ones where it's like a bit 50-50. I get it. They were frustrated. They were being slowed down by this pack, and that was their opportunity to get through, treating it like a normal overtake.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grey area, isn't it? And what has happened to the Legion of Racers 888 car? It's a bit of an odd place for a spin. I can't see any. Well, there is actually a little bit of damage on the back of the car. Have they been helped around?
And there was one car ahead. It might have been the Wacko's flip table car that was directly ahead, coming through going through the back of shot. Couldn't quite see it. Just saw a bit of blue and a bit of red, which does normally allude to that car. But clearly, there's been something which has happened. So a little bit of drama. There is George Boothby. Then we'll give you a little bit of an update again when it comes to the championship, and how things will stand now that Nils Nyx has finally got through on Isaac Price. He's in second position, but scoring 29 points from this race. And again, coming into it, reminder to everyone, there was 15 points between the number 1 and the 66. Now, as I've said time and time again, Boothby needs to finish in 6th spot. If he finishes in 7th and Niels Nyox is in 2nd, the championship will go the way of BS competition. As things stand, because Boothby is in 6th, they will hang on to the championship, I believe, by a single point, which would be just about right for a championship like this to have hung on by such a small margin. And at the moment, pace seems okay. Okay, so now we're seeing live picture, or replay rather, live pictures. So the exact opposite of what I was saying there. Let's see what happens. So it was the 93 straight into the back of the Legion of Racers. That was one of the HBD cars. Yazzie also coming through, getting slowed down just a touch by that, reversing to get off the circuit. And yeah, that will be a little frustrating. Race leaders also just come through in all of that, because that was Unicorns of Love coming through with the Williams Esports car. Yeah, I think they'll be a little bit frustrated about that tap, about that spin.
But a very sensible move to throw the car immediately into reverse, because you're around a blind corner, and nothing worse than being sat there stalled, and obviously nobody knows. You come around the corner, even with the yellow flags, you can't judge where the car is on the circuit, and you end up with even more damage. So a little bit of a tap, a little bit of a spin, probably a bit of broken carbon fibre on the rear diffuser, but the Legion of Racers continue on.
Yeah, and again, just to go back to what I said about the points, at the moment, as things stand, McLaren Veloce GT getting those points sent in by Mr. Michael Hamlet himself. As things stand, it'd be 122 points to McLaren Veloce GT and 121 to BS competition, showing that, of course, McLaren Veloce would need to drop back a single spot, but that would be a back behind essentially their sister teammate, and the pace is more than enough from George Boothby at the moment. He's doing 2:18.9 on the previous lap, plays a 2:19.9, and already around about a 45-second gap back to Stetsenko, meaning that realistically right now, this is about as close as you'd want it if you were McLaren Veloce. You've kind of put yourself in a position where one further mistake and that's the championship. But if you kind of cruise from this point, if you breathe from this point, everything's going to be okay, and that championship would realistically come your way. But there is rain, so that might just be thrown straight out of the window.
That's what I was just about to say. It's like they can have this championship, and they've got, you know, it's there still in their hand, only by maybe their fingernails, but it is still there. But rain is approaching, and we've already seen what has happened and what can happen to those McLarens in the wet. They now know that when the rain does fall down, they need to take absolutely no chances. Watch out for the puddles coming out, and you know, if there's a battle or a person wants to unlap themselves, just let them go, because it is not part of our championship anymore.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the important bit is weighing up the bigger picture, is weighing up what's going on. You can't just focus on the here and now. Now this is the thing, is it changes. This is where you've got to be so adaptable in the cars. It changes from almost lap to lap as to whether you need to be looking big picture or whether you need to be looking at what's going on right now. And again, for some of the teams, especially when they're fighting for the championship, it needs to swing over a little bit more bigger picture right now. At the moment, when it comes to the silver category, Jan Willem van Oomen and the number 23 FFS Racing, they're leading in silver, not just in the race, but also in the championship as well. We've effectively ruled it down to just 2. It was a bit of an outside shot anyway, coming into this round from anyone else, from the outsiders. Essentially, of course, Race Anywhere SimSport, they received a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane recently. They were already an outside chance for the title, I think being 27 points off, but that stop and go 30 basically just kind of took that and then went, yeah, no, now you've got basically no chance. And so the 67, which is still inside the top 10 of the silver category, you can see Pivot behind the wheel at the moment, 18th on the road. Any even remote hopes of championship are basically gone. 15 minutes until some potential rain, 15 minutes until there's 2 hours left to go, and the pit window begins. Yaz Heat being the first of those inside the top 10 to come in. Jan Willem van Oomen, our silver race leader, also joining them on the lane.
So as the pit cycles start to go through, as he says, a lot of people are going to have to do this kind of splash and dash or an alternate strategy that they not necessarily want to do. And race control is still ever prevalent, even in the late parts of the race. Car 62 and car 71 on 5:25, so just a few laps ago, that incident was a no further action.
Yeah, that was, of course, the incident coming down into. Was it down? Was it Rivage? Was it Pil? No, it was Rivage. Obviously, David was diving down the inside and made contact whilst a lap down. I can understand why G2 would report that, but I would also agree that's definitely an NFA. I understand the frustration, but these are things that race control have to see it from both sides. They can't just see it from one position and not the other. They've got to be able to be like, right, what's the why would they be going down there? Why would they be doing this? Why would they be doing that? In a sense, if you kind of like draw it back to just treating them as two cars, ignoring the fact that one's a lap down the other, just treating them as two cars that were racing. In that specific scenario, I think you kind of have to levy it on that anyway. In that scenario, the 71's gone down the inside, the 62's turned in on the 71. That's what's created the contact, not really the 71 kind of out doing the corner. So 100% the right decision from race control. Our race leaders into the pit lane, the number 14, of course, Unicorns of Love, bringing their way down onto pit lane. We'll be expecting most of the drivers to be coming in. Niels Niox, I think, will be in 2 laps, maybe even 3 laps time. Isaac Price will be in the next lap, I believe, or potentially this lap. Niels Niox will be 2 laps afterwards. But then we're really kind of expecting Splash and Dash is really here. We're not expecting anyone to take tyres. The tyres should be okay to basically do what we're expecting to be the next 10, maybe 15 minutes until that rain is heavy enough to get straight onto the slicks, which, again, we are expecting the rain in roughly 10 to 15 minutes time.
Yeah, so a lot of the teams kind of just having to, you have to play, as you mentioned earlier, you have to play with what is the now. Now there was no point worrying about it earlier, but now you've got the information right in front of you. You go, right, well, how much do we have left in the tank? How much do we have left on the stint timers? If we put in, a little bit of a splash and dash of fuel, will that get us to the rain? And then we go back on the, on the main strategies. That's what all these teams now are going to have to start thinking about. And a lot of teams have already dived down the pit lane, all apart from Nils Niox in the 1. The BS competition car stays out, but the G2 Esports car, 62, dives back in.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the number 1 will be able to go for another 2 laps from this point, so there'll be still plenty of time for them to get after it. Again, they're just trying to extend the stint ever so slightly. It won't mean too much realistically. It just means that they're probably taking a little bit less fuel at this point. They've done the important bit of getting ahead of the number 62. That was the really important bit. That was the bit that they were desperate to do so they could have their own clean air, so they can get after the race even more so. And so from that point of view, this stint's been successful. It just took them way too long to get past 62 because the 62, Isaac Price, put on such a good drive, such a good effort to keep this car behind for as long as it did.
Oh yeah, it was an incredible stint, and that's even if you go back to the start of the race with the battles that we've had, I think that has been one of the most intense battles, one of the most longest fought battles that we've had this race between, the might of the BS competition car and G2 Esports, and neither were going to relent, and I don't think that either are going to relent either. I think it's gonna be a little bit of a calm before the storm. BS competition are going to dive down the pits, and it wouldn't surprise me if this battle ends up flaring back up again, before the checkered flag falls in 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, obviously still expecting potentially one more lap from Niels Niox to stay out. We'll see coming into the chicane this time. Is he going to stay right or is he going to get out to the right? No, stay as expected. Like I said, staying out on the track. This will be the last lap for him, expected to go 2 laps longer than the number 62, so this is good. We'll keep our eyes as much as we can on the lap time. Obviously, it's a bit hard to read right now because obviously ins and out laps at present, so it's kind of almost not too relevant right now, but the lap times as to what the 62 will be doing comparatively. If they've filled, this is the thing, is that when you do a splash dash right now, do you fill the tank up quite a lot so you have less fuel to put in when it comes into the wet tyres? Probably not. I'd literally just put in 20 litres of fuel, right? Because you've got to come back in. Literally 20 litres of fuel, so you're not overfilling on the more worn tyres. That's the important bit. You don't want to overfill on them.
Yeah, so you can keep the pace relatively good even on tyres that are have definitely seen better days.
Yeah, Indeed. Well, Niels Nyox coming through at the moment. I mean, again, looking very comfortable. We'll update you again once they're out of the pit window sequence as to what's really been going on strategically between the lot of them. But I'm almost a little bit saddened's probably not the right word. But I almost want to see this race go dry to the end, because I wanted to see if the 14, if the 62, if they could do it on the 2 stops from that point. Obviously it would be 1 stop from now on, if they could do it on that, or if they would need a splash and dash before the end of the race. Outside of that, I don't really know what to have expected from this final portion apart from the rain. Now the question is it going to rain for the next 2 hours, or is it going to be on and off? Based on what we've seen today, I think you can almost guarantee that whilst we're going to see a bit of dry to wet, we will most likely see some wet to dry as well.
Very much so, and also I think the only question mark with the rain now, I think it will dry up before the end of the race, but the question mark will be how heavy does this rain come down, and for how long. It takes a long time for the track to dry off, especially if we end up with those puddles. We saw it at just before you came on. We had the transitional period, and that's what caught Veloce out, with that remaining puddle, even though the track was dry. And you were right on the money. Here comes the BS competition car down pit lane. Niels Nyox pulls this car in, and the rain still yet to fall.
Yeah, which again is expected. It's 7 minutes. Well, it's roughly, I say 7 minutes as if counting it down, so it's definitely going to be on the hour. It's expected to be roughly around the hour. So there's still a fair shout until that rain will hit. But we're in the final few seconds, really, of you being on this broadcast, and we're going to say goodbye to Ryan Wilson in a minute. I kind of want your opinion, how the race has been, what to expect over the next 2 hours. It's been an incredible 22 hours of racing thus far. We're almost done with not only this race, but the season as well.
The race has just been absolutely fantastic, and watching all of these battles and all of the teams, don't in my head as well, it don't really matter where you've been up and down this grid. We've had teams that have had some serious problems and have come back, have bounced back, and any team that sees the checkered flag really deserves a pat on the back. It's definitely not an easy endurance to do, but for BMW and G2, all I can say is, well, lads, you've still got 2 hours and 6 to battle one another. We'll see who crosses that checkered flag first, eh?
Yeah, obviously not too long to go now. Cheers, Ryan. We'll let you go and have a bit of a breather. And with 2 hours and 6 minutes left to go, it's just past 2 o'clock here in the UK. Of course, 3 o'clock out in Europe on CEST. We're approaching the checkered flag. David Christie's welcomed back into the booth. Just 2 hours left to go. 2 hours until we decide our race winners and the champions as well.
Oh my goodness me, I'm kind of so happy that I get these final 2 hours as well, Lewis. I've got an emotional vested interest in this race now. I'm properly into this. That fight between G2 and BS Plus, oh my god, that is everything in a nutshell sim racing should be right there. Yes, there was bumping, yes, there was banging, yes, there was a little bit of unfairness on both sides, but oh man, that was just absolutely epic. More of that, please. I don't care where it is in the field, but we want to see more of that kind of action.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to see more of it. Well, we will get more of it. I mean, this is the furthest they've been apart all race between the 62 and the 1. Curiously, the 62 has come out way ahead of the 1, and so yeah, maybe I think it's because the 1's had a longer pit stop with a driver's change as well. Obviously, Isaac Price remains behind the wheel of the 62. The number 1, Niels Nyox, jumped out, and Gregor Schill has jumped in, so maybe they took a little bit more fuel also, preparing for the wet weather sequence. I kind of like that idea, changing your drive before it starts raining, because unless Isaac Price is going to do the wet weather stint as well, we've always said with the transition period, you want to kind of, when it comes to that transition bit, you want to have one driver in through the transition period. You don't want to be switching them out basically right in the middle of it, because then you've got to basically pass over to a driver who is now not experienced with the circuit. They've got to give themselves a lap, or at least a bare minimum a few corners to get up to speed.
Well, that's it, and it's a horrible, horrible position to be in, but sometimes you just don't get that luxury. So some of the drivers will have already decided at what point they're going to go in. Of course, the great thing that you've mentioned and Ryan had mentioned quite a few times earlier on, Lewis, is, you know, these teams that are able to open up their strategy and keep things balanced and, you know, equal. I think they have got more room in which they can manoeuvre, possibly with drivers, possibly with strategies or whatever, but they've got more room to get things swapped about here. So yeah, very, very interesting to see how the strategy is played. I cannot believe we're almost 22 hours into this 24-hour race.
Yeah, I say it's flown by. I'm sure more so for some than for others. I'm sure some of those behind the broadcast have been feeling basically every single hour of it. But it is what it is in that sense. We're looking at 949 Racing, kind of just sat basically by themselves. Got virtual drivers by TX3 skipping over the chicane just ahead of them. Back. It's still in the points paying positions within the silver category. Of course, points going out to the top 15, so they've got that to focus on. But I think by this point, regardless of what position you're in it till the checker flag. You don't give up at this point in the race. They're all looking to finish. That is the endurance racing spirit.
It really is, and it's all about, you know, just the whole spirit of taking part in this race, taking part in this championship, keeping going until the very, very end. And, you know, we've seen it from last year, we've seen it from this year as well. How many times have we seen chaos and things being turned on their heads and unexpected events happening during that last hour? You just do not know what on earth is going to potentially happen during that final hour, as we see Tinko van der Velde into the pits there.
Yeah, indeed. So the pit window sequence, like we said, for those last few coming into the lane right now, wet weather still on the horizon, still not happened just yet. But these are the nervy moments in the car, aren't they? Yeah, you're sat there with rain on the horizon. You're not quite there yet, but it's almost like you can see it, you can feel it. You know it's in the air, you know it's on its way.
Yeah, it's you just get that air of excitement, don't you? The anticipation. You can see it on the little radar, as we've mentioned before. You get a 10-minute warning and a 30-minute warning, but anything other than that, who knows what is going to happen. And there we go, as if by magic, the rain starts to fall here at Spa for possibly the final time during this race, and I get the feeling all hell is about to break loose. But also, I was thinking back to that battle with BMW G2 Esports and with BS Plus competition. I've got no doubt that may very well feature in our Mobileye Innovation Cup. That's of course the competition that's run for all of the fans watching on our streams here, to the most innovative moment for the virtual 24 hours of Spa. Next week, of course, SRO Esports are going to elect the driver with the most innovative move points to be invited to the SRO Awards on the 26th of November. So all you have to do is put a mention of the event or the sort of incident that you thought was the most fantastic, and basically they pick the top ones out of that and send them on. Another fantastic way to, I think, Lewis, keep the fans involved as well.
Yeah, got to get that fan involvement, of course, whether it's through YouTube chat or, like I said, on various forms of social media. And there is always that kind of thing. We always speak of teams of the race, all that kind of stuff. So to have something that's like basically a moment of the race is something to kind of get yourselves involved. And there've been a few moments in this race. I think probably the top of most people's lists right now has to really be that battle between the 62 and the 1. Like, just generally the entirety of it. Absolutely superb. Our racers then come into the pit lane as expected. Rain coming down. In a shock to no one, this ain't slick tyres anymore. We're moving back over onto the wets with 2 hours left to go. Dennis Schuniger into the pit lane. I would suspect Isaac Price will probably be in straight away as well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And just to clarify again about that vote that's going on for the Mobileye Innovation Cup, head over to the SRO Esports Instagram page. They'll be posting all of the clips and everything like that, and you can vote on for your favourite innovative move and for your favourite driver to be invited over to the SRO Awards ceremony. So head over to SRO-Esports over on Instagram to get involved with that. But anyway, back to the race. Schuniger into the pits, and I mean, like, we've spoken about this ad nauseum through the race, but I don't think I've seen through the season such a dominant performance by any team yet.
They've been on a different planet. Again, I think this is where we'll be able to talk to them post-race. I almost feel it's a little, like I say, from the issues they had last year, they came into this race with even more like requirement to win. They weren't going to let this one slip through their fingers again. Now, obviously, last year it was not any fault of their own, realistically, or however you want to kind of treat it. It wasn't for anything on track. It was a technical thing. Maybe sort of, click the right thing or had to, I don't know. Whatever it was, it happened behind the scenes, it happened outside of the race, and they were just put in an awful situation where they had a race lead slip through their fingers. This time, that they were absolutely not going to let that happen again. And to see them out front, to see them as dominant as they are, I mean, I love the Unicorns, group. They're such a fun group of guys. They're such a talented and young group that are going to be strong in the world of sim racing for years to come. To see them right at the front in this kind of level, whether you can sit back and be like, oh, the BOP favours the Merc, or they've blah 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 blah, this that, the weather's really helped them out, they've got lucky, I mean, that's just part of it. The most important thing is they have been on the right side of the luck, in big air quotes there. They have done pretty much everything right, and it's why they're leading by such an unbelievably dominant margin. We can see on board here with Tobias Pfeffer. From this camera angle, still, every time we see Tobias Pfeffer, I'm always 50-50. Is that bed made or not? I kind of feel like it's probably not, but each to their own.
Hashtag judged. That's exactly
every
what's
time
going on there. Yep, up the inside then of the BS Plus competition to put another lap down on Gregor Schill. I believe that puts Gregor Schill now 2 laps down. And again, just a show of the dominance there from Tobias Pfeffer. Look, a brilliant point brought up from our esports chat there from Beer Drinking 101. Our hardcore spectators, our virtual spectators that are here trackside, I mean, I don't think I've seen fans like them. Not one of them during all of this deluge has had an umbrella in any sight here, Lewis. So
yeah, I know.
It's pretty hardcore, is it?
Neither's any of their marshals as well. They just sat there in their waterproofs, basically.
Yeah, they've
so
got their orange cagoules.
Yeah, which I mean, like, fair enough. Yeah, no one's brought out an umbrella. Just absolutely ridiculous. To be fair, it'd be if it was real life, it'd be in, it'd be out, it'd be yep, there's not, yep, there's the umbrella again. No, close it. No, put it back up again. Yeah, it would be an absolute nightmare to kind of keep on track with it on a day like this, where it's been so on and off with the rain. The thing is, knowing how long these showers have lasted in this, I'd almost be tempted. There is one. Look at him. He's loving life. He's just absolutely loving life. That is, it's a huge flag, but he's just chilling.
He's not looking very attentive. He's not exactly watching the cars, is he? He's just sort of standing there in a little world of his own.
He's got a radio in his ear. He's waiting for race control to say wave the blue flag. He's gonna sit there for a bit and just be like, yeah, cool. He's been stood there also for 22 hours. It was solid effort.
Not even had a coffee break. No sign of any tea or biscuits inside.
Oh dear, yeah, very much unlike the Master Post that I've seen. Every time I go to like British Touring, it's like covered in
Mike Yow's trying to get a telephone number to get him on the broadcast production team.
Yeah, just the absolute robot of. They need to tell the. Is that Matt Tribbett? It does look like
a lot there, but yeah, they're not looking very happy there.
No, they're not. They're also they're uninterested in the racing.
But it's great to see genetic cloning is taking effect here at Spa as well. It's obviously a very liberal approach to things over here as Isaac Price into the pits yet again.
Yeah, they're all just, like I say, all just obviously the virtual fans in game not really paying attention, but we are paying attention to what has been an almighty race. Gregor Schill then back up into second position after Isaac Price finally comes down into pit lane to take some slicks. James Baldwin back behind the wheel of the McLaren Veloce, and I do understand. I'm sure this is not the logic. They were going to put James Baldwin in now anyway, potentially for the next couple of stints. But I do understand why, even if they'd have said, Eamon Murphy, do you want to jump into the car? I would 100% understand if he went, no, absolutely not. Not after what happened last time. And I felt so bad watching, because I had been in that boat of literally coming out of the pit lane on a wet Spa after your teammates have done so much work and instantly dropping it. It's horrible. So my heart genuinely goes out to him.
Yeah, Eamon Murphy's going to need some cuddles and possibly some therapy after that one, because that was. Well, am I right in thinking? Again, obviously I was away for overnight as well, but I'm thinking that was literally his first lap out in the car.
No, I think he'd done some stints over the night. I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure he'd done some stints for various parts in the night stint. I mean, to be fair, he's not the only person that has binned it going through that corner. We've seen a fair few, especially over in the night sea, because we saw a couple dropping it at that point of the track. Because as much as everyone's like, oh, the camel curve, it's completely flat, it's easy peasy. Wrong. In wet weather, it is anything but. It is flat, but as you turn it through, you kind of need to take an abnormal line. You need to, after coming through Radion, you need to bring it over to the left, and so you're smoothing out that curve through the camel curve. If you basically just kind of take what would be a normal line, you're almost putting in too much steering angle as the car, because it does dip in just a touch going into the camel curve, and as you do that, it's just releasing the rear end ever so slightly, and once it goes, you're at too much of a high speed. Once it goes, it goes. There's no catch now at that speed.
Yeah, and that makes it so heartbreaking to watch as Isaac Price gets through on the Munster Rugby Gaming number 6 machine there. The problem with that, right, when you get to that stage, especially when you're down to hour 22 of a 24-hour race and something like that happens, I think your mindset has to change when you get to this point as well, because you're not going to be putting yourself in positions where you're taking any extra risks or you're pushing the car harder than it needs to be. But the problem is that corner, that specific corner that we're talking about, that's not exactly a high risk zone for the majority of the race itself. It's what you would consider one of the probably easiest parts of the circuit. It's just a gentle right-hander. But what happens is, as the rain falls down, the water pools in that little banked part of that right-hander, and it just catches the drivers out completely off guard. We saw it time and time again, and I certainly don't think that that's going to be the last time we see anybody doing that.
No, certainly not. I'd suspect we'll see at least one more falling foul of it. I mean, it's kind of one of those things of, again, your judgment as a driver. You're kind of always trying to kind of understand what's happening with the circuit at all times. And so when it comes to the riskier parts of the circuit, when it rains, right, every single driver on the grid knows that Eau Rouge and Radion is risky. They know that Pouin is risky. They know that Blanchimont is risky. And so you're ready for it. Every time you go through a bit of a deep breath, and then you're ready for for that hard part of the track. The camel curve, honestly, will not cross your mind in any of those circumstances, which means that everyone underestimates it. And when you do that, it is possible for it to bite. I had it elsewhere in sim racing at Turkey, Istanbul, going through, I don't even know what corner it is, but like on the back stretch, you've got the kink, that right-hand kink. And it had rained, and it didn't even cross my mind that corner would be even remotely difficult. We were racing in Formula Renault 3.5s, and I turned in for it just as it had started to rain, and the rear end just went. There are points where it's like that. You just cannot predict it. It's just because, like I said, they just don't cross your mind.
Yeah, it really does kind of echo that point, because, as you said, you're so on tenterhooks for the majority of the lap. You have to have one or two corners where you're like, right, okay, can breathe, kind of, especially when you're coming onto the Kemmel Straight, because you're like, right, I've done the hard stuff here, as we see Basti and Richter going side by side with the 977, that's Eunice van Druyten. I'm just thinking back to that 977. Isn't that the Porsche that we saw earlier on? That's the Kramer Esports car that had the incident at Lecumbe, where they had that rather wonderful rejoin.
Yes, that is indeed that car that received 2 drive-through penalties essentially for the same incident when it comes to rejoins. Definitely high on my list of rejoin of the day, and that is not a good list to be on. But they've done well since that point, so we're not going to try and point fingers at them once again, poor lads.
I was literally just thinking about that, because I know obviously we'd parted ways commentary-wise for a couple of hours here, and there was a way to say, would you believe that poor HPD Pro Yaz machine had been hit twice by 2 other cars after that point. That is
I do remember
probably
the McLaren Veloce one.
worst luck, I think. I don't know what they've done, whether they've, burial grounds are involved or some sort of breaking mirrors, walking under ladders. I don't know, maybe they've done it all, but that car has absolutely no luck right now.
Out very wide coming down. Malmedy again from Jonas van Druyten. You've got to take a lot of risk. The thing is, we know that the curbing, when it rains, the curbing is basically lethal. So to kind of be using it on the exit of Malmedy, you're almost asking for trouble, aren't you? But yeah, you're absolutely right. HPD Yas Pro car that is the 93, right? Not the 94.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, I think it is the 93. Either way, that team, they have just had the absolute worst luck of it. And the Honda, I will say, it's not been the fastest car this season, but it's certainly not been... there have been points this season where it's certainly not been awful. And when it hasn't been awful, they've just had awful luck. So it's like, great. They just can't... can't even really deal with it, to be honest. It's how it goes.
I can't even, I believe, is the term for it.
That is very 2022 of you, mate.
I know, right? Look at me, I'm down with the kids. Woo! Just noticing as well the 959 there of Lee getting a drive-through penalty. So that is in the silver class, I believe. In the pro class. So that's Wacko's Flip Table Racing and Kinlong Lee. Yeah, they're another team that have had a wild ride today. Thankfully not as wild as we thought earlier, because that 959 had a heck of a lot of damage what appeared on it earlier on, but then it turned out just to be a desync error with the server, and it was looking decidedly second hand, but the car was still driving absolutely fine. So that drive-through will likely drop them down. Well, no, it won't actually, because Tariq Gamil is what looks like another lap behind, so they might just be able to hold on to that 31st place just now. Yeah,
and again, they're not going for anything big in this race, which is almost, it feels harsh. Every time I say it, it feels really, really harsh. They're just going to see the checkered flag. They're not going for anything else. They're just going to try and go the distance, essentially. And like I said, oh god, there we go. There's another one to add to the list. The 888, of course, one of the Legion Racers cars, receiving another drive-through penalty as well. We're seeing a few track cuts come through. We always kind of do when it starts to rain. The track cuts do tend to pick up a little bit, somewhat. So maybe expect another couple of drive-throughs whilst this wet weather sequence is in effect. But yeah, but by this point, I say for teams like this, basically anyone running outside of the top 20, they're almost not trying to go for any position. They're just going to try and finish the race. As a team, they've put in the work. They've done the last 22 hours and 15 minutes. They only want to see one thing, and that is the checkered flag. And then instantly after, one of two things, either a bed or a beer, or both. So, fair enough.
At the same time.
Yeah, why not?
I was just also thinking, just while you were mentioning drive-throughs there, another point to remember is that BS Plus competition car, that is sitting with that sword of Damocles dangling very precariously over its head with that 3 track cut warning that's been sitting with, actually, to be fair, for what I believe is the best part of 10 hours. Sitting over them, because certainly it was maybe less than that, maybe about 8 hours or 6 hours, but certainly it's had it for some time, because it was there from this morning where Nils Noyaux, basically he got that drive through for going over his stint driver limit. So yeah, that they are really having to keep it quite tight as well, without incurring the wrath of that in-game penalty.
Oh, mate, respecting the line here from Kinlong Lee, taking the racing line in the pit lane as short as possible. Respect it. Might shave half a second off in the traversal of pit lane. Got to when you're coming in for a drive-through. Let's say around here it's 95 seconds. So any tiny margin that you can shave off by just taking a slightly smoother, slightly straighter line, go for it. Fill your boots, especially when pit lane is empty, because. Wow, no one without damage is going to be coming into pit lane until either A, it dries up, or B, probably about another 40 minutes. No, sorry, about 50 minutes rather, I'll correct myself, from this point. So they've all got loads of time. This is the battle for 19th on the road at the moment. Of course, not for position within class. It's just an overall spot. Vede hanging on at the moment. Virtual drivers by TX3. The 333 has had quite a few issues today. Jordan Sherritt directly behind again trying to pick up an extra spot. But I think in class, Jordan Sherritt's running about, or the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car is running about 11th, I believe, in class, which, all things considered for them, considering their up and down season, it would mean they've scored points in all of the races, which, considering the drama they've had this season, I would take as basically a win.
100%. I mean, obviously, we said before about how I didn't believe that car had any right to be doing as well as it has done this season. It's almost 100% down to that team and that set of drivers that they've got there. Late into the brakes, it's going to be into the final chicane. Is Sherritt going to force the move here? I think he is. Maximilian Vidi on the inside line there, a little bit of a touch on the rear bumpers there, still side by side going through that final chicane though, but that is going to be Sherritt's every single day of the week onto the run down to the source.
Yeah, like you say, grabbing that spot. As much as overall, it doesn't really mean anything. Like when it comes to that, it's just about track position, it's about getting after it, it's about getting into some clean, however slightly damp air for Jordan Sherritt. But a nice tidy move, alas. So grabbing that one, I don't think Vedi really fought it hard. So he didn't fight as hard as we saw from Isaac Price earlier on in the race. So there is that one sorted. By the way, speaking of Isaac Price, how far apart is Isaac Price and Gregor Schill? Ooh. Definitely the biggest gap that's been during the race. It is about 40, nearly 50 seconds between the two of them. So a massive lead in that battle finally for the BS competition car, the number one that is presently running in that second position. We're on board with Charcot. Just had Maciej Malinowski come through, who was a lap down on this. And again, still, when it comes to the important positions, when it comes to the championship, right now, it would be the 66th winning in the pro category by a single point. Incredibly tight indeed. In the silver category, it wouldn't be by a single point, I think it would be by 2 points, because it's an 8-point lead and there's a 5-point swing, so it would be 3 points. But it's an 8-point lead that the 23 came into this round at FFS Racing, hanging on to an 8-point lead. With them running in second, they'd scored themselves 29 points. Osterman and the 110 AJA Sim Racing by Gardi car would be getting 34 points, so a 5-point swing towards AJA Sim Racing by Gardi. That's not going to be enough to close down that 8-point deficit, so it would be a 3-point lead that James Parker and the 23 FFS Racing car would have if things remain as they stand. Very important way of putting it that this race is still wide open, this championship is still wide open. Yeah, certainly anything can still happen with an hour and 42 minutes left to go. Just an interesting point about that AJ Sim Racing team powered by Gaddy. We've got to give them full respect in that 110 for being able to come back the way that they have after that early mishap with a pit stop bug that put them so far down through that silver order. I believe it put them down to about P7 in the silver class, to come all the way back through the remaining 22 hours and get themselves back up to the lead of that class as well. Listen, they had a narrow shot. They had 8 points of a deficit to close down for that championship, and they're throwing everything that they can right now. And given that we've got Felipe Moreira on the back of James Parker right now in the number 5, I wouldn't be surprised to see that gap come down very shortly. I mean, it is over 20 seconds, but the pace that Moreira is catching up is quite significant, although whether or not it's actually going to happen over the next 45 minutes or so, that's going to be the question. But undoubtedly, we have to keep an eye on this weather now, because we're coming up and looking, we get half an hour's notice of what it's likely to do. If it's going to tie in with that final pit stop, then fantastic. But if not, then we could have a very mixed bag for the finish of the race. If it's like this till the end of the race, I'd be very surprised. I also would be. I think we're definitely going to see it dry up, but it's like I say, 100% about when. Now, knowing that we know what the weather's going to do essentially 30 minutes in advance, realistically, for it to tie into that final pit stop, it needs to say that the rain is going to stop in half an hour. It needs to say that within the next sort of 5 or 10 minutes, because you need to obviously give it a little time to dry up. Not too much time, but a little time to dry up, which obviously means from when it says 30 minutes to go until the rain stops, you essentially need to add maybe an extra 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes onto that. Now, with when they came to the pit lane, which was about 2 hours left to go in the race, it means they'll be going, realistically in the stints, until about 55 minutes left in this race, which again, with there being that being in 45 minutes time, realistically it needs to be in the next sort of 10 minutes where it says the rain is going to stop in the near future. If not, I think we'll see the drivers and teams come down pit lane potentially twice more before the checkered flag, which would be interesting if anyone can get it just about right when it comes to that strategy. I mean, at that point, it's almost more luck than judgment.
What we have to talk about, though, as well, Lewis, is that gap that's opened up with the BMWs between Gregor Schill and Isaac Price. Now, given that was, maybe 2 to 4 seconds at the very most between those two when they went into the pit stops, and now that is what is a 45 to 50 second gap that was opened up after the pit stops, then we have to presume that there's a completely different strategy game going on between those two outfits. So how do we see that one panning out over the next hour and a half?
I'm not sure. But this is the joy of being in the commentary booth, is that we kind of almost don't have to say anything. We can just be like, yeah, well, this is going to unfold in a certain way, and we don't know, which is great because we can watch it unfold. That's why we're in. Sometimes I'd almost say that we're definitely in the best seat in the house. Yeah, we get to basically just watch these things unfold and follow them as closely as possible. I don't know who's in the right boat, which is very much a way of putting it right now. I don't know who's in the right boat at the moment on strategy. I think most people are pretty much essentially zeroed on the strategy. Everyone's kind of returned to being on the same kind of strategy realistically as everyone else in this race because of when the rain came down. So I'm not 100% sure how it's all going to unfold, as we can see the 93 at the moment, 33rd on the road, and I believe our last runner at the moment. So down in last position, but still desperate to get on with it. Sat very much upright. This is not me trying to judge everyone's sim rig, by the way. That's normally held back for red flag scenarios where we just get to flick through all the webcams and we just get to literally destroy people for about half an hour, which is tremendous fun. But he is sat quite upright. I couldn't imagine that being that comfortable.
It looks almost. I mean, it does look a little bit far forward for my liking in terms of the tilt forward. Also, FOV police are going to be having a field day with how close it is to that monitor. And oh my god, yeah. Remember how we were telling you about how easy it is to get into sim racing? Just don't get yourself involved with the FOV police, because they will be constantly on your tail. Just on another note as well, Lewis, on the YouTube chat, interesting comment and conversation going on about what's required to get started in this in terms of the equipment, because asking about controllers or whether you have to use the steering wheel, and the rules, I believe, and it's just been clarified actually by Ryan Gill there, that wheel and pedal sets have to be used. You're not allowed to use a controller for this, and there are certain exceptions for that, for inclusivity. So if you're less abled, then you may be able to appeal that and use a special controller if you need to, but again, that's at discretion. But the point I'm making is, we both know that one of the other things that was said there is, there's no way you could be that competitive with a controller. I know drivers that are like ridiculously good with a controller, like they shouldn't be allowed to be that good with a controller. But with what this series is, what it's supposed to represent, and with how it's supposed to be a sort of real life, a counterpart rather, a digital counterpart to its real life version, I think steering wheel and pedals kind of has to be the minimum that you enforce.
I think with how things have been in history in sim racing, of course, going back even a very, very long time to, wheels and stuff were still commonplace, don't get me wrong, but back in, I think it's 2008, might have been 2009, this is on R Factor 1, so this is a very long time ago. It was in the highest level of competition that you could get into in sim racing at this point was the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. We're sure it still exists, but back then it was literally about as high as it'll go. Now, there was a driver, I think it was Jarkko Mikkonen, who won that championship on a controller. Now, obviously, again, very different eras. My point being from this is that there are absolutely people that have been incredibly competitive in sim racing on a controller. Now, whilst yes, sure, they're not allowed to take part in this on a controller, you've got to be wheel and pedals. I think the important bit is, again, showing that it is open. You can be strong in sim racing, or especially for people like myself. When I first started in sim racing, when I first started getting into sim racing, it was on a controller. I didn't use a wheel for about 6 months after I started actually driving in sim racing. And the point being is that you can still take part, you can still have fun. Yes, not in this series. This is, you know, the highest level that you can get into on ACC, really. But it's still, you can drive on ACC. You can go and do the online lobbies. You can go and race with friends. You can go and do the single player. You can get that taste of sim racing that will potentially make you go, oh, actually, no, I do want a wheel. No, actually, I do want to move forward. And hey, maybe one day that little bit of inspiration might be what pushes you over the edge to go, actually, I will get that wheel. And turns out that you're really, really quick. And then you end up on the grid, right, in a channel like this. And it's all because you gave it a go on a controller on that random one day.
The other bit I was going to say is that, you know, just on that topic coming from the YouTube chat there, that's one of the bits I love about esports commentary, is the fact that we get on these longer races, we get a chance to explore these rabbit holes of questions that are posed by the community, and we get a chance to kind of explore them a little bit in depth. So a huge thank you to everyone in chat for bringing that one up there. Right, back to the race itself then, Lewis, and again, an hour and a half to go, and we've still not got any update on this weather, and we're now running out of time to get to that hour mark now. So again, it's getting very, very sketchy indeed in terms of how this is going to go strategy-wise. Like yourself, we've got no doubt that we are going to get a dry period. But it's a case of for how long, because if it's just for 10 minutes at the end, then you'll get some of the drivers that'll just think, well, we'll keep the wet tyres on and just chance it. But you know, if it's going to be a dry for anything more than half an hour, they're going to have to pit for tyres. Yeah, I agree. I think we're at the point where if it dries up, obviously we don't have any cool at the moment. It's still looking, well, it still is going to be raining for a bare minimum the next half an hour, which means that if that rains up, we're effectively looking at it being, if it does stop raining after that point, it's probably going to be 2 stops before the end of the race. If the rain stays with us, then yeah, we're at the point where it's definitely 1 stop until the checkered flag, which would be in roughly 30 to 35 minutes. So there's still plenty of time for them to kind of get used to the weather. My question is do they switch drivers, or do you kind of leave it? I think McLaren Veloce will potentially leave it with James Baldwin behind the wheel, which is fine, and I 100% think is the right call. I would want this final stint to be a double stint to the checkered flag. I'd want, like, whatever driver starts in the wet weather sequence, they just stay in it. They just stay in the car until we see the finish of the race. I have to wait and see though. But as we're on board with, or looking rather, with Vedi at the moment in that 20th position, I think around 9th, 10th in class potentially in the silver category. So doing a decent job considering all the dramas that they've had today. They really are, and just going back to your question about the comment about the drivers, I absolutely agree with you 100%. What you'll find is that for me, strategy-wise, if it's under 2 hours, that's it. You're leaving the driver that's in there now until the end of the race, because especially in these conditions, they're going to be the best placed person to comment on how the car's feeling, on how the car's handling. They know it. If we get any transition periods, they're going to be the one that gets to deal with it. The last thing you want to do, if you're wanting to keep a position that you're in, you want to keep all the variables as much as you can to the absolute same, and that includes your driver that's going to be behind the wheel. Yeah, I like I say, I think 2 hours is just about the crossover point on whether you stay in for 2 stints. If it's slightly longer than 2 hours, like even 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2.5 hours, that's where you're kind of like, yeah, it's probably two drivers will do this. You can do it on one driver, but still, normally two drivers would do that. With it being 2 hours or under 2 hours, you're definitely leaning more towards just the one driver would do it. But very important questions coming in the chat, not only about who's going to win the race, who you think your driver, team of the day, who you think's going to win, but also, is David Christie Scottish or Welsh? I've always thought he was Welsh, to be honest. So
Anyway, we'll move on from this topic.
You always thought, of course I'm Welsh.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely Welsh.
Yes, absolutely I'm Welsh. Thank you. I'm glad to see somebody actually takes the time to pay attention and notice these subtle little things.
Definitely Welsh.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Anyway, let's move on.
What's a microwave in Welsh?
A what?
A microwave in Welsh.
Isn't it that really long town name?
I thought it was a poverty thing.
Go.
Llanfair, Pwyn, Gwilygogere.
No.
Whatever it is, yeah. No,
to be fair, I'm actually quite impressed. You got at least 5 parts of that name right.
Thank you. I have been there more than once. But yeah, it's. You're Welsh, definitely Welsh. Welsh David, that's what we call him.
Welsh David.
Anyway, no, definitely Scottish. Let's not confuse the audience here. Definitely Scottish. You're from one side of this island, and I am very much from the other side, so we're okay on that one. Here is our race leader, who is not from the island at all, obviously. Tobias Pfeffer, presently completely dominant.
Yeah, he is all over this race right now. 545 laps in strong, and has the mark of every single other driver on this field right now. It's fascinating to see how this is all going to unfold. Again, the only drivers that are within 1 lap of him, and still a lap down, is Gregor Schill and Isaac Price. And then you have to look back to Jacob Charcot in 4th position, who is 2 laps down as well. I mean, that is outrageous pace for that 14 Unicorns of Love. And what I love about UOL as well is just the popularity and the absolute love they have from the sim racing community.
Oh yeah, they've got some proper fans, which it's kind of one of those things. I think Unicorns of Love are one of the teams that are slightly twisting a little bit in the sim racing world. We've not really had it before. Is that normally, like, fans of teams and whatnot are mates, right? Yeah, it's like when BS competition race over on other platforms or whatever, and I've got a few mates like Alan Terzich or whatever, the race. I'm a fan of the car because of, like, friends, whatever. You know, I get along with Florian, who runs the team. I'm fans of that kind of thing. But like, Unicorns of Love are one of the teams where, because of their success elsewhere in esports, G2 have the same kind of thing. Is that people come along and they are fans of the team. They're not friends. They're not associated. They are just fans of the team, fans of the drivers. We're at that point in sim racing where it's just starting to twist over, where drivers and teams are able to build an actual, genuine, proper fan base, right? Which is commonplace in a lot of other places in esports, but we're just ticking over that's becoming fairly prevalent in the world of sim racing. By the way, check out those ultra wides as well. I'm always concerned when the ultra wide that is above, and it's obviously like leaning over so that Greg can check chat and everything like that. I'm always concerned that one day the mountain that is just going to be like, nah, I'm good, thanks, and bang, straight onto you. Which there is a video of someone who used to use triple screens. I think it was Jim Paresis. It was a famous video. I think it's got like 200, 300,000 views on YouTube, where he's racing at the Hockenheim ring and has a little bit of a crash into the hairpin, and all of his monitors fall over. And it is quite embarrassing, but also hilarious.
But the thing is I know exactly the fear you get. It's just like you're waiting for that to be a clip on a Twitch fail compilation video where, like, a cat jumps on top of the monitor and then suddenly the whole thing just collapses in on itself. Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, that albeit it's rather amusing, it also just makes you wince a bit because you realise how much those curved monitors cost. I went in when we went to Barcelona for the SRO event, and it was kind of the first time in real life seeing one of those massive 49-inch curved screens there. And of course the thing you do is, oh, this is really cool, I'm going to Google how much it is. Maybe not. It's you know, at least £1,000 for one of those little bits of kit, and I'm like, that is quite an expensive little piece of kit.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not. I definitely don't have one. But then, I don't really. You were saying earlier about driving and whatnot. I don't really drive that much anymore in sim racing because I am another word the cool kids would use here on this one, which I know obviously we've got a few young drivers out there. I'm washed, which means I used to be all right, but now I'm very, very bad. And so I'm hashtag washed, as we'll see Bastian Richter attacking for 4th position. Kind of come out of nowhere a little bit to get up to the rear end of Charles. But did see him closing in, but now he's trying to find his way through. This for being 4th on the road. Not much on the terms of championships, but Bastian Richter's trying to grab it for the Haupt Racing team. He's going to look to the outside coming into the source, but I think this is more eyeing up a move up towards Les Combes, potentially, although it might just get along the outside. Wow.
There you go, job done as they go side by side. Now, I don't think we're going to see the same level of intelligence here as we did. In fact, never mind, that's already done and dusted before that needed to happen. But certainly when we saw BS Plus repeatedly lifting off and thinking better of it there, I think they were lucky that move was undusted, because I don't think either of those two cars were lifting. Just going back onto the conversation about being washed, thankfully I am not a washed up driver, mostly because I was never fast in the first place, Lewis, so you can't kind of lose what you never had.
Did you ever win a championship in sim racing? You've not been in sim racing for that long, have you?
I have. I've been in sim racing for about 10 years or so, not competitive much, but but no, I don't really do leagues or anything like that. I'll take part maybe in a couple of races or whatever, but I don't apply myself enough to actually take it seriously. But I take it seriously when I do race and get very frustrated when I inevitably end up in the wall.
Yeah, I had the period where I took sim racing very, very seriously, 2015, 2016, where I was really going at it. I wasn't a commentator. Nah, I'm going to be a big-time driver. I'm going to move myself to the front of sim racing. And that's at the point where you end up genuinely doing about 1,000 laps of practice for every single race, only for it to go wrong at the first corner. And that is very disheartening. And so you're just like, yeah, no, I'm giving up. This is rubbish. And so, yeah, just that's, I think, there was one time where it happened, and it was it wasn't even like I didn't even put that much practice into it, but it was we did a live event at the Nürburgring. It was in 2018 in May, and it was an amazing event to have gone to have met everyone, to actually, one of the first land event that I ever went to, where I got to meet with a load of the other drivers and whatnot, and actually catch up and have a great time and all that kind of stuff. I remember in the touring car race, I think I finished 4th in one of the races. We had 3 races. I finished 4th in one of them. I felt great about it, and then the other 2 I did awfully. And I just remember leaving and thinking, I was like, I really should look for a different career. and that was where I took up commentary.
At that point, you realise that the gig is up. I actually just realised here that again, YouTube chat is taking what we're speaking about and going off in their own different direction, just to give them an idea of what a filthy casual I am. Assetto Corsa Competizione, total playtime 252 hours on that. That is
that what you have?
That is rookie numbers right there.
Oh my god, that's way more than me though. I think I've got 65.8. There you go.
But I'd imagine yours in other platforms, because I've seen you quite a bit on R Factor 2 in the rest.
Hold on, I'll tell you what the R Factor 2 one is in a second, because that is embarrassing. That is 2,960.
Oh,
which
that
is a lot.
Yeah.
Most of those are looking at an old launcher, so there is that. By the way, just to clarify, because I did see someone asking about is that guy the traction guy?
I saw that as well. That's it. That's
John Monroe.
I am taking that though. That's about the nicest compliment that I've ever had on stream. So I'm absolutely taking that.
Do like myself, John Monroe. I think, no disrespect to you, John Monroe is a little bit faster.
Oh no, he is. He's
a monstrously quick driver. But no, this is David Christie, not John Monroe, so you're okay.
No, that's absolutely right. And John, I think, is much has got a much more polite accent than myself. I'm very quite broadly Scottish.
Welsh.
And I love the fact that you just get these little nuggets of information from Michael Hamlet in our ear about the race and everything. But at that point, it just straight out pointing, better. So thanks for that, guys. I will absolutely agree, and I've got no problem with that. He's younger, better looking, and probably gets paid more than I do as well.
No idea. I've not gone straight out to John. I have to work with John quite a bit. I've not gone straight out to him and be like, how much did you get paid? So, no. Either way, we'll return our focus and attention to the race. Now, we've worked out that you aren't the Scottish guy from Traction. As we can see, Brabham Esports, I mean, they've not had a good day, have they? Let's be real. But I still think might just be in place for the final point in the silver category. I need to go and work them out. Obviously, they're looking for 15th in the silver category for the final point. But considering how bad the day has been, to even be in the talking point of rescuing a single point. I know they're last in the silver category, whatever, but they've survived. That's the important bit.
Alexa Gates, unfortunately, has felt like the community punching bag today, because any car that can hit that Brabham Esports machine has hit that Brabham Esports machine. It's been really unfortunate, and 9 times out of 10, it's not even been their own fault. It's just been a case of whatever unfortunate accident they've been unlucky enough to get themselves involved in. So yeah, like you said, it's all about the recovery drive. You have to keep on. We were talking about 20 minutes ago there about the spirit of endurance. This for me is the spirit of endurance. You know, despite all of the chaos and all of the horrible times you're going through, you just keep going. And 9 times out of 10, we've talked about everyone outside the top 25. They're not fighting for position, they're just fighting to finishing a 24-hour race. I'm telling you, is one of the best feelings. Doesn't matter if you're P1 or you're P35. Yeah, it just feels absolutely incredible.
Which, if you tell the team that now, they'll be like, "That's rubbish." Because it's kind of one of those things where when you're doing the race, all that you're doing is you're sat there thinking, I hate every second of this. When you've had a bad day, I hate every second. Like, what a waste of a day to have been this. And you kind of think, I don't even want to see this. I just want this to be over now. I don't even want to see the checker flag. I just want this to be done. But there is that kind of thing in the final 5 minutes when you kind of like, we're nearly there. That's where it really starts to hit you. Like, okay, this is it. We are one of the drivers, one of the teams that have survived this ordeal, this stressful day where everything's gone wrong, but they haven't quit. They have focused on going through, on working forwards in the round. I think that is the important bit. I mean, obviously we've said about Brabham Esports and their issues. You've got some of the ones there, of course, Legion of Racers down there, so the HPD car. Quite a few teams have had just truly awful days, but they are still going.
Yeah, and again, it really does sum up the spirit of endurance. Keeping things going. An hour and 20 minutes left to go. There's no reason to give up now. Just keep it pins, get through, no matter what happens, and you'll be there at the end of the 24 hours, hopefully, to celebrate completing it. And one team doing that already is AJA Sim Racing Team by Gaddy. They've certainly given it everything that they possibly can, but this is now the 2 silver title contenders fighting it out here. Oh no, HPD Pro Jazz, what on earth has happened here? Again, every time I see this car, and my heart sinks, because I'm like, this is a carbon copy of what they did earlier on. But thankfully, avoiding all of the cars here. Is it going to be a safe rejoin?
It was earlier.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's acceptable. They get going. Nothing more than a little bit of injured pride on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like I said, that's a bit of a rough one. But again, it's another spin. To be fair, as it was happening, it'll probably like, oh, right, this one again, is it? Cool. Yeah, right. Anyway, I've been in before. I'll just give it a good flick and I just get back on again. It's stressful. It's irritating. It is what it is. You just got to kind of accept those. Clearly, very, very clearly, the rear grip on that car is suboptimal, because it just going through no name. I know it's a tricky corner anyway. It's slightly off cambered, and normally a lot of drivers still kind of come off of the curb on the right hand side as you're going down the hill. You'll kind of see it as we look at the FFS racing car here as they start heading down the hill and that turning point. You kind of want to be as far over on the right hand side as possible, but you don't want to touch that curb really at all. See just on the white line, it's kind of risky to do that, but I kind of get the feeling that the HPD, the Yazpro car, kind of got 2 wheels ever so slightly up on it, again releasing the inside of the right hand wheel just enough to allow the car to spin. And so it's frustrating.
One of the things that I'm starting to notice here, Lewis, and again, I'm just spending a little bit too much time watching the timing screens here. Gregor Schill in that BMW in second place. He's losing a heck of a lot of amount of time to Isaac Price in P3. The gap now down to 30 seconds when it was up to 67. I'm trying to distract myself from seeing this. Yep, into the you saw that right hand wheel on the grass there. Keeps it going, keeps it. Oh, that's a big hit, and over to the other side as well. Right, it's fine. Just dust yourself off, get yourself in the pit lane, and okay.
Unfortunately, hindsight in that one would have been to let it go. Once it started going, don't try and catch it. Just let it spin out, which is really hard to tell yourself to do. But it was the overcorrection there. As soon as it gripped up, it then spun straight out to the left. If you'd have let that kind of just go, it probably would have spun basically in a straight line alongside the track, and it wouldn't have been that bad. But yeah, massive shame for them. They've not pitted, so they have stayed out on the racetrack again, accepting the damage and whatnot. But
that's not quite what I meant by keep on going, though. That's it. When I said keep on going, I meant, oh man, that thing looks like it's crabbing from left to right. To be fair, it's not too bad, but
it's okay.
Yeah, Sean Madison isn't looking as happy. I think he's really putting the endure into endurance today.
I don't really want to see this live. I feel bad for him. Please don't spin again. Blanchimont, there you go. I saw that. That had slowed down quite a bit. Blanchimont in the wet is pretty difficult because it's, like I said, it's a bit of a lift. When you lift, you kind of put the weight back on the front of the car, which then obviously releases the weight from the rear, which then means that it does just drop from the rear end. Now coming into the pit lane at an awkward time to repair the damage. An hour and 14 minutes left to go means that they will have to come into the pit lane one more time. Meanwhile, Brad Esports, bad to worse, drive through penalty for Alexa Gates. Oh dear.
No words, absolutely no words for what is happening with that Brabham Esports machine. Right, the point before that HPD Jazz Pro machine decided to throw itself at the wall at Blanchimont, Isaac Price catching Gregor Schill hand over fist. That gap now 26 seconds, now 25 seconds, and it's coming down by about 3 seconds, maybe 2.8 per lap to Gregor Schill on that car in front there. So 2:35 every single lap there from Gregor Schill. I wonder if maybe just trying to ease things out, maybe a bit of fuel saving, and try and wait to see if this rain is going to clear off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see how much Isaac Price is wrestling with the car in conditions. Now, we're going to go back to a topic that you were speaking about earlier on in the race when you were with DJ Clark. When I woke up in the morning, I heard the conversation. I heard you not enjoy it. You don't enjoy wet weather conditions? Don't like them?
Well, because it's relatively new to me. So the sims that I kind of got my teeth into were Live for Speeds and iRacing. I spent an inordinate amount of time on them, and of course neither of them simulate wet weather conditions. So then I didn't really get into the R Factor 2 thing until recently, and I probably got into ACC before that, and it's just new to me. I prefer racing with what I know. Had I given enough time to learn how to drive the car in the wet, I possibly could learn to enjoy it, but I find it difficult enough. Maybe it as well goes hand in hand with the fact that I race or used to race in VR. So in VR as well, in the rain, it's just like so intense. Your eyes are on stalks, you're having to watch for all the little puddles, and I guess it's because you can't get into that rhythm, you can't get that consistency. As Isaac Price, did I just see him power sliding up through Origin Radion?
Why not, mate?
Nailed it. That's exactly what he's done.
That was a super bit of driving from Isaac Price. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. I mean, wet weather. I really enjoy wet weather because there are certain techniques and ideas that you have to use, and you have to basically be fully in control not only of the car but of yourself, which again sounds crazy from the obvious point of view, but when you're in a races, oh goodness me, more issues this time for the 93. So it's a shame again for Osaki, but we've seen another spin from them down now at T1. I'm going to assume that might have been assisted, although with these conditions potentially not. But yeah, anyway, with the wet weather, you know, normally in a race you'll be driving in an endurance race, you'll be driving at 99 or 98% in the dry, right? You know, of your ability. And in the rain, you need to find a way of dialing it back to whatever's the safest to drive in these kind of conditions. And that might be 95, and it might be 90. You've got to adapt every single time. And most importantly, you've got to be adaptable and smooth. I know we see like Isaac Price moving the wheel around quite a lot, but you need to be smooth. I think it's going to be just a touch of the curb, and it's probably going to go.
What?
Putting power on the see. Look at the FFS racing car as it came off the corner. Right, didn't go anywhere near the red and yellow, putting the power down on those red and yellow curbs. They're basically like ice. You've got to stay off of them when you're putting the power down. You can just about touch them in certain ways, like out here, but notice they're going out and over them, then touch the tarmac and then coming back on.
Yeah, and they're already on the accelerator at that point, rather than being in a low gear and the wheels liable to spin up. Yeah, no, that does make sense. But I just thought, towards the end of the curve, it's such an unusual place to actually spin the car. But yeah, it just shows, again, trying to hold on to control under those conditions there, Lewis. That seems to be what causes more of the issue, is not letting go and just trying to fight the car.
I think, obviously we didn't really see it from that angle. As much as it kind of looks like it happens right at the end of the curb, I think it was going for probably a good 20-30 meters before it actually went. And the kind of the problem is that once it starts going, it's going to go. There's almost nothing you can do about it. If you lift off, well, then you'll spin. And if you keep the power on, well, you'll spin. And if you steer, guess what? Yep, you're going to spin. There's very, very little you can do to say once it starts going. And the problem is that it goes for such a long period of time that you're putting the power down. You're like, yeah, I can catch it. Yeah, I can catch. No. And it's very, very frustrating. So just one of those things. Apparently, it's Andre Franca's birthday at the moment. I swear most of these broadcasts that I do these days, it's kind of like, here's the birthday. Also, Killian Ryan Meenan. They're in the same car, aren't they? I know they're in the same team with FFS Racing. Different cars. Killian Ryan Meenan's in the 23. The one that's in the silver. That'd be a pretty good birthday present for Killian Ryan Meenan. But in the same team, 2 birthdays. Not bad.
Absolutely. A happy birthday to the pair of them, and I did rather well, I've got to be honest. Winning a championship for your birthday, that's it's almost as if they orchestrated it, but yeah, it's just the way the dates fell, honest. Wacko's Flip Table Racing on YouTube chat, making a sly little reference to Josh Staffen there, saying that we need more disco balls to lighten the mood. I agree. I don't think you can ever have too many. In fact, when we start doing the host webcams, maybe that's what we should do, Lewis, is have little laser lights in the background.
We need a 100% disco ball scenario, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Next live event, okay, when we meet again, next live event, 100% is going to be Disco Ball City. I promise you, I'll bring one. I'll carry one around, whatever paddock it is, I'll carry a disco ball around all day. And when anyone asks me, I'm like, it's disco time. Isn't that normal?
There we go. I have absolutely no comment for that. That sounds kind of awesome, to be fair, though. Part of me is like, yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Part of me is like, yes, let's do it.
The important thing, you've got to have fun with it. Really, you have to have fun. You know, when you're in a racing paddock, most of the drivers are having fun. When you're in the in a sim racing car as a driver, whatever, you've got to have fun with it. And that's why we like Josh Staffen and his disco ball, and that's why we need to see much more of that level of fun. Because even the thing is, when you have that, even on a bad day, even on a day where everything's going wrong, you still have you still have something. You still have some level of enjoyment, some level of at least you're just having a joke with it, right? And it's just something that will carry you through the really hard parts of these races.
Do you know what I've realised? We need to have our very own Dr. Disrespect for sim racing. That's exactly what we need to have, a larger-than-life character that's a little bit effervescent and carries us through. God knows I've tried to build that up from our very own big bad Igor Ogorondikov here. I'd love to see him doing a disco ball stream. That would be amazing.
Again, the thing with Igor Ogorondikov, his English is not great, and but I think there is a lot that a lot of drivers can learn from Ogorondikov, because there's the one thing that I really respect about him, not only the fact that he is a mentally quick driver, but the fact that he will still come for interviews. He will still give it a go, and I'll never forget. It was actually here. It wouldn't have been this race. It would have been the one that we were running over in SimGrid for the BCO World Cup, which was obviously last year, and we were, I think post-race, it must have been this track. I remember like speaking to him. It was the first time I'd interviewed him, and I was like, oh, so the race, you had this dynamic bit with this condition, and you had this, and like, talk us through the emotion of the moment of taking this. That was a pretty long question. Gotta love some of those every now and then. And bless him, he stopped and was like, yes, the race was, but good. And I'm like, I had no idea he could barely speak English. I had so much respect that he still just went, do you know what? I'm going to go for an interview. I've won this race. I've put in the work. I'm still going to go for it. Massive respect.
Yeah, no, he is. I absolutely adore the guy just for the character that he is. Of course, never met him in real life, only seen the antics that he gets up to online. And it's one of the things actually I touched on with Ryan earlier on, is the fact that we've seen Yeager coming on in leaps and bounds over the years, and he is a very different driver to where he was, say, like 2-3 years ago, where he really suffered from that red mist quite often. If he felt aggrieved or he felt impatient and wanted to get his way past the driver, he would bump and barge and force his way through and cause chaos in the process, and every single time guaranteed it was a penalty or something that would cost him time and cost the team time. And yet it was something like 2 years ago, it was like a switch being flipped. In fact, it was when that whole thing became Simware.pro, something different behind the scenes happened, because he became a completely different driver. He became measured, he became very, very respectful. He thinking about the situation, and you combine that with the insane pace that he had before, and you're like, my God, this is like a real deal going on right here. The pace he's got is ridiculous, and they've not had the best of runs today, but you've seen it all through the season so far. They've always been up at the sharp end. I mean, for goodness sake, that car started outside the top 30, and he's already up into the top 10, and they've been there for the past 5-6 hours as well. So yeah, I'm very, very fond of Igor Ogorodnikov, and quite a lot of the guys over at the Simware.pro on the 41 and 42.
They do have the odd. They do still have the odd issue every now and then. They still have the odd time where they step over the limit every now and then. But this season they've been pretty much good as gold. I think Ogorodnikov's only received one penalty all season, that being a 5-second time penalty. So, as much as everyone knows him as being Mr. Aggressive and whatnot, like I said, he's really done a good job. Well, the team has done a really good job of toning it down, of bringing it back in, of again showing the respect to the competitors and the respect from themselves. Like I said, they still crumple every now and then, but then so do most drivers. I think we're all just a little harsher on them for doing it, because it's kind of like we've seen this before a few times. But again, massive respect for the huge turnaround. We'll focus back on the race though. 1 hour and 2 minutes left to go, but we are in the final pit window sequence. If it remains wet from this point, we are seeing the final pit stops happen. A few have already come in. The number 10, of course, Triton has been into the pit lane. You can see Victor Nikolai, who's behind the wheel of the West Competition Racing Car, has been into the pit lane, and now second in the race. Gregor Schill, who I think was struggling a little bit on tyre pressures, has come into the pit lane potentially for their final stop. I believe the rain forecast is still that it's going to be raining in half an hour's time, so I think we might see the wet weather all the way to the checkered flag, David.
Yeah, it sounds like that's the no change to the forecast for the next 30 minutes, which means that either we're going to have a very crazy end to the race. Let's say if it gets to about 40 minutes left to go, I think you can call it, because even with 10 minutes left to go, I think the wet tyres on a drying track would be enough to be able to hold up there. Interesting point again about Isaac Price. Oh my goodness me, what is happening to Gregor Schill? He's into the pits, that's why. I was wondering why he just done it, because I'd been keeping an eye on him and seeing that he was doing slower and slower lap times there. He's done a 2:41. Someone on YouTube chat asking what Isaac Price's last couple of laps have been. He's been solidly around about the 2:31, 2:32 mark. It's slowly getting faster and faster, so I think the conditions easing off slightly. That would certainly suggest that when we consider that when we had the monsoon-like conditions earlier on, Lewis, those lap times were 2:34 and 2:35. Now granted, we're going to be down to the bottom of the fuel barrel very, very shortly indeed, but again, that would suggest that the track is starting to lighten in terms of the intensity of the rain here.
Yeah, I mean, if you hadn't noticed that Gregor Schill was coming to the pit lane, what would you have done on his next lap time, looking over when it's probably going to be a 3-minute something? You'd probably be like, whoa, what's... It's fine.
That's it, he's lost it.
This championship is done. But yeah, no, it's still all well and good. And look who they've come out of the pit lane with. Coming through, James Baldwin, McLaren Veloce GT. This is 4th position between the two of them. But of course, one that has pitted in the form of now Niels Nyox, who's behind the wheel, who's rapid in the wet weather. And James Baldwin, who, of course, is yet to stop in that 66. But that was, I believe, 4th position. If not, there's a lap. There might be a lap between them, actually.
I think there is. A lap between the two cars here. So
did not expect that, to be honest.
It's still a tough one, because the thing is that, you know, while they're not on the same lap, the thing is that Baldwin has got a bit of a comfort zone, because I think, I'll double check as well, the Bentley of Tiskovic in the 10 as well, he's a lap down on that as well. So I believe that they're all what looks like, so 3 laps down. So essentially, that's a lap buffer for James Baldwin.
Yeah, and like I said, position-wise, sure, when the 66 comes into the pit lane, it's going to lose out to Mateusz Tuszkiewicz. I'll tell you what, once we're done with the pit lane sequences, then we'll go through all of the championship standings and how it will all stand. It is, as far as I'm aware, once we've done all of it, it will be fairly unchanged. The number 1 should return to 2nd spot, and James Baldwin in the number 66 will return to 6th position. So the championship will stay with McLaren Veloce GT at the moment. But again, we'll double check that post pit stop. But David, we're in the final hour. Just 59 minutes left to go in this race. There is not long until we will be crowning our race winners, crowning our champions, and catching up with them post-event.
Yeah, it certainly is, and with just 1 hour left to go, it's a perfect chance to remind our audience of the vote that's going to be open to the viewers after the race. All you have to do is name the driver and give them their vote in your favourite innovative move that happens over on the SRO-Esports Instagram after the race, and your favourite driver, if they win, will get a chance to be invited to the SRO Awards in London at the end of next month. Very fancy, prestigious affair down there. Listen, I tell you what, I've seen some of the SRO parties. We saw one in Barcelona. They are very, very snazzy affairs, so definitely head over to the SRO-Esports Instagram page and vote for your favourite innovative move of the race after the race is done. Dustin, as Lewis said, after the race is over, we get to have a chat with all the drivers and a chance to kick back. So it's a bit more relaxed this time, because, you know, it's the final round of the season, so a great chance to hear from the drivers, Lewis, about what they've thought, not just about today's race, but about the entire season as well.
Yeah, and this driver knows about winning championships, not just in like sim racing generally, but more specifically in SRO Esports. Of course, won the European Sprint Championship last year. Guess what he did this year? Yeah, he won the European Sprint Championship again, and now looking to when they did come up short of the European Endurance as it was last year. They didn't win that championship. That one went the way of FDA Esports as it was then. Of course, coming to the season, SF Velas Esports have struggled this year, and obviously it's not European Sprint, it is the SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye, of course. It's as a championship that we've kind of merged all the endurance. 100% was the right thing to do, by the way, because having a European endurance, Asian endurance, American endurance, it was a bit much. So to have it all under one umbrella and having one endurance championship, all for it, absolutely love it. And it means that we're again combining these sim racing communities and showing what they absolutely have to offer. But James Baldwin's looking to do the double and take both the sprint championship as well as the endurance championship as well.
What a chance that would be to be able to do that. I mean, the guy has been absolutely dominant, but that was BS Plus competition going a little bit wide, and that means that Niels Nyox goes 2 laps down on Tobias Pfeffer. I believe Tobias has still got to go into pit lane, and there we go, just on cue.
You running their strategy?
Yes, honestly,
Nice.
I'm that clever. But I'm also looking at the time now, so that means that there's, 25 minutes of question mark of what's going to happen with the weather. It's certainly still very, very wet indeed. We don't have any update on it, so again, there's a good chance now that these drivers may just keep these wet tyres till the end.
Yeah, the 62 and the 66. So Isaac Price, who we're looking at here, and of course 66, James Baldwin's behind because of when they pitted. They'll be out for likely another 2 laps from where they are. Baldwin 2 laps. Maybe Isaac Price might just stretch it to the end of this lap and then 2 more. But I think that might be a touch too close. But obviously with them running 2 minute 30 odd second apples, I'd probably say they'll do this lap plus 1 more and then come in. And meanwhile, James Baldwin will be in potentially at the end of this lap based on where they are on the circuit, just coming down towards Rivage now. So expecting them to make their final pit stops now. It's the reason why they've not come in at the same time as everyone else in their own little groupings. But the number 1, having come down pit lane, will likely be out pretty far ahead of the number 1 once the pit lane window, once the pit lane sequence has ended. But it's just whether the BS competition car remains to be struggling a little bit. As to be fair, Gregor Schill was on the previous stint. I'm not 100% sure. The lap times at the moment from Niels Niox, they don't look great right now.
Yeah, they're not actually, to be fair. 2:33.1. That's still about half a second slower than the lap times that Price is putting in. And to be fair, they're still faster though than the last stint there, because that was up to about 2:34, 2:35 consistently. So still a little bit faster. But here we go then. Tobias Grunwald comes out of the pit stand for the final time for Mercedes-AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love in the 14. And thankfully navigates that little puddle on the right hand side there at that little kink on the Kemmel Straight with no problem whatsoever. But 53 minutes left to go here, Lewis, and again I'm trying to put all the numbers together here. I'm trying to work out how this all goes in terms of the rest of the race. But as far as the championship is concerned, it's 53 minutes away from being secured for the current leaders of the championship.
I'm mostly genuinely sat here, fingers crossed, about one thing and one thing only, which is that hopefully this isn't the last time we see that Unicorns of Love livery, and hopefully they don't move to the one that they've been using a little bit over in their iRacing competition as well as in the VCO Esports Racing League. I really hope we don't see too much more of that livery. Again, this is more me like, please listen, Unicorns of Love, I hope that's not your future livery, because it ain't as good. We are being told now the rain will stop in 30 minutes time. It has finally come through, so we will get a dry end to the race. It means these are not the final pit stops. We are potentially expecting one more stop, because the rain is expected to end before the checkout. It's pretty much what we were expecting. We just kind of expected to get that call about 20-30 minutes ago, but no, now things are going to get interesting. So James Baldwin's into the pit lane. Tobias Grunwald's already jumped in for Tobias Pfeffer. I think that's a bit of a shock to switch drivers. Don't you think? Grunwald taking it to the checkered flag for Unicorns of Love. I guess they can basically do whatever they want. They're that far out in front.
To be fair, that's probably been prepared well and truly in advance. I don't think they maybe realised how much they were going to be dominating this race here, as we see Trevor Wenham. Again, a little shout out for them. They had a wing and a prayer's chance of taking this title for the Silver Championship earlier on today. That evaporated in the blink of an eye as they had major issues, including a crash and also a drive-through penalty, or they had some sort of penalty. I can't remember if it was a drive-through or stop-go. I think it was just a drive-through for that 67, but that really put paid to any chances that they had. But again, we're talking about spirit endurance, even though they still are in this, and still looking to get the best possible finish for the championship that they possibly can. Because while we've been focusing on who wins the championship, let's remember that there's lots of positions outside that top one.
I think it was a stop-go 30 for the 67, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, they were a massive outsider for the championship anyway, but still, to have really been basically kicked right out of it would have been pretty painful. But again, you've got to keep yourself strong and focus on getting a decent result from the final race of the championship. Remember, you're trying to deliver here for the team in that final race to give yourself that extra little boost in future races. It does help. The 67 was up inside the top 5. It's still, not in an awful spot. It's still in 8th position in class. So let's be real, it ain't bad. They've just done a really good job to recover from those issues.
Yeah, it's all all a matter of perspective, I guess, here. And I'm watching for the battle for P2 because Isaac Price in the pit lane. Niles Noyox is just coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, and Isaac Price has got the jump in quite significantly as well. That is about 4 seconds of a gap there from Isaac Price. What a move! And that is potentially going to be massive for the race, but also for the championship as well. As another position that Nils Noyox won't get there. And
I wonder if that's because Isaac Price hasn't filled the tank.
And that's a good point, obviously, with the rain stopping.
Well, because they're going longer, they know now. Well, when Nils Noyox came into the pit lane, BS Competition had no idea that the rain was going to stop before the checkered flag. Meanwhile, G2 did know that the rain was going to stop. It means that they can just roll back on the fuel. Their stop was 17 seconds quicker. That tells me that car is a lot lighter at the moment, which will help them on that pit stop, because obviously that pit stop was shorter. They've got to come back in the pit lane to put slicks on anyway, at which point they'll be filling the tank to what they need for the final race towards the checkered flag. So that they're kind of covering themselves off on both aspects, and also they are lighter now than the BS competition car, which means that they should theoretically be faster. Master Straight, yes, sure. Again, you could maybe say it was luck. They went out a little bit longer. They were put in the right position where they could see the strategy unfold the way, the conditions unfold the way they are. But again, that's motorsport. That is 100% motorsport, and they just put themselves in the right place at the right time by going longer. This could be a massive, massive stroke for G2 Esports, and that is classified as giga strategy.
It is, but also what I'm kind of hoping in the back of my mind, if I'm being completely honest and being selfish here, I want to see round 3 of the BMWs duking it out, because the thing is that Price and Noyox were absolutely nailing each other with that battering out, so we'll see how that goes. The only issue with that as well is what we're being pointed out by Michael Hamlet here, is Isaac Price is still on that used set of wet weather tyres here, so they're double stint in the wet tyres. However, it is only going to be about 25 minutes to half an hour that they're going to be doing extra on those tyres, so I think that might be okay for them.
Maybe. They've already lost out a little bit of time to the BS competition. It's down to 1.9 seconds, and if there is one person who will be firing on all cylinders to try and get after it, it would indeed be Nils Noyox behind. I'm not sure about this battle. I'm not sure about the strategy. Again, this is why we're not on the wall running the strategy for any of the teams, because if we were, sorry, is all I could say. Even for that idea, no team wants any commentators on the wall trying to run their strategy. Just, we can't. I've always said never trust a commentator's maths, and this really does show to it. But I mean, I just like that G2 are experimenting here. They're gambling here with 47 minutes to go.
They are, but you have to roll the dice. You have to really see how it's going to work out for you if that's going to happen. And the thing is, look, G2 Esports, they're not fighting for the championship. They just want to get second place on this. They know they're not going to catch up with Unicorns of Love. They just want to get the best possible position that they can in this race. And I think that we have to be so careful with that, because while yes, this is the grand finale of the championship, this is still a very prestigious race for all of these drivers, no matter what position they're going in. They want to be able to say that they got on the podium at the Spa 24 hours. They want that bragging rights, and I think for BMW G2 Esports, the likes of Isaac Price, Robbie Stapleford as well, they've worked really hard for this. Absolutely,
yeah. Ryan Mawson asked me the question earlier about what one would I prioritise? Obviously, would I prioritise a championship and going off for the title, or would you prioritise winning this race? I know that sounds like, obviously the two go hand in hand, obviously to a fair degree, but which one would you want more, basically, was the question. And I said the championship, because I still believe, the championship is what they're all here for. I would take a second place in the race and a championship, a third place in the race and a championship, or in the 66ers point of view, a sixth place in the race and a championship, 100%, because the title is the most important. But I do understand a lot of people's position when it comes to winning this race. And wanting to be victorious in this race. It is a prestigious race. It does hold that from the real world, of course, with the real world 24 Hours of Spa, and then having an officially run, essentially, SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa here on a set of course competition. This is as close as you're going to get in the sim to doing the real thing. I mean, hey, we've got someone on the grid who did the real thing. Part of it, we'll add, but James Baldwin did do a bit of this year's 24 Hours of Spa. I think he did half of it, I think, before they retired. Point being, to have that sort of experience on the grid when it comes to those that have raced in real life, it shows that these races do hold their value in the world of sim racing, and you want to win that. You want to hold such a prestigious record of taking a victory, but I don't know. Which one would you go, David? I mean, I don't know if you were asked by Ryan earlier, but which one would you go? If I went for the championship, I'd rather win the championship. Would you rather win the championship, or would you rather win the 24 Hours of Spa? Which one would you choose? And you can't pick both.
No, I'd choose the championship.
Yes,
just purely because it makes it sound like you've won more races, even if you've maybe not. If that makes sense, it makes it sound like you've been better at more things than just the one race. Because just going on with the point about the Lamborghini, for instance, right? That won the first race, but it's not really been anywhere else for the rest of the season. So I would much rather have the championship than a race, but I'd still rather have one or the other than none.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if there was one race, if I was racing in the season, if there was one race that I was targeting to win, it wouldn't actually be the 24 Hours of Spa anyway. It's not me trying to fire shots at 24 Hours of Spa. I love Spa, but for me, it's Bathurst. Bathurst is my number one track. I absolutely adore Bathurst. That would be the race that I'd be targeting if I was targeting any one race. And still, if it was a choice between the 12 Hours of Bathurst or a victory in the championship, I'd take the championship, because the championship is always kind of that thing that in 3 or 4 seasons' time, I mean, sure, we'll all probably have the stats and all that, and fair enough. But in 3 or 4 seasons' time, you'll see the cars drive past, and you'll be like, "Oh, FDA Esports, or SF VLS Esports, they were the champions a couple of years ago." And then you'd be like, "Oh yeah, they also won the 24 Hours of Spa." Point being is that it's like they also won the 24 Hours of Spa. It's the second bit. It's the bit that tags on to the big bit of information. I'd want to win the championship because that's the big bit of info. Even if you don't win any races, even if you finish in second in all of them, if you win the title, that's the big bit. That's the bit that we're all aiming for.
Oh, well, that's exactly why these teams are taking part. They're not. I don't believe that they're doing it just to win the race. However, if they can't win the championship, then you better be damn sure that they're going to throw all of their eggs into winning the race instead. And again, it's a difficult one, because we say that, but yet for some of the drivers in some of the championships, if you get to say the last race and you only need to score like a 6th place, are you going to fight as hard for that race win? Part of you says yeah, but another part of you says, well, maybe they're not. Maybe they're just going to drive, to make sure that they get that championship.
I had a mate of mine who was in contention. Well, I say in contention, he did win the GB4 Championship this year, the first ever season of it, and they were all telling him going into the final race. We had like a load of new drivers in, and they'd already worked out what he needed to do to win the championship, as you would do so. It's kind of like, you don't need to win, you just need to beat this guy, you need to outscore him by this many points. If you do that by the penultimate race of the season, then you've won the championship. Pretty simple mathematics, really. It's working out how many points are available, and so how many points you need to lead going into that final race. And he said it was really, really hard to tell himself not to go for the race victory. To tell himself it didn't matter. It didn't matter. And it took quite a few people telling him, don't go for the race win. Don't go for the race win. Don't go. Literally don't. just grab yourself a 3rd place, a 4th place, anything like that. Just grab yourself some decent points. And it is kind of hard because it goes against a lot of your instincts inside. But when you consider, like McLaren Veloce, for example, coming into this event and you say, all you need to do is you need to finish 6th, right? That's all you need to do. They'd sit there and go, 6th is easy. Like, we can finish 6th. We've won a couple of these races. We've been up in the top 5 all season. To finish 6th is kind of easy. It's just like, yeah, sure. They'd be aiming for much more going into it. But the fact that you're aiming for a lower target and really going for that, that's where you really do need to focus. If you do that, it's the title genuinely is maybe a bit over-egging it, but it's an almost guarantee if you just aim for that thing rather than the big prize.
Yeah, and again, it's that whole maturity of these teams that are coming through, the ability to kind of separate from what's important to really what's not all that important. If you're in the position for a championship, by that point you've likely already won at least one race, and maybe you'll already have had a couple of weeks to prepare yourself for the fact that you're likely going to just need to get a set place to get that done. But Lewis, I don't know if you could hear that sound in the background there, but that's the sound of a bell ringing for round 3 of Isaac Price versus Nils Neuhaus. That gap that was 3 seconds is now just down to 1.1 seconds. Nils Neuhaus has got the bit between his teeth. Oh my god, I cannot believe we're getting treated to this again.
Yeah, I honestly thought the last stint, I thought BS competition were gone. I thought they would never see G2 Esports again. I thought they'd checked out to the point of 2nd was a guarantee. A little bit of a gamble in the pit lane sequence, a little bit of good fortune in the pit lane sequence, and here we are again. I don't know about round 3. I feel like we've seen this a lot. I don't know how many times, but we've seen this a lot. We've had our fair share, and we've had multiple hours of it. It's not just 1 hour of seeing these two fairly close. It's probably, of the 23 hours that have been run in this race, probably about 20 of them, these two have not been separated by much more than a second. And that is not me overreacting. They have been so close for, well, I is overreacting on that, but they've been so close for pretty much the entirety of this race. And it just feels right to see them coming down to the wire again, very, very close.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And also, one of the things that I find fascinating to comment on is the different driving styles. Now, obviously, we can't see too much of it from the webcam angles here, but you watch Isaac Price here, and his eyes are absolutely on stocks, and rightfully so. With 40 minutes left to go here, we're going to be pitting in about 20 minutes' time with that track drying out. But Isaac is just, micromanaging that car. You can see all the little tiny adjustments as he's turning. It's not just a case of turning the car, it's like tiny little wiggles to the left and right there, sorting that car out. Whereas, Nils Neuhaus just looks so composed, he looks so ready, but you can see his eyes darting from left to right, checking the various amount of screens that he's likely already got all about him here. And yeah, this is building itself up to a rather tasty little crescendo here.
Yeah, and again, absolutely love it. I cannot wait to see how this battle is going to unfold. I wonder, because also, like the thing, last time we saw these battling, it was these two as well. It wasn't just these two cars, it wasn't Robbie Stapleford versus Arthur Campbell, we have seen that before. But it wasn't those two battling. It was Isaac Price versus Nils Neuhaus. It was this way around. It was Nils Neuhaus trying to find his way past Isaac Price. It was excellent defence from Isaac Price. Now, you'd kind of ask in this scenario, how much has Nils Neuhaus learnt from the last time that he raced? How much has he figured out a way to get past? How much will he remember it? He'll know exactly which corner and how he got through, and it'll just be like, how do I copy and paste it? How do I make the same mistake? How do I make the out of Isaac Price? How do I get the same out of him to make me get past pretty safely?
I think the thing with that as well, though, is can you copy and paste it, because the conditions on track here are very, very different to the last time out here. But I would say that rain is easing off significantly now here, Lewis, because that lap time now down to the 2:29s. So apart from the spray getting kicked up to Nils Neuhaus there, watching with Isaac Price, that rain definitely easing up, and it looks like it's starting to ease up off the track, because that's akin to what we saw Gregor Schill in the 62 doing on slick tyres in damp conditions here. So that rain is easing off very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, now we know BS Competition are more than happy to take a bit of a gamble to try and take the slick tyres potentially a little earlier. We saw it earlier on in the race where they get even, not quite in these conditions, but if it's ever so slightly drier than this, they would, I think they will gamble to try and get onto the slicks. Maybe lesser aggressively, depending on where we are in the race and how they're feeling, but they'll be kind of running those numbers behind the scenes to try and work out the earliest possibility to get onto the slicks, as you would expect. The thing is, we're expecting the rain to stay with us for maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. That's why you're seeing it lighten out. It is going to stop pretty soon, but I think, yeah, about I'd say close to 10 minutes, we'll see this rain stop, which means we've got a bare minimum 4 or 5 laps of this battle at a bare minimum, which I am plenty okay with. But whilst they're pushing hard, they've got to make sure not to exceed track limits too many times and get themselves a drive-through penalty, which would effectively end it.
Yeah, and we can see already going defensive is Isaac Price over on that right-hand side there. You can also potentially see trying to keep those tyres nice and cool under that extra pressure that he's got from Niles Noyox just behind there. Noyox looks very composed, just the way that he's preying on that car in front. Just again, it's definitely a case of he's wanting to push Isaac Price into making a mistake here. There's no real way past because he knows how defensive Isaac is, but all it takes is just that car to be a little bit late on the brakes, hit a little puddle under braking or whatever, and Nils is going to have the run potentially, and this could already be a move that he's shaping up into Blanchimont.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be that defence. I will say Isaac Price, I said it before, I'll say it again, I hope to see it again, is Isaac Price's defence over I say the first time? Certainly not. The last time we saw these two quite close together. His defence was very, very good because it was proactive. Now, there are two styles of defence, realistically, or two types when you're talking of that style of defence, which is proactive and reactive, one of which is extremely dangerous, which is reactive, where you're essentially moving late and you're reacting to what the car's doing. Meanwhile, the driving that he had was proactive. It was he was putting himself in a position, say on the Camel Straight, he was moving over to the right hand side of the circuit and basically saying to Niels Noyox, you got to do what you got to do. You go after it, you try and find your way past, and that's how you should defend. You're already showing what you're going to do. You're being proactive about it, you're putting your car in a position, and it's up to them to try and get past you, and that's really how you should defend. The reactive driving, the late moves, the unpredictable nature of that style of defence is very, very bad and very, very dangerous. We didn't see really any of it from Isaac Price. It was all proactive, it was all smart, it was all very, very intelligent defence. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the speed to keep Niels Noyox behind for that long.
I think as well, to be fair to Nils as well, is that he telegraphed a lot of his moves. He made it very clear in well and truly in advance, so that Isaac could decide what he was going to do, what he wanted to do. So again, just to confirm what you were saying there, Lewis, rain now predicted to end in about 10 minutes time, but that is going to take a little bit of time to clear up, so it will be a case of the track will gradually dry. Also, the other thing is we have no idea in terms of pit stops and fuel strategy for these cars. So the number one we think has got enough fuel to go to the end here, but the 62 we don't believe has. It's definitely going to have to come in and get some fuel at the very least here. Now, while the one can stay out on those wet tyres potentially, that's 20 plus minutes on some rather hot and sticky and disgusting wet weather tyres that are going to get chewed up if that track comes up here. So I think for Price, if he does have to pit, you have to go into the slicks and give it a chance.
Love the way you say disgusting. Absolutely, it just feels so right, and also it's just.
I know exactly why it does, because you're thinking of that meme video.
I was going to say it's that video. It's I can't say it, but yes, you're absolutely right. When you're on old tyres that are struggling for grip, that are overheating and whatnot, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do so. I don't know. Again, with the rain is stopping at a really awkward time. If the rain was stopping 10 minutes later, I guarantee everyone stays out, right? If the rain stops 10 minutes earlier, 20 minutes earlier, then it's kind of like you really do need to pit and get onto the slicks. But with it ending roughly at this point, as we're expecting, about 20 minutes from the checkered flag, it's tantalizingly close either way. And that, as an engineer, I would despise. As a driver, I'd hate even more. As a commentator, I love, because we have absolutely no idea which way it's going to go.
Well, that's just it, and I think because the rain's due to stop in 10 minutes time, so just about 23 minutes left to go, or 22 minutes left to go in the race, that's when it stops. That's not when the track gets dry, so that's not when the damage gets done here. So I think they potentially have about 16, 17 minutes to do in those wet weather tyres on maybe say a full dry track. I don't think that's going to be enough to cost you what is essentially going to be 2 minutes worth of a pit stop there. So I say just stay out on the wet weather tyres and just, see what happens.
I would agree, purely based on the fact of it is a long lap, sure. It's a difficult lap, sure. But it's a long pit lane. It's 95 seconds to drive through. And then when you account for the stationary time to change those tyres and whatnot, you're adding on even more time. You're talking a bare minimum, about 2 minutes and 15 seconds, which, no, it's not a lap, but it's not a million miles away from being that. And so it's kind of like, I too would stay out, because realistically like that, you can still lose like 10 seconds a lap, and you're still all right from that point. Still,
no, you really, really are. But isn't it amazing that we've had a wild championship, and it still throws up so many questions right down to the final 20 minutes of a 24-hour race. Okay, fair enough, maybe not for the race win overall, but still for the championship, still for second and third place for the pro podium, and it looks thankfully like the silver podium is a little bit settled as well. But look, this race, I cannot get over how, and I was waiting to use a word, I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but I think I am going to use it. Stable this race has been, because we've seen endurance races, not just from SRO, but from the SimGrid and the World Cup and all that sort of stuff here on ACC, and chaotic is usually the word that gets brought up, but I've not really seen a race that has just been so clean, so fair, so respectful, and so damn enjoyable as well. It's just been properly one of the best races I think we've had this year.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, considering the conditions that we've had, considering how difficult it's been, I don't think you could ask for it to be much cleaner. I don't think you could ask for it to be much tidier. I mean, what we would expect in conditions like this, where it would just be just to be honest, a borderline, almost awful race. You're kind of like just watching it, being like, oh great, there's another one round, there's another one in the barrier, there's another one. Yeah, cool. It's not what we get in this, because these drivers are of the highest level. We've had great battle after great battle. We're seeing another one again. Isaac Price still against Niels Nyox, trying to hang on. A couple of other smaller battles elsewhere. Gorka versus Makovkin, 11th and 12th. I know it's not for position in class, but it's still a little battle that might come down to the checkered flag. And we still have the chance that the rain will disappear. Everyone's racing that to a certain degree. So it'll be very, very interesting indeed.
Just saying as well, the lap times now come down even further, possibly a sign of just how low the car's running on fuel just now. 228.2, still a little bit of spray getting kicked up here, but again, quite a lot of water being dispersed. But again, looking at the cameras here, it does look like an awful lot of water trying to fall down, but it is definitely lessening up and turning more into a drizzle rather than an actual downpour that we had earlier on here. So fascinating outcome that we've got left to go here. But as it stands, still championship wise, James Baldwin and Veloci McLaren GT doing everything that they need to do to hold on to this, but that cannot possibly outshadow the amazing work that Mercedes-AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love have done this afternoon as one of the HBD Yaz Pro machines gets out of the way. Could this be a move through Blanchimont? This is very close now for BS Plus competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. Niels Nyox might have his best opportunity here, but you can see he's a little slow, way slower actually off of Blanchimont. Obviously, downforce being removed from the car ever so slightly heading through. And again, remaining close to the rear end of the G2 Esports car, but not close enough to go for a move. Rain still coming down, expected to stop in about 5 minutes' time. Isaac Price still able to hang on to second position. You're absolutely right, especially with how it stands. Even if Niels Nyox gets through, gets up in that second position, if BS Competition do take over second spot in this race, the championship will still go the way of the 66 by a single point. In the silver category, the championship will be going the way of the 23 by 3 points at the moment, even if the 110 take the victory. So championship-wise, everything should be fairly settled. But it doesn't mean that that's going to remain the case, because it's still going to be the most nervous 25 and a half, 26 minutes that number 66 is going to face for most of the year. It always is the case for these final few laps.
Yeah, that rain is next to stop here for me. If I have to go on to slips and I have to go into the pits, I'm going in now. I'm just getting the fuel done, and then you can just absolutely tear up on those fresh, slick tyres. Again, the track will drop around very quickly indeed, and 20 minutes is more than an opportunity. Certainly, I think they're potentially going to be faster on the slicks than they will be on the wets. I say that, and as soon as the words leave my mouth, I'm immediately rethinking that. But certainly, the fact that Isaac Price is on those worn wets, I think slicks would be faster than the ones he's got right now. But maybe that's going to open things up for Niels Nyox, who would be able to tear off and actually get the best of things while the track is drying out. Yeah, and
I just don't know which camp I want to be in right now. Like I say, for both of them, they've got their own share of awkward spots. They've got their own share of awkward expectations over the next 24 minutes. They're kind of sat there thinking, look, this is not going to be an easy time of it for Isaac Price, who's on old, worn tyres. Doing a great job, by the way. Older, worn tyres, hasn't switched, potentially hasn't taken as much fuel, might not be able to see out the checkered flag. That one I'm not 100% sure, but we believe won't be able to see out the checkered flag in this current scenario. Still might be able to, but I don't know on that one. Niels Nyox, though, behind on, sure, fresher tyres, but are they going to take the gamble? Are they going to try and get through to the end of the race on these wet tyres, even if it dries up? I mean, that's something. These are the questions that, because of the position they've put themselves in, the number 14 doesn't have to worry about. They're sort of being like, if we have to pit and go on to slicks, we have to pit and go on to slicks. If we don't, we don't. All is good, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, they've done such a good job that they've given themselves that buffer zone of at least a lap over second and third position, and then over 2 laps over everybody else in the field here. They could literally take a pit stop, put on the kettle, have a cup of tea, jump back in the car and take the finish flag. It'd be an amazing performance from the Unicorns of Love, but yeah, they will keep that absolutely pinned to the end, and it's fantastic that they've built in that buffer. Still a damp track, but no rain anywhere in sight.
The rain's gone. We're at that point. 23 minutes left to go in the race. It's going to be tight. This track will dry out quite quickly, of course, and so it will head its way to being slick as the most expected tyre. Pretty sharpish. But is that the strategy that they're going to take? Is that the risk they are going to take? Are they going to go into the pit lane and hope they're going to gain all the time back from the slicks? Or are they going to stay out on these wets and try and greet the finish line in 22 minutes time on these old worn tyres? I was going to say the other thing that Tobias River and the Unicorns of Love team have as a lead, which this is a controversial thing. I know some teams have done this, not always, you can't do it in sim racing, but they've done it in endurance racing long time ago. And they used to do it in Grand Prix racing back in the 50s and 60s, where sometimes if you have such a dominant lead, if you were leading by laps and whatnot, it's happened at Le Mans, of course, you'd come into the pit lane and then you'd have your car cleaned, a light clean before it came up to the line. Now, if you had a lead that big to be able to do that in the modern world of motorsport, which is very unlikely, I would be like, no, don't. The dirtiness is kind of, it's a part of it. It shows that it's been raced. You kind of see that a little bit here on ACC. You can see the side of the car is dirty. You see it particularly with the Veloce because of obviously it's been a white car. You've got all the flicks of dirt and stuff all over the car. It looks raced, and I love that. I love the fact that it does look like an actually raced car. So I'd be like, no, absolutely not. We're not going to have this car clean. It needs to be like held in its state of finish, with all of the gunk and garbage and flies and tyre specks and all of that stuff all up the car.
Yeah, victory doesn't come clean, does it? That's the thing, and it's battle marks, isn't it? It's like the war scars that the cars are going to have. It makes it look like it's had to fight its way to get things, and it's fought very, very hard. Although, to be fair, that FFS racing machine of Joe McCauley looking very, very clean indeed. Okay, fair enough. The front's looking a bit scuffed up, but the side, yeah, that's a nice looking car. Not really had to fight too much here. Coming up through the Kemmel Straight, then Isaac Price still ahead of Niles Noyox here, and still no sign of either car going into the pits. I think the issue with Isaac Price isn't so much about the tyres, it's more about whether or not he's got the fuel to go to the end here. So we've got what 10 laps or maybe 9 laps left to go. Yeah, probably 10 laps including that +1. I have absolutely no idea. I'm just watching, waiting, and this is a great thing as well about being an esports commentator with yourself, Lewis, is the fact that while we make a lot of speculation and we try and guess and foresee a lot of things here, sometimes we're in this position where we just don't know, so we get to sit back, enjoy it in real time with the audience as well.
Yeah, I think whilst we're all on the edge of our seats expecting more from this battle, those two behind the wheel, honestly, actually, to be fair, I'd say within each of their camps, they are probably the two calmer ones within the camps at the time. Again, that sounds crazy, but it is true. I've always said this before, when it comes to endurance racing, it's the same with a lot of drivers, be it in real life or in sim racing, is that a lot of the drivers are more nervous outside of the car because they're not in control, because they have no power over what happens. They're watching this being like, Robbie Stapleton and Charlie Cross, and we sat there looking at Isaac Price being like, you can do it, you can hang on. They can't defend, they can't give him extra power, they can't make sure that he's nailing every single apex or whatever. The only thing they can do is kind of affect his strategy a little bit, and that is it. And it's the same with Arthur Camera and Gregor Schill as well. They're just trusting in their teammate and kind of almost trying to stay out of it a bit.
100%. And the other thing with that is that, there we go, into the pits, both of them. Oh, wow. Well, that is absolutely huge. I was not expecting that. So both of them decided to pit. Oh! Now, yeah, that was a little bit uncalled for.
What? Was it Niox getting into the rear end? The question is, did Niox push Price over the speed limit, which would give Price a stop and go 30 or a drive through? It's possible that might have happened. I've seen it happen many a time before. If that has happened, I don't know what the precedent is for that penalty, but surely it'd be a substantial one for Niels Niox. I mean, to be fair, I'd just give him the same penalty. As in, like, if they leave the pit lane and then the G2 has a stop go 30, I just give a stop go 30 to BS competition as well. I don't know what the precedent is.
Well, I'd be inclined to give it more, purely because they've caused an incident to another car that's caught them out, and you have to have some penalty that not only is equal to what's happened, but to deter drivers doing exactly the same thing. There is that. I'm obviously more thinking of it from an entertainment point of view, as I still want to see it quite close on circuit, obviously. But either way, that is not what you want to see at all, and potentially a costly moment there for Niels Niox. We'll have to wait and see. It will tell us when they've left the pit lane, but interesting to see them both come in on the same lap to then switch tyres. They're not thinking that the wet tyres will make it to the end of the race, so they're both going onto the slicks, which... every minute that goes past, I'm changing which opinion. I was like, 5 minutes ago, I was like, guaranteed. No, absolutely not. I'd be on the wets until the end. Then now I'm like, no, I'd rather be on the slicks. Let's take a look on board with Niox. Yeah, he had plenty of warning that car was slowing down. 100%. He knew what he was doing. That was totally deliberate.
I don't know about deliberate.
Okay,
I
but
think
he saw how
was
can you say that
careless.
though? Yeah, but he saw the car in front. You've got that. You know you're going into an area where the cars are going to be slowing down from a high rate of speed. You've got to be prepared for that. And I don't think. I mean, yes, if the cars were closer and they done it, but yeah. I'm not sure. Anyway, from what I'm hearing, it's all irrelevant because it sounds like they've been jumped in pit lane.
Yeah, so indeed, BS competition coming out on top. A bit of I think there's a driver change. Robbie Stapleford's jumped in instead of Isaac Price. That's what slowed them down in the pit lane. And Niels Nyox then takes over second position in this race. And we'll see out the end of it. I'm not sure the battle's totally done, but Robbie Stapleford has a lot on his shoulders to try and get after Niels Nyox to try and grab that second spot. We believe they might have had to have done a driver change because Isaac Price might have gone over the driver time, which I can't remember what it is. I think it might be 10 hours and 20 minutes. I did have the regulations up not too long ago as to what it is for a 3-driver car. I'll see if I can find it very, very quickly about the maximum drive time. It is 10 hours, 20 minutes. So Isaac Price might have been in the car for that period over the whole race. So we might know. We might have needed to change, rather.
I love the fact that that YouTube chat are basically tearing that incident apart, frame by frame, having a look at what happened there. I mean, at the end of the day, right, if it is just that incident, if it's just that contact, then not a chance is that any penalty whatsoever. It's just a racing incident. However, if that incident caused the car in front to get a stop-go penalty because they were going then speeding, then yeah, I think it absolutely has to be. But as it stands, I think that strategy is just not falling the way of BMW team G2 Esports. However, what I've seen all the time is Robbie Stapleford is like blazing fast. I don't think that we've been spoiled from a grandstand finish. If anything, maybe this has built it up even more because look at that gap, 1.5 seconds. That was 2.5 seconds. Oh my God, game on. Let's get this one going.
Yeah, lights flashing straight away to get the Prime E racing car straight out of the way again. Lights flashing once more as we head down through Eau Rouge, up Radion. Again, you can see how much Robbie Stapleford is closing and he's looking for second position in the race. Prime E Racing jump out of the way. Gorka behind the wheel of that car. A few more cars to navigate. I think in the Simware.pro by Vides Machine is the next one down the road. Bukovkin behind the wheel of that one. Then you've got one of the FFS racing cars also. Once he's navigated these two, it's Clean Air up to that BS competition, losing out a little bit of time and potentially more so, and this is to be very frustrating for Robbie Stapleford. You can see he's straight on the button being like, get out of my way.
Yeah, but is this not for position with the 41, the 1, 2, 3? We'll certainly find out. That's a bit careless from that. He's going to have to be careful. Is that Okorodnikov in that 41? It's not Makovin. So I was going to say, if that's Okorodnikov, that's the last person you want to be hitting there. That was not for position. They were on 2 separate laps. That 41 really needs to have been getting out of the way, and that may have just tempered things slightly. That's going to put the gap up to about 3.2 seconds. 13 minutes, 100%. This race is still on. Stapleford will 100%, I believe, be able to catch back up to Niels Nyox. I wonder if Niels even took all that much fuel on that pit stop there, if it was just tyres.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't for position. I can understand why Robbie Stapleford was getting a bit frustrated. That didn't mean that he could drive straight to the rear of the car, so that one was a little bit naughty on his point, but I can understand why he was getting frustrated, why he was getting racy with all that, trying to find his way through. Either way, he has found his way through, lost a little bit of time, lost about 2 seconds from all of that. Now sits 3.7 seconds off of grabbing over that second position at the moment. Mateusz Tuskovic also into the pit lane for his final stop. 12 minutes left to go in this race. There is not long. That will total around 6 laps, I believe.
Well, this is a nice little interesting finish to a 24-hour race there. Brilliant stuff here. As again, we go back to thinking about Tobias Grunwald. 575 laps in the book there, still a lap ahead of everyone else there. That gap just come down by a 10th in that last sector between Niels Nyox and Robbie Stapleford. Now, Niels Nyox has got, who's that? That is the Yassi McLaren in front, and I believe is that the number 5 Williams Esports machine just up in front. It is. So again, this might catch Nils Neuhaus out a little bit there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a little bit concerned by the line that Nils Neuhaus was taking up and over the top at Rathie there. I thought he was taking a little bit too much to that curb, might have picked up a warning. Don't know how close they are to receiving that drive-through penalty, but now we've got a bit more traffic. The number 5 ahead, Moreira behind the wheel. Next one down the road is Malinovsky, and by the way, look at how close Malinovsky and Moreira were. 0.2 of a second, so Malinovsky picking up that spot fairly recently and starting to run away from that big bad Bentley that clearly is struggling. I'm going to assume that Williams might not have changed tyres. They might still be on wets because their pace looks terrible at the moment, but they're trying to get after at least some form of decent result inside the top 10 in class. Got a little bit back to Makovkin, which I think based on their pace right now, seeing how much they're dropping off, they might well lose. Bastian Richter into the pit lane then. Of course, we did see that Tushkovic was also into. Bastian Richter also biting the bullet on that one. And the number 4 Haupt Racing Team, of course, Mercedes run car. Obviously, it's in assistance with the Unicorns of Love. So, few final pit stops, maybe a little bit later than we were expecting.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case. Just a couple of drivers, I think, caught out by that gap. Are you kidding me? Did Stapleford actually just take out half a second? As I'm pretty sure that was forced wide. There was that was Robbie Stapleford. I'm pretty sure because
no,
that was on exit. Oh, now Niles Neuhaus got a 5. Oh, that wasn't for the pit stop contact, was it?
It might have been for that contact on the entry to pit lane.
That's a. Oh, I see. I'm conflicted about that because, like I say, I mean, if it had caused a penalty to the.
The thing is you penalise again. I've said this time and time again. It's a little bit of a tricky one with that pit lane entry, but you penalise the incident, not the consequence. Yeah. Right now, obviously, like we said, if that had caused them to speed in pit lane, then yeah, I'm kind of almost leaning more so towards the also penalising for the consequence also. But in that sense, did Nils Neuhaus make a mistake? Did he drive into the rear of someone going into pit lane? Did he basically put another car at risk? The answer is yes. So yeah, in that sense, if you're going to treat it where you're penalising the actual incident itself, ignoring all other things, who instigated the contact? It was Neuhaus.
My favourite bit is his webcam right now from Nils Neuhaus is the fact that, what, me? I never did anything. You know, he obviously feels aggrieved with that.
Literally, like running up to the ref.
I know, come on, that's not fair. Yeah, but to be fair, look, I'm going to take my hats off to both of these teams. They have given us one of the most intense battles I think we've had through all of the 24 hours of Spa. It has been such a joy to watch, and for the most part, I will ignore that pit lane incident because for the most part, the two of them have just been going toe to toe and really just, making things such a joy to work out here. However, Stapleford now 3.9 seconds here. I wonder if he got a little bit of damage there because he got caught out by that number 5 Williams there and got driven a little bit wide. But we get to see Tobias Grunwald here for the Mercedes AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love. 8 minutes left to go in this 24-hour race. How the heck did we get here?
4 laps to go for Unicorns of Love before... I don't know if it is the number 1, but it's certainly right up there when it comes to the list of biggest victories in sim racing for the Unicorns of Love camp. They've had a fair few in their time in the sim racing world, and so that would be another one to throw into the list. Obviously, Nils Neuhaus, by the way, can still hang on to second spot if he builds a 5-second gap, because that 5 second will be added at the end of the race. In 4 laps' time, that 5-second penalty will be added to the race time. So if he can build more than 5 seconds, take it back to Lando Norris versus Lewis Hamilton, of course, back in the was it Styrian Grand Prix or Austria? I think it was Styrian Grand Prix back in 2020. Regardless, as we'll see this battle between Jordan Sherratt. Oh my goodness, Wenham's going straight around the outside. Now you've got the Kramer Racing Esports car also getting involved in it also, and Jordan Sherratt just getting into the side a little bit of Wenham there. In the grand scheme of things, though, that position which is not really going to change the championship anyway. When we're speaking of if BS competition lose out to G2, but still, you want to hang on to second spot.
You do, but the thing is that, again from your own experience, racing drivers are racing drivers. You get another car in front of you, and it doesn't matter if that car is 52 laps down. your foot goes down that little bit harder, you push that little bit harder, you want to get yourself past it. It's like this involuntary reaction that you just can't help. You saw that there from Robbie. All he wanted to do was get past that car. And by the way, I've got no doubt Stewards will be likely looking at that incident with Robbie as well. He was just as much guilty as causing contact as Nils Neuhaus was there. However, there might have been more mitigating circumstances with the fact that the blue flags were waving. Can he protest saying that was, that he felt he was blocked? I don't know, but that'll be something for the race stewards to decide there. But either way, I mean, what a hell of a finish we've had to this race. Yeah,
I mean, it's been an incredible run, as we almost expect in these 24-hour races now. Well, just at least anyway, within the endurance scene here on ACC. It's been an amazing run. Speaking of championship, speaking of switches, because of the 110 coming back at the pit lane for the AJ Sim Racing team by Gardi, looks like they might cost themselves a victory potentially. It was always chopping and changing, running a slightly different strategy versus the 23. We'll take a look on a replay as to what was happening. This is on board with G2 Esports. This will be pushing out potentially Moreira down the inside. There's no contact there. It's absolutely fine. Just looking at a slightly riskier spot. The Williams Esports car, who was going a lap down, will remind you, basically just jumped out of the way. But for this car, like I said, they've been doing an incredible job. That's why they're about to pick up another spot, because Moreira's struggles when it comes to its pace. This car set the fastest lap of the race. They've done everything to try and go and grab the championship from the 23. Sure, they're going to come up short on that one, but I think they should be very, very proud of the race that they have had today.
They absolutely have, especially remember they had that pit stop bug as well that got sent so far down the order. Again, just keeping the foot in, keeping the determination. A very, very spirited affair from the AJA Sim Racing team by Gary. They can absolutely hold their heads high after this one. A brilliant performance and a very well-deserved second place in the championship.
I mean, it's a shame that it's second for them, because they've done such a good job, but even if they were to win this race, I think that's almost makes it more painful actually, now that I say it. But even if they were to win this race in the silver category, if they were to beat the number 23, it wouldn't matter. It really wouldn't matter, because it's kind of like you're still not going to win the championship. There would still have been 3 points shy. You'll always think back to other rounds of the season where I was like, oh, well, we lost 3 points there and we lost 2 points there, and that's just very frustrating as to how these races go, how these championships go. Almost a bit disappointed though. The number 23 doesn't have birthday boy behind the wheel. That would have been a nice little sweet thing to bring to the line.
A little birthday cake.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you never know. Killian Ryan Mina might be a few down already. When it comes to beverages consumed, building up to a superb victory and a championship as well. There will be 2 laps left to go. Tobias Grunewald about to cross the line to begin the penultimate lap of the race and the season.
Wow, and just like that, we are very rapidly looking to draw this curtain down on what's been an amazing year here for the championship, for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It feels like it was only a blink of an eye before we got things started over at Bathurst. And back in June, when we were supposed to, of course, have this race originally, Indianapolis, Suzuka, Kyalami, it's been an absolute whirlwind this year, and yet again it's been just a complete honour to be part of this amazing esports championship.
Yeah, always. I will say, by the way, the chances potentially for second place to go the way of Nils Neuhaus might just be slipping through his fingers, because he needs to put an extra 2 seconds over Robbie Stapleton. Now, I know it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things in the championship, but they'll be still desperate to hang on to second spot, still desperate to fend off the G2 Esports car. Very fitting that they're going to be switching positions potentially on the final lap, but it's just not in the way that we would want them to, because it might just be down to that 5-second time penalty. Tobias Grunewald with a couple of very, very long laps, or a lap and a half, very long laps ahead, just not making a mistake. But then, to be fair, I'd almost doubt that's in the back of their mind right now, because they've done the entire race thus far and they've not made a mistake. They've been absolutely perfect. And I think, as well, they are at the point where genuinely Grunewald could bin it. He could bin it now and they would still win, because they've got a lap lead. That's how crazy their lead is right now, just to put that into perspective.
let's maybe wait until they're on the last lap before we say something like that. I'm very scared to tempt fate here, but let's have a look here as well, because they have to get across the line. Yeah, they had that moment in the pits, didn't they, where they turned off the engine. So yeah, thankfully that's not going to happen. They get across the line, and essentially this is now just a victory lap for them. It's a celebration. You can see, oh man, do you know what? I love moments like that when you start seeing a bit of emotion from Tobias Grunewald. He knows that they've done it. He knows that this is now, they cannot possibly be caught in this race. It starts sinking in, and what an achievement for the Spa 24 Hours.
And this result in the championship, by the way, will move them up to third in the standings. They've not had a great season, not had a bad one, mind, but they've just not had that grow, and not had the one that we'd normally almost expect from a team like Unicorns of Love. But alas, to kind of move up, well, they are in third position anyway coming into this. They were just outside of the championship, but it will obviously guarantee them third position in that championship. It will show the level of pace and performance they've got. A little bit of lap traffic to navigate. You're actually right, just a victory lap, just a calm little jaunt around this absolutely mega circuit, one where, as much as I think we race it too much in sim racing, it's always a valuable victory to add to the portfolio.
It really, really is. And imagine, you know, the opportunity for the Unicorns of Love team to be able to just enjoy this, because 9 times out of 10, the wind down lap is, you know, not often completed, and you know they don't really take too much notice of it. But you know, the chance for these drivers to actually just go around for the final time and enjoy what they have just achieved, 580 laps of what can only be described as almost perfection.
Yeah, indeed. Again, a couple more cars to navigate before they'll head out onto the final stretch. It's been a brilliant day for the number 14, but we'll talk back through of some of the moments of the race. You know, it hasn't been easy. 8 hours into the race, they were involved in a 3-way fight for the victory against G2 and against BS Competition. They had to fend off R8G also. They had to fend off the Haupt Racing team. They've had to fight everyone off, but as soon as they got to the front, as soon as they got into a comfortable position, it has been domination, certainly over the entirety of the 16 hours that we've had here on Sunday. It has been Unicorns of Love on top. And as they come out of the final corner, Tobias Grunewald will bring it towards the line. The 24 hours of Spa will go to them in the SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Mobileye. A super season finale for the Unicorns of Love, and a super drive from some of the most talented drivers: Grunewald, Tauscher, Schoeniger, Pfeffer, and the donuts begin. The celebration begins, and as Nariox will bring it round in second position, our champions have already crossed the line. It's been 24 hours down today. It's been a trip around the planet, and the McLaren Veloce GT team have already crossed the line, and it'll already start to sink in that they are the champions.
Yeah, they've done exactly everything that they needed to do on this final round. James Baldwin and the rest of the squad going to be absolutely delighted with that. Of course, that number 66 McLaren Veloce team of Eamon Murphy, James Baldwin and George Boothby. And I cannot wait to speak to Eamon Murphy to see how relieved he is, because he must have felt absolutely awful after that incident earlier on as he came out of the pits there and spun the car around. Niles Noyox comes across the line 3.7 seconds, which means that he is going to be demoted to that third place after Robbie Stapleford crosses the line. So that will be second place for BMW Team G2 Esports. And across the line, that was Joe McCauley just taking the championship ahead of the 110 there. It was already looking very, very secure for them, because obviously they came into this final round ahead there. And Lewis, they are going to be absolutely delighted as well.
Yeah, just to clarify, that wasn't for the championship, because even if they'd finished second, they still would have won the championship by 3 points. But still, a bit of a dramatic drag race towards the line. It was for the victory in the class. That is the important bit, and just about coming out on top. Again, an incredible performance from the 23 for FFS Racing. And again, a nice little birthday treat for Killian Ryan Meany, we'll be catching up with post-event. There they are then, coming round. So they've already finished the race, but still a nice in-lap after a very difficult day. McLaren Veloce GT, they have had a task ahead of them But with 6th position of the race, especially after the demotion for Niels Nyox BS competition, they will come across the line in 6th spot, and it will be enough for the championship. But that's it, mate. We'll obviously have some interviews, so we're not fully done yet. But racing-wise, that's it. We're done for the championship. We're done for 2022. What a year it's been.
Hasn't it just? Oh my goodness me! I honestly, it's starting to sink in now. What has just happened? It's been a very long 24 hours. I can only imagine for our broadcast team as well, who've been up for the entirety of it as well. But Lewis, what a fantastic finish to that race! What a fantastic race in full that we had there. So much drama, so much intrigue, so much that was possibly going to happen, and to leave us, 20 minutes from the end of the race, still thinking, oh, what could happen here? I don't think we've had a race like that.
No, like I say, it's been an incredible season, and we do love when the championships come down to the wire. We love those last late minutes of drama. I'd say we kind of avoided the last late minutes of drama for some degree, but when it comes to the championship anyway, because both of them were still pretty comfortable, that's okay, because we had a dramatic race generally. We had ups and downs throughout the race, and to have ended like that, absolutely sensational. Unicorns of Love, like you're saying, coming out on top in this race. And we'll be catching up with them in a second. But David, how do you think they'll be feeling right now? Well, actually, no, we'll catch up with them right now.
You can go and find out.
We'll find out, because we are joined by Tobias Grunewald and Tobias Pfeffer. And I'm going to go to Grunewald first because, mate, you just crossed the line. You've just won the 24 Hours of Spa. You could kind of see it on that penultimate lap. It set in already. You knew you had such a comfortable lead. But talk us through the emotions right now. Is it settled in yet to have won one of the biggest races in sim racing?
Not really, but I'm super happy, of course. Especially because the first half of the season wasn't too good for us, and now to get like a back-to-back win in Kyalami and now in Spa, I'm super happy. And it was a good race. Obviously very tricky with the weather changes all the time, but I think we had a very good setup, especially for the rain, and just managed the strategy and brought it home.
And would you have preferred the race to have kind of remained on consistent conditions, or were you more than happy with it chopping and changing basically every 15 seconds?
I think if we had rain for like 12 hours or so, I would be, the most happy, because we were the fastest in those conditions. But in the end, because it was, most of the time the weather changes came quite, good, like had a good timing when we had to pit anyway, so it was okay. But I think a more wet race would have been, even better.
Well, from one Tobias to another, we'll have a little chat with Tobias Pfeffer, left-hand side of your screen, if you ever really want to know which one's which when it comes to these Unicorns of Love boys. When it comes to the year that you've had, obviously, having joined the Unicorns of Love outfit earlier on, to have really settled in with the squad so well, to finally have race wins like this has got to mean a lot to you. Make sure it feels like you've made absolutely the right decision to have joined this team.
It's crazy how we push us, at the next level. The team is crazy. So I can't imagine to. It's like the best team right now at the moment. And I'm really happy, especially for the result today and the last race too. So And what can we expect from you? Next year might be still a little bit too early. You've still got a couple of months left of 2022, but I'm sure you might have a little bit of a breather over the next couple of months. We see you come back strong in 23. Let's see how the next year will go. Will be probably different drivers again, and let's see. Let's hope we are on the pace again, like this year, and
Mitchy Tauscher, knowing how the conditions were switching there left, right and centre, must have been stressful, not only being in the car but also sat there watching, seeing your teammates doing their bit of the work. Is that more stressful, being outside of the car sometimes, and kind of sat there thinking, I want to get back in the car, I want to do my stint again?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when you're watching your teammates, you always feel like, okay, they can just simply lose the car in the Rouge or Blanchimont. And when you're driving, you don't feel that. You're simply driving, and yeah, it's really, really difficult to watch your teammates, especially around Spa in 24 hours. But yeah, I have a lot of trust in both Toby's and Dennis, so it was okay for me.
Now, obviously not the championship, third in it, which is a decent result in a championship like this. But what do you kind of think needs to be the changing point to go after a title like this against some of the absolute very, very best on ACC?
I guess we had the potential. We just had a bit of bad luck because we had a disconnect in Indianapolis. We had an incident at Bathurst in the first race with cost us a few positions. So I guess if we didn't disconnect in Indianapolis, we could have maybe have a shot at the championship. But it is what it is, so we learn of it and go forward.
I do also see that we have Dennis Schoeniger, who's in the interview room, so I'm going to drag him also into here because I'd love to be having a chat with all of the drivers. Now, Dennis, car looks totally on rails today also. I mean, talk us through, it almost looked easy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. It certainly wasn't, right?
No, it definitely wasn't. I mean, we know that we had a good car and that we can possibly make something here, but you know, it's a 24-hour race at Spa with rain, dry, where everything can happen. So, and the setup was so good, and the guys made a really good car. It was incredible to race.
Who do you think is going to be your big target to take on for next year? Is it going to be McLaren, Veloce? Is it going to be yourselves, just bettering what you did in 2022? Is that going to be the target, or are you aiming for another team to go and take on BS competitions? Is there something like that?
Whoever's in front.
Nice, good answer. Right, I'm going to let you go off and have a bit of a breather. Super performance all the way through the day, and one of the most dominant 24-hour races I've ever seen. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, to be able to hear from that level of drivers, David, what a super performance. And again, utterly dominant. But wow, like I said, they weren't the champions though, and I think we're almost ready to hear from our champions.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And again, you can hear just how much it is from how many times, Lewis, we speak to them. It's great to see that this still means an awful lot to these drivers.
Absolutely. Now, we do have our champions of the series. It's been a long year. We've travelled around the virtual world, but the SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Mobileye goes to these three. What a super performance. Veloce Esports. I'm going to head... I'm sorry, Eamon, I'm going to head to you first, and we know what we're going to talk about. Let's talk about your emotion in that moment. I mean, heart must have sunk.
I think that's a bit of an understatement, to be honest. Yeah, I think honestly it was like a mixture of just being really, really sleepy and like zoned out, and like I know it just came out of the pits and stuff, but yeah. And James actually reminded me coming up the hill out of the pit lane. He was like, "Watch out for the puddle," and then bang, and I hit it anyway. But I must say, like, I have to say to him, like, he kept me really grounded after it and made sure that, go back down to first immediately after I got pointing in the right direction, and like just made sure I got back to the pits as quick as possible. Because if I had lost the head there, then who knows what would have happened.
Yes, let's remove ourselves from the negative and focus on the positives. To have won the championship, to have come out on top despite some of the hardships and whatever. Surely it makes the victory of that almost even a little bit sweeter to have worked your way through it, to have the support from the team.
I think in terms of overall the season, I think that the puddle, I think we'll call it the Murphy puddle from now on. Honestly, I think the puddle was like the only foot we really put wrong the whole season. And like the boys' work ethic was unbelievable. And
I'm so happy for the team and for everyone.
Well, I mean, yeah. Again, my heart goes out to you because I've not had anything in a big race like this, but I have got in behind a wheel of a car and dropped it immediately at Spa before to the disappointment of my teammate. So relatable on that one. We'll head to James Baldwin though, because it seems like you can't really stop winning in ACC in 2022. Of course, having won the European Sprint Championship earlier on, now this as well. I mean, what's next? There's no more big championships in that sense, but what's happening next?
I don't know, man, but honestly, this is the most mental race we've ever done. We've done many endurance races, especially George. He does a 24-hour, I think, every week, and this was by far the most mental. I woke up at 2 a.m. after a 2-hour nap, went to turn back on my PC, and it died. So I had no PC, so I had to basically use my other one, which I was worried wasn't good enough. Had to set it up, had to get the settings downloaded, reinstall the game. So for the second half of the race, we were I could disconnect at any moment, and it was just mental. Raining every hour. I don't know how we quite did it, because I think the McLaren round Spa with 20 kilos wasn't great in the dry. I'm really happy it rained, but yeah, really happy.
I mean, yeah, it sounds
really
like it was a tough outing. Now, we will turn the clock back ever so slightly to a couple of months ago when, of course, you took part. I know it didn't go too well, obviously, after issues, but you did take part in the real event, in the real 24 hours of Spa, which is an amazing achievement. What's it kind of compared to take part in an event like this versus the real thing? Obviously, outside of the obvious, without being there in person, but still the level of competition, etc.
Wow, I mean, I don't know. I'm too tired, man, to really give you a good answer. But they're both tough in different ways. One, the real one's more physically tough. This one, honestly, was more mentally tough, I think, because there was only 3 of us, and in the real thing there was 4 of us, and we didn't actually make it to the finish, so we weren't that tired. But yeah, they're different in different ways, but there are some similarities. But yeah, I'm just too tired, man.
Is there a puddle in real life?
Oh dear, no comment on that one.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't find out. So.
Well, we'll head to George with you on what has been, like I say, a very long and very, very difficult day. When weather conditions are changing that aggressively, literally every single lap. Oh, it's raining. It's not raining. No, it is. It's going to rain in 20. Talk us through the difficulty of trying to deal with that in the car.
It's all about just knowing sort of how your car's going to work in those conditions, in the transition phases, and also when you can pit to gain time if needed. So I think a good call was our first pit stop. We went from 10th or so to 4th. We had a massive undercut, and then that meant that all the people behind us were all being held up and battling, and we just got on with it. So it's just about you just got to be as smart as you can, and just a lot of it's playing by ear, and sometimes you get it wrong, sometimes you get it right. Sometimes you make the right call, but because it's so variable, the weather, it turns out actually being the wrong call. It's weird, but we just made sure we played everything, tried to keep risks at a minimum and just play it as safe as possible, because after the first few hours we knew we were sort of in the area we needed to be for the championship. So yeah, we just kept doing that and it worked out, so happy.
Was there ever a conversation between of course you and the sister car, the Yaz seat, which was only 1 position behind, because obviously if you'd have dropped back to 7th it would have cost you the championship if BS competition were to finish second? Was there ever that conversation, was there ever that dynamic between the teams, or were you just kind of left to it?
I think we would help each other out if needed, if I'm honest, because we are sister teams, and we're gonna, I think if it came down to it, we probably would, but we didn't need to, so yeah.
Well, I think you 3 need to go for a good sleep. You've earned it. What a victory. Our SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports champions. What an effort. We'll catch up with you another time, I'm sure, pretty soon, knowing how fast you lot are.
All right, thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you, SRO. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Again, what a crazy experience for all three of them. I mean, they do sound tired, bless them. Thankfully, though, our next one, we don't have to interview two different people because the race winners ended up being the champions as well in the silver category, David. And what an effort it was from FFS. They've been so strong, so consistent, and here today they've just been out on top.
It really, really has, and they were made to work for it from the get-go. And a very good afternoon to our drivers from FFS Racing in the number 23. Welcome along. Certainly, I mean, a fantastic day out. So, James Parker, Joe McCauley, Killian Ryan, meaning we are missing one of the other four drivers. But firstly, happy birthday, guys! Certainly, Killian, that's not a bad birthday present for you.
Yeah. Let's go.
So, Killian, obviously, we'll start with yourself first then. I mean, again, you guys knew what you had to do. It was a little bit tighter in the silver class than it was in the pro class, with just 8 points separating you and second place. So, I guess you guys came into this final round knowing the pressure that was on you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to not get swallowed into a couple hours into the race where you see gaps opening up. Obviously, our qualifying was not great. So you see us so far down, and the people we need to beat are P2 or P3 or wherever they are. It's hard not to focus on that, but you forget that there's still 23 hours to go. So everything can happen. We kind of played our cards right with strategy initially, and it worked out really well for us. We pulled a gap, and we just kind of had to manage it. We lacked pace in the dry big time, but in the heavy rain we lucked out with our setup and how it went, so we were kind of praying for the heavier rain, but yeah, it worked well.
And also, just for the majority of the race, you were kind of floating about in that top 10 there, a good solid overall 8th position for the team though. But again, with that 110 team knowing what they needed to do, it must have been a tight thing. And I want to cast your mind back to the season overall. With you guys always being the bridesmaids and never the brides, it must feel extra sweet to finally get on that top step of the silver podium.
Yeah, it's nice to do it. It's nice to do it at least once. It wasn't anything we came into the championship focused on the championship, not necessarily winning a race or two, whatever. 9 times out of 10 in these kind of series, it's consistency that wins, and that's what we had. I think we were the only team to finish every race on the podium. So I mean, that was our focus, was just to bag top 3s each race, and if we could win, great. If we couldn't, so what? And it worked out.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And obviously we're missing Jan Willem van Ommen, who is clearly too busy partying to come and join us here. But James, we'll jump to yourself now. Talk us through that race, because those mixed conditions, constantly changing, wet then dry, then wet then dry again, that must have been absolutely exhausting.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few near misses as well in the race. I mean, lap 1 we could have hit a Honda at the back of the field as well, which was pretty eye-opening. And then, yeah, later on in the race, the flying Honda that went over my windscreen that could have instantly destroyed our championship was also pretty scary. But yeah, like Ian said, we took a gamble on the strategy and the setup. We thought it might be pretty wet in the race after we've had literally non-stop dry 24-hour races thus far lately. So we decided to run more wing and just try and maximise our wet pace and hope there was a lot of wet stints. And thankfully that happened. We had a nice, pretty much through the whole night, there's like an hour dry, hour wet, hour dry, hour wet, and it just allowed us to pull the gap on P2 and P3 on the wet stints, and then just manage the time loss. I mean, Joe did really good in the dry stints, so we could just keep the gap. But we knew we were going to be slower overall. The McLaren is a quicker car here, and so we just had to minimise the time loss in the dry, and that included obviously not getting penalties or collisions or crashes. And yeah, it was, at the end of the race, it was touch and go, 10th of a second. So, but yeah, we weren't focused. Once we kind of accepted the 110 was quicker than us and they were probably going to catch us, potentially, we weren't really focused on that. It was only on the 77 because we only needed P2 to get the championship. So yeah, it was pretty close at the end there. We had a little bit of an oopsie at the penultimate lap, which almost could have cost us the championship, but we brought it home at the end. So pretty happy with that.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar performance all round, and as you said, all you needed to do was secure that second place, but yet again you guys have gone above and beyond. And Joe, we'll bring you in just now here. The first thing I want to know is, how deafened were you as you crossed that line?
James did scream quite a bit and then immediately started typing, so it wasn't that bad.
But more importantly, how excited were you? I mean, did it sink in at any point beforehand, or was it just as you crossed that line? Was it actually confirmed for you guys?
We didn't actually know, because we got spun the lap before, so we actually thought we would end up losing. I think it was like coming onto the back straight where I realised I'd probably be able to keep the position, because I could just sort of block a bit on the exit of the last chicane.
And of course, ultimately, while you took the win in class, it still was more than enough to take that championship. I guess, Joe, being a fellow Scotsman here, the important question is, who's buying the beers for the team tonight?
I'll probably just do it. You know what? I drove the least.
Way to get rid of that Scottish stereotype of we're all very, very stingy. But listen, guys, what comes next then for 2023 for FFS Racing then?
Killian's got to answer that as team manager, isn't he?
I don't know. Might CBA. I don't know. We've no idea. We don't put in the millions of hours that other people do. We don't have time. I'd say on average we're probably the oldest average age team on the grid by
pensioners,
by a factor of about 5 years. So it's tough to know and plan so far in advance. Obviously we will take part in the 23 season if it happens, so I assume it will. Well, yeah, as to actually concrete plans, who knows?
Well, guys, it's been an absolute privilege watching you to the entire team then of the 2023 FFS Racing. James Parker, Jan Willem van Ommen, Joe McCauley and Killian Ryan, meaning congratulations. You guys are the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye Silver Champions. Enjoy that one, guys.
Cheers, David.
Thank you.
Cheers.
There we go then. So that is the last of our interviews, and what a fantastic season we have had. We have one very important person to thank, and that is all of you guys at home for watching here on the YouTube channel. As always, a huge thank you to everyone from SRO, to our commercial partners, to our broadcast team, to all our race stewards, to all of the commentary team that have been taking part in this last 24 hours of the season. And of course, as we said, it just has been such a privilege to be part of that. So from behalf of myself, David Christie, from all of the commentary team, from Arjuna Kankapati, from DJ Clark, Jesse Lee, Lewis McGlade, Ryan Mawson and myself, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Take care, and we will see you in 2023.